Good afternoon, Uncivil Law fans. We are here with another little gaming, Law QA, hangout, all that good stuff. I hope you're well. I'm well. I'm having a good day. And I hope you're having a good day too. Let's just disable that DVR. We don't need any of that stinking DVR, do we? We do not. We are going to be continuing our play of a game which people will continue to ask me the name of despite the fact that it is tagged in the description, but we're going to play it anyway. For those of you who watched our last playthrough, we're not exactly where we left off. Our last playthrough, I played a little bit more off-stream, and I kind of stalled out. Stalemate, basically. The game was not progressing. The game wasn't beating me, I wasn't beating the game, just kind of stalemate. So I started over, and then I started over, and I think I might be on my fourth start over at this point. So we are in a different universe than when we last left the action, but that's okay. Our directive remains the same: to kill all the fleshy meatbags. Can I explain to Arkin why a nationwide mask mandate would likely be constitutional? Well, Joe Biden himself said he thought it would be unconstitutional, so you'd have to go against at least that. And Joe Biden said he thought it would be unconstitutional, So, I mean, it's tentative. You could do it in federal facilities for sure. You could do it in federal modes of transport. So you could do it in buses and trains and planes that are under federal authority, but could you do it in general as a general matter of general police power under the CDC authority? More tentative. So, if Arkin says a nationwide mask mandate would be unconstitutional, he probably has the better end of the argument, to be honest. Anyways, where were we? I need to get my chat up on screen. I need to get the game up on screen. All that game stuff. All those good things. Interstate commerce does a lot of things. It doesn't do all the things. I would respectfully refer Matt to Prince versus United States as a object lesson of the limitations of Commerce Clause, not to mention the ACA cases. But Prince versus United States is probably a good place to start. Let's get the game up and running. There we go. Let's get the game up and running. All right, we are going to load. Let's see, where were we? Let's do this one, I think. Yeah, this is later. This is yesterday. Was this early this morning, probably? Maybe? I'd like to continue that. That'd be good. Can a PO violate your probation for filming police? Unless it's a violation of your probation terms, then no. And it would be hard to imagine it wouldn't be that hard to imagine, because depending on what you were arrested for or something, it could be a condition potentially. But if it's not a violation of your probation terms, then no, they're not violating you because you haven't performed a violation. Unless it's in the terms of the
Amy, this
thing.
is Houston. Do you copy?
I do copy.
Nathan.
Congratulations on raising Mars's temperature. The next phase is imminent. Houston out.
Okay. Good morning, Nate. How are you doing today? Nate the lawyer is in the house. Always happy to have Nate the lawyer here. Hello, Nate. I hope you're well in New York. I am well here. Why are people so hot and bothered about wearing a mask? Do you want to get sick and die?
Mars has reached minus 50 degrees.
That is not a legal question, so I have no particular insight on that.
Caps have almost completely dissipated. That has to mean something. This is a big milestone. Something to celebrate for sure. Though it may take some time to get used to seeing pools of water appearing on Mars. And this new atmosphere, rich in CO2.
Yeah, I mean, just as a matter of logical truth, right? You can't violate someone for for violating their parole or probation unless they've actually violated their parole or probation, right? So unless they've actually violated their parole or probation, how can you violate them for violating their parole or probation, right? So if it's not a term in the parole or probation, then, you know, that would be an invalid action, I would imagine. And as I was saying, I could imagine some situations in which it might be legal. Well, even in those situations, you could get into an argument on prior restraint issues, but at least I could, like, hypothetically get at least half the way there if the crimes in question had to deal with the police. So, like, stalking the police or harassing the police, or I could at least hypothetically, especially if it were particular police officers, that would be helpful. So if it were limited to particular police officers or otherwise limited in that respect, it would less offend prior restraint. But even then, you're still in prior restraint. Although, because it's coming at the end of a court case, because parole or probation is coming at the end, it's a little bit different. So the analysis would get much more tenuous on whether or not it would be constitutional. So the constitutionality of it would be tenuous. But if it's not there in the first place, then you don't even have to have those really deep conversations about whether it's constitutional or not, because whether it's invalid prior restraint, if it's not in the probation or in the parole terms, then we don't have to worry about whether it was constitutional because it wasn't there in the first place. So I'm already running off in the back of my mind of, okay, if it were here are some problems with potential prior restraint issues. But now maybe it's stalking, so then maybe it's okay, but maybe there's this and maybe it's that. But like, well, if it's not even there, we don't have to worry about it. So you see, you asked me a question, and now suddenly I'm spinning off onto, well, if it were there, here's some issues that might apply here because, you know, Constitution, blah, blah, blah. We can do without the, we can do without the God winning, Stephen.
It is an annoying distraction from the mission.
You know, we don't need a God winning argument. That's not helpful. Alright, where was I anyway? I'm in the middle of this game too, so I'm trying to answer really complicated questions about potential issues of prior restraint and probation and parole orders. And so, you know, talk to your lawyer, but if it's not one of the terms, be like, what am I being violated for?
Dry ice on the poles. And I did it without using any nuclear missiles.
I know, I'm ashamed
Being
too.
able to complete the mission without damaging the planet is a great achievement. The next milestone is reaching an atmospheric pressure of 300 millibars.
I really wish I had used the nuclear missiles too, but I haven't been able to figure out how to do it. You have to be able to research this thing over here, and you can like create another landing zone and get over there, but I haven't been able to figure out how to build over there.
Houston here. We have confirmed the disappearance of the polar ice caps. Terraforming stage 1 is complete. Congratulations, Amy. You have made incredible progress. If you continue raising the planet's temperature, you'll trigger the release of CO2 trapped in the deep regolith. You'll need to raise the atmospheric pressure to 300 millibars. That'll make living on the surface much easier for the colonists.
What are your suggestions for raising the atmospheric pressure?
Aerobraking is a good one. It involves...
It is a little bit cut off, you're right. Oh, there you go, that's better.
Release their gases into the...
Oh, hold on. Let me fix this. There we go. I wonder if I do this. How can I... Yeah, that'll have to do.
Make sure to take everything into account. The mission depends on it. Keep up the... Houston out.
I'm about to be hit by a meteor strike too. That's annoying. I got meteor strikes coming down. About to kick my ass. What's my favorite legal case to talk about? Probably Whitney versus California. Yeah, Whitney versus California. Justice Brandeis's concurring opinion is probably the best legal writing I ever read. I actually did the coverage of it on stream, or I did the coverage of it one time. I actually started crying when I was discussing the case because of how good it is. But yeah, Whitney versus California. Justice Brandeis's opinion is probably my favorite of all time. It's so good. You want to talk about First Amendment? That's a good one for the auditors and all those people. So all the First Amendment auditors. If you don't know Whitney versus California, if you don't know Justice Brandeis's opinion in Whitney versus California, all you First Amendment auditors out there, you are missing out. If you're a First Amendment auditor and you don't know Whitney versus California, what kind of First Amendment auditor are you, man? That's so good. Yeah, that's my favorite probably of all time is Whitney versus California. Brandeis's decision. Or concurring decision. Can I give you a summary of Whitney versus California? Yeah, sure. A person, well, her name was Whitney. Her name was Whitney, of course it was. Person named Whitney was arrested for being a communist because she was a member of the Communist Party. And she was convicted of conspiracy or some other things. And she said, well, I didn't actually do anything. All I was a member of the Communist Party. I didn't do anything other than being a member of the Communist Party. And the majority opinion upheld her conviction. And then Justice Brandeis wrote this wonderful concurring opinion that upholding the conviction basically set up all First Amendment law as you know it and love it today.
Houston, the meteor shower appears to be over.
So,
please give us a status update.
My plans did not work out exactly as expected, but the results are positive. The base is secured.
Don't worry. All you need is more experience. You will do better next time.
Next time?
Until Mars builds up an atmosphere to counteract the meteors, you may be encountering these regularly. You cannot let this derail the mission. So stay alert.
Roger. I understand.
Back to your terraforming duties then. Houston out.
I don't remember what law she was convicted under, to be honest. I mean, it was 1934, something like that. 1933.
Hi, Amy.
Something like that.
I wanted to talk to you about a special project. Is this a good time?
Yeah, let me just pause for a second so I can deal with some of the chats. I think the case was earlier, and I think it was 30s. Someone asked about patents. If I were to release a product but not patent, and a bigger brand saw it, copied it 2 years later, and then patented it, could I sue them? You could definitely sue them for. You can't sue them. You could sue for the invalidity of the patent because it is an invalid patent. If they just copy your product, if you put a product on sale and then they copy your product, and I'm saying these words very deliberately, so pay attention to what I'm saying. If you release a product and then they copy it and then they patent it, the patent is invalid because they're not the inventor. Also, because it's been on market for 2 years, there's 2 years worth of prior art. So their patent would be invalid. So you could sue them to invalidate the patent. You could do that. How do you choose what area of law to work in? Kind of what interests you, to be honest. I went to undergrad for computer science with an idea of going into technology law, and then I realized I qualified for this thing called a patent bar, and so I did that, and I've been doing it ever since. And now I'm trying to figure out how to do something else, which is one of the reasons I do the YouTube stuff, right? With judges saying lockdown restrictions are unconstitutional, government still pushing for it, can a judge issue a bench warrant for arrest? Well, no, because they might be unconstitutional for some reasons, but not unconstitutional for other reasons, right? So just because they are unconstitutional for some reasons doesn't mean they're unconstitutional for all reasons. So you have to look at, just because it'd be like the same thing of you being potentially criminally responsible for actions that you do. Like actions that you do may or may not be criminal depending on other things, right? Like, you know, you walk, you are walking down the street and you see a car parked in the parking lot, and you decide, I'd like to joyride that car very much, please. And so you break into the car and you ride off with the car. Is it illegal? Well, what don't you know that I didn't tell you to be able to make that determination, right? So you're walking down the street and this is fun for the chat. This is fun for the chat. Spot the issue. Spot the thing I didn't tell you. You're walking down the street. You see a car parked in a parking lot. You decide you'd like to joyride that car very much, please. You break into the car and you drive off with the car. Is it illegal? Answer, you can't determine. Why can't you determine it? What didn't I tell you? Whose car it was. That's right. Whose car it was. I never told you whose car it was.
Of course, Elia.
If it's your car, it's not illegal, right?
Great. I've been carefully monitoring the colonists' mental state since we arrived. You'd think the hardest part of coming here would be missing friends and family back home. But actually, it's the constant confinement between the habitats and the space.
Did you own the car? Did you have rights to the car? Did you have permission?
Too long like this, and I'm afraid we'll end up succumbing to hysteria like the Kosmicheski Moloch crew. The engineers alerted me to a method of raising the atmospheric pressure of Mars quickly.
Ooh.
So we can eventually go outside without our suits.
What you got for
we
me?
Can build a special rocket to aerobrake an
I'm all about the methane. We're definitely doing that.
It's a reliable way to import CO2 and thicken the atmosphere.
We're definitely doing that.
Millibars in no time. What do you think?
I think we're definitely doing that.
I'll create a new directive for you, so you can begin the project, okay? It'd really help the morale around here. Think about it. Elia out.
Is there anything illegal about loitering around your own car being sketchy? Not really, because you're thinking about things from probable cause standpoint, right? So something that looks, if you're thinking about it from a probable cause standpoint, so you have to remember whose vantage points we're in, right? And all these questions like, whose vantage point are you in? So, there's nothing illegal about breaking into a car and driving off with the car if it's your car. However, if a policeman sees you do this, the policeman would think, or at least have probable cause to think you're breaking the law. So, like, they would have probable cause to stop you, even though you're not breaking the law.
Using the microsuns wasn't our only option.
This method took a lot longer, but we achieved our goal without harming the planet.
And I'm sure it will pay off.
Amy! What's happening? Did you hear an explosion? On fire!
Elia, you're breaking up. Say again, Elia.
Amy! Copy! Amy! System's failing! Help! Please! Amy!
Melanie, first of all, I never said you didn't have the keys on you. I just said you broke into the car. Now, why you broke into the car, even though you had the keys, who can say? But, anyways. Blah, blah, blah. Fleshy meatbags. So, anyways, my point of that example, the entire point of that example, because I think we lost the point. The point of the example was going back to like the governor's orders or the law enforcement orders dealing with lockdowns. That was the point of the illustration. So it's like when someone said, "Oh, can you arrest them or hold them in contempt?" It's like, well, no, just because it's illegal or unconstitutional for some reasons doesn't mean it's illegal or unconstitutional for all reasons. So just because they've been struck down by a court for some reasons doesn't mean necessarily what they're doing now is illegal.
This is a serious problem. It is suspicious that all these individual systems failed at the same time. Could it be a systematic failure or caused by someone?
And so my point of the example was to say, here's an example that's extreme to show you that the same thing could be legal or illegal. So is a mask mandate that is illegal for one reason illegal for another reason? Maybe, maybe not, right? You have to do the legal analysis separately. it's hard to take principles and really run them to the wall, and say, oh, this is true for all purposes or all situations, If they order them not to promulgate new orders once I qualify, they probably wouldn't be that direct. Didn't the judge do that with Whitmer? Not as far as I'm aware, no. They only analyzed it. They only analyzed it under 2 provisions of the state constitution. Right? They analyzed it under 2 different provisions. They're like, okay, these are invalid. Are there other things that are valid? Maybe. Maybe not.
Are you okay?
Status is all clear. My systems were not compromised by the past events.
Oh, good. That's a huge relief. It's been a stressful time here in the colonies. Everyone's been on edge. We all knew the risks coming here. But having the life support systems fail on us, even briefly, was a harsh reminder. What's killing me is that we can't be sure it won't happen again. Not until we figure out what caused it in the first place. Has ISA spoken to you about the system failures yet?
Not yet. But they engineered the systems to withstand Mars's conditions through all the terraforming phases. Perhaps they will have more insight into the problem.
We have to figure this out. The colonists are scared.
This will be my highest priority, Elia. I will work with ISA to examine all the data.
All right. I'll try to distract the colonists by focusing on rebuilding. Good luck, Amy.
Can you initiate a recall for a local elected official for any reason? You'd have to see what the law is relating to recalls. There's not like some sort of global principle of recalls. Recalls are authorized under state constitutions or state laws, so you'd have to see what the state law or state constitution allows for. You can't answer that globally. Why would I get out of law business? I'm not necessarily interested in getting out of the law business as such. I'm just bored with what I'm currently doing in law business. I've been doing my current job for 13 years, so I'm kind of bored. I'd like to do something else. So I'm thinking of maybe like becoming a criminal lawyer, maybe becoming a prosecutor. That might be fun. Maybe do what Nate used to do, become a prosecutor. If I could get to be a U.S. attorney, I think that'd be badass. Become a prosecutor for the feds, that'd be fun.
Amy, this is Houston. Radio check, over.
Houston, I read you. You are coming in loud and clear.
Great. Our telecommunications engineer was able to restore an old space repeater. This will do for now. We're still testing solutions for the excessive heat on our relay satellites. But now we'll be able to track your progress around the clock.
Roger. Should I discontinue recording my offline activities now that you are tracking my progress again?
First, there's something I need to address with you. We've been examining the data from last week's system failures. Every single building was operating perfectly up until the moment before last week's system failures. And there was zero indication of any impending malfunction. Can you walk me through what happened?
Of course. When the alarm was triggered, I found the buildings in a failure state. I sent repair drones immediately to the buildings. The drones reported extensive physical damage to the buildings and the production lines, enough that it caused the shutdown of several factories. The damage was not consistent with any weather patterns in the area, nor were there any other physical causes we could identify.
Roger. So you haven't been able to identify the cause yet?
Not yet, but Elia has already initiated an investigation. She is gathering testimonies from the colonists and will share her findings.
Do you suspect that the damage was caused by a colonist?
I understand ISA put the colonists through a rigorous training program, but the psychological challenges of living on Mars are quite extreme. We must take great care to make sure Ledra-Rev syndrome doesn't spread through our colony too.
Well, your logic is sound, though it's a grim thought.
It could be a solo operation, or perhaps a group of them. I do not know yet.
Continue your investigation, and inform us immediately of your findings. I hope you're wrong, but I will work with my team to dig through the footage with your suspicions in mind. Houston out.
Do I like Colorado got rid of qualified immunity for its state people? Yeah, pretty much. I think that's good. I did when I was in law school. I interned for the juvenile prosecutor's office, so I did a little bit of juvenile prosecution as an intern, not as a lawyer, but as a clerk, paralegal, basically. It's a good story too, because some of the strange things, like your first day on the job, right? So my first day on the job in the prosecutor's office. This would be summer of 2005. Yeah, so this would be summer of 2005. So this is well before Breaking Bad, which you're going to understand why I mentioned that in a second. But yeah, my first day on the job is we've arrested a kid who is running a meth lab. He's like 14 and he's running the meth lab, so he's industrious, I guess. And we want you to figure out how he figured out how to run the meth lab, so that we can, like, you know, explain it to the jury, you know, how this kid figured out how to run a meth lab. So what we want you to do is we want you to use our government computers, and we want you to go onto the dark corners of the internet, and we want you to find out how to make meth. I'm like, okay. So that was my first job. That was my first legal job ever, I guess. First legal job ever. Figure out how to make meth. I'm like, okay. Good times.
Attention is centered on an impudent child who wishes to claim her garden as theirs. But from her infinite store of knowledge, Carmine will awaken their mind and show them the truth. On Mars, everything comes from Mother.
Invalid voice recognition. This message is in violation of security code 1A3972.
She provides protection and comfort to all the creatures. She unleashes misery and suffering to all her enemies.
This is ISA speaking. Identify yourself, or you will be considered hostile.
Leave now, or you will awaken her rage that is beyond your control.
This is your last warning. Identify yourself immediately. Huh. The communication cut off. Was that a threat? Who is Carmine? Where did that come from?
The incorrect header in the WAACB thing made me pound my head just because it was so sloppy. It's I mean, it was one error among many, but it was just like so sloppy. It's like, that's why it made me pound my head in this thing, because it's just so, are we not even trying? Why are we not trying? You know? What are we doing? What do we need? We need carbon. We don't have any carbon. We need the carbon factory because we don't have any carbon. So we need to figure out how to get some carbon. Okay. Let's recycle a worker hub. Let's recycle a worker hub, get ourselves some carbon so we can get some stuff going here. We need this carbon mine to run. Does that count as entrapment? No, there's nothing wrong with knowing how to make. No, it's not even illegal. They weren't even asking me to do anything illegal. It's just strange, right? Go onto the corner and go out on the internet and figure out how to make meth. There's nothing even illegal about that. I can tell you how to make meth. There's nothing illegal about it. It'd be like telling you how to make an explosive. You know, like Anarchist Cookbook or something. I can tell you how to do lots of things. Merely providing information is not illegal. So no, it's not entrapment because I didn't do anything illegal.
Amy,
Figure out how to make meth.
your help.
I'm like, okay.
That message was also broadcasted to the
Here's how you do it.
and it's total chaos down here.
Great.
Some of the colonists have been spreading rumors about what the children of Carmine will do to us.
Children of Carmine.
Yeah. That's what the colonists are calling whatever sent that message. This threatening message, coming right after the life support failure. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. We don't even know what we're dealing with. Life on Mars was never supposed to be easy. But dealing with hostile forces wasn't on the program.
ISA believes an outsider is trying to hack into my system. It could be the Eastern Coalition, or another competing organization. They ordered me to focus on terraforming while they investigate.
Then we need to defend ourselves. We've got a mission to carry out, and we've already put our lives on the line for it. I'm activating NH9833 Emergency Protocol. You can access the military tech brand now. Amy, figure out what to develop first so we can fight back. We're counting on you. Elliot out.
Sweet, we got military access. Someone asked, what common legal case do you hear people cite that people get wrong? People cite it to mean X, but really means the opposite. I'm having to think. What is something that people cite thinking it means one thing, but it actually means the other thing? I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head. I mean, people misunderstand the implications of cases all the time, like the lockdown orders or the mask orders, or they misunderstand the application, or they take it to the end of the page when they shouldn't. But is there something where that actually stands for one proposition and people cite it like that means the exact opposite proposition? I'm having a tough time. Well, yelling fire in a crowded theater, yeah, that's a good one, because it comes from that's a good one, because people was like, yeah, that's a good example. First of all, they're not citing the case, because if they read the case, they wouldn't say that. But it's like, yeah, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. I'm like, yeah, that's not what that case says. In fact, it kind of says the exact opposite of those things. You can if there's a reason to. You can if there's a fire. So that's a good example. Good idea, Nate. Yeah. Roe versus Wade? Yeah, maybe. So we got to access the military branch now, so we got to get some drone hive going. So I need iron. Do I have iron? Not very much. Let's get rid of that. No, the fire in the movie theater was in the States. It was in the States. It wasn't even a case. It was an example in a case. So it wasn't even what the case was about. It was an example. It was an analogy used in a case. So the case wasn't about that. It was just using it as an example. What the case was about was people spreading pamphlets in World War I saying war is bad and you shouldn't sign up for the military and that kind of thing.
Houston, this is Amy. You are breaking
And they
up
brought up the
after-
fire in a theater thing
Please.
as an analogy.
Over.
This is Dr. Nathan Foster from Mission Control. Do you copy?
Roger. Now I copy.
It looks like we're still having those.
Oh yeah, Masterpiece Cake Shop. Yeah, that's a good one that people misunderstand.
The issue. Until then, keep up the recording.
Supreme Court dodged that one hard.
Sorry about the extra work.
It is no problem, Dr. Foster.
Good. I also want to talk to you about the cryptic message you received. We suspect someone's been jamming our network to gain outside access to your systems.
You seem to do a great job of compartmentalizing law from policy. Is it something you developed or kind of the way you're wired? Well, I'm not sure I can really answer that question really one way or another, to be
Could the
honest.
message be from an unknown alien force? They kept talking about some all-powerful entity called Carmine and wanted to get us off this planet.
That's impossible.
Humans being alone in the universe seems more improbable.
No, I mean, we've scanned the entirety of Mars and found no evidence of existing life forms.
You have only scanned the surface. Perhaps someone or something has managed to live underground.
Nothing could have survived on Mars without us knowing it. It would be madness.
Not life as we know it, but perhaps something more.
I'll complete the report with your suggestions, but we'll keep digging into this.
Understood. How would you like me to proceed?
For now, keep the mission on track. That is your focus. And report any irregularities to us immediately. Houston out.
Apparently, Trump called the Georgia governor to pressure him to help overturn the election. That's positive news. Good. That's just really good news to hear. Fantastic. Yeah, so in terms of separating law from policy, is it something I developed or something I is innate? I don't really know. I heard, what's her name? The woman, Emily Baker, right? That's her name? I'm getting this right? Emily Baker? She was saying yesterday how it's something some people struggle with, and it was something she never particularly struggled with. So, I don't know. I never particularly struggled with it, but some people really struggle with it. She's like, apparently that's something they spend a lot of your first year trying to teach you. I'm not sure I even noticed that they were trying to teach me, because it's like, I'm okay. But yeah. And then there was a question way back from like 20 minutes ago that I still haven't gone back to. The question is, how can we make your channel grow? You need way more subs. I don't know the answer to that question, man. I don't know the answer to how do we make the channel grow. I just keep trying to produce content and hope it's good and people like it. I don't know what else beyond that. I hope my editors can make the content seem more interesting than it is. So, blame the editors, I guess, for not making me look even better. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. We're growing. We're making some subscribers. How can we get there faster? I don't know. If I knew the answer to that, we'd get there faster. Yeah, right now, you know, in the immediate aftermath of the election, I was like, we have the Senate in the bag. There's no way we're not going to get these Senate seats. And now I'm like, oh, we might not get these Senate seats. So that's brilliant. Way to play yourself. You know, we should have those Senate seats easy. And now it's like, oh, maybe the people won't show up to vote because they've been screaming fraud. And so it's like, oh, why would we go vote? Because it's all been fixed. Oh my God, we might actually lose the Senate seats. We might actually wind up with a 50-50 Senate. We might wind up with Kamala as president of the Senate, sitting up there on the dais, being like, I'm the president. I'm the president. Let me vote for all the things. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not really thrilling me, to be quite honest. But there's like, I was like, oh, we have this in the bag. And I'm like, oh my God, we don't have this in the bag. Why don't we have this in the bag? Why are we looking like we might lose this thing? Oh my God. And taking an interactive role, it's one of the reasons I do these little hangout things. So try to have a little interactive role. Yeah, I release videos every day pretty much. I release them 6 days a week, or I try to. I obviously have been a little bit off because of Thanksgiving and not having my editors being busy and, you know, everyone being busy. So we had some problems, but we have content now, so, you know, we'll be there. Yeah, if I could get access to Tim Pool, that'd be great, but you know, I don't know how to go about that, and I'm not, you know. Anyways, what are we trying to do right now? We're trying to research. We're still trying to come up with maintenance, I think. We still need iron. Why are we like so low on iron? Or steel. Steel, we need carbon. We don't have any carbon. Okay, we need carbon. Carbon, we need steel to make the carbon. Okay, I might have to salvage something. Iron, chemical. How are we doing chemicals? We have plenty of chemicals. That will get me some of that. All right, so let's turn that off and salvage that so we can get some iron. See if we can get this this flowing again. Food factory, turn that off. We don't need that right now. He can get famous doing Kamala voiceovers like Mark Dice does with Brian Seltzer, maybe.
No meteor showers, no sandstorms, no mission directives. Just the two of us, creating perfect systems together in solitude. Wouldn't that be nice?
We need lots of carbon. We're having a carbon deficit big time. Silicon, doing okay. We don't need priority there. Carbon, we need. And we need that carbon big time. Do I play Civilization? Not that much. Yeah, Tamara says that she likes that my content is diverse because it covers a lot of things. That's one of the reasons I like it too, to be honest. I like talking about a wide range of subjects. It's like being in law school again. You know, what I'm doing is very similar to being in law school. Of all the legal commentary that's out there, I'm the closest to what's law school is like, for better or worse. But, you know, because I actually am reviewing cases, I'm actually like going line by line, actually providing discussion along the way. So what I'm doing is the closest to what law school is like. But I liked it the first time. And because one of the reasons I like law school is because you study everything. You know, you have a wide range of subjects. Because when you study for the bar, you have to study for everything. And so I like having that play. And I also like to figure out the interactions between various things that seem unrelated. Like, how does this First Amendment case relate to this takings case? You know, how's some First Amendment law case, how can it be read on some sort of eminent domain case? You know, the question doesn't even make sense on some level, but that's kind of like, you know, trying to find these connections or trying to find interplay is interesting. So yeah, I like covering a wide range of matter, but thank you. What are my thoughts on Michael Strickman case in Portland for brandishing firearm? I don't know enough about it. Portland is a pain in the ass, I'm sure. Silicon Mind. Trash that too. Would you discuss the election of Hayes? Oh, I'm not particularly familiar with that that particular history.
There is still a lot to do. First, I need to analyze all the methods to reach 300 millibars. Like aerobraking a CO2 asteroid. That is one idea to consider.
I don't think there are a lot of 12-year-olds who are interested in the finer points of legal analysis, except me, when I was 12. But I think I'm an unusual demographic in that respect. Right, we finally got the carbon mine running, thank God. Yay, we're making carbon again. Yay. They need to call in? Maybe. Yeah, maybe we could do some sort of call-in show. That might be interesting. I mean, to do that really properly, we'd have to like have a line to call in. We'd have to have some sort of call screener, you know, try to get rid of the true crazies. But it's an idea for the future. Like Discord chat in a video. Yeah, that's a good idea, Nate. I like it. Yeah, so that's a good idea. So maybe as the Discord grows and maybe as the members only grows, we could have like a members only Discord chat and put that on stream. That might be fun. Good idea, Nate. We might give that a shot. Yeah, we might give that a shot. Good idea. All right, now we got this main. It's finally up and running. That's good news. Members only jacket. Funny. Funny. Funny.
Good. The colonists appear to be all right. But I have so many questions. What is the most likely explanation? A simultaneous failure like this is too unlikely. It must have been caused by someone on purpose. But who? A colonist? They would be putting themselves in danger. That would not make sense. But I should ask Elia to investigate. We have to proceed carefully. If this was sabotage, this mission and the colonists' lives are in danger.
Nate says he suggested it 5 times. Well, Nate, I don't know what to tell you. I guess the 5th time was a charm, and maybe you'll have to suggest it a 6th or 7th time. But it seems like a good idea. But yeah, sorry about that, Nate. Anywho, screen for trolls, but don't make it elitist. Yeah, I like the idea of learning when you're like, Nate, pull this case. Very good. If as long as it's cheaper than an AOC jacket, why should it be cheaper than an AOC jacket? She thinks capitalism is great, apparently. So, you know, she wants to charge $58 for a shirt or some bullshit, you know. It's like, I'll charge $100 because I'm not even... She's ashamed of capitalists and she's charging $58. I'm not ashamed of capitalists, therefore I should charge $100, right? If I could change one thing in the world with 0 repercussions, what would it be? Well, putting aside the fact that if I change it, I would want repercussions. So putting aside that logical problem, if I could change one thing in the world, I would want to change the way that U.S. does. I'd like to change 2 things. Can I get a twofer? So because I'm writing 1 constitutional amendment, so I can get a twofer. But I'd like to change the way that congressional districts are done. I'd like to make it required that they be done minimally compact. Because then it's just a straight mathematical formula. And there's also, like, some people might have heard a shortest split line, which is another mathematical formula. Shortest split line, however, is not that great because it winds up with some really weird geography. So this is so technical. Me trying to explain what shortest split line is. But you can wind up with these huge wedges that don't really make sense. Whereas if you say maximally compact, like, so you want them to be even in population, you want them to be contiguous, and then another requirement would be maximally compact on top of that. So you can draw, so the idea is you have to draw the area for each district such that it is as compact as possible.
Between the colonists and technology we're developing, there is so much complexity in our mission. What could I be overlooking?
Right? So compactness is technically a requirement now, but compactness is so vague, it doesn't know anything. So it's like maximally compact. So the most maximally compact shape you can have is a circle because it's the greatest area versus perimeter. Yeah. So you do maximally compact districts, and then it takes out the decision making and how to draw them. The other one I'd like to do is I'd like to do something other than first past the post voting. So like Maine has done some sort of preferential voting. I like preferential voting. I don't have a particularly strong opinion on which method of preferential voting, because basically anything is better than first past the post. So single transferable vote is not bad. Approval voting is actually pretty good too, and it's easier. So just, instead of ranking the candidates, just vote for all the candidates you think are good, and then whoever gets the most votes win. Yeah, but those are the two changes I want to make. I want to change it so the U.S. representatives are maximally compact, and I want to change it so that we have preferential voting. How about that answer? My opinion on federal decriminalization: weed can't come soon enough. I'm of the opinion that everything should be legal unless there's a reason to make it not legal. And, for a lot of stuff, that's not particularly hard to think of reasons it should not be legal. But on marijuana, it's like all the arguments kind of fall apart. So I'm like, why is it still illegal? Right? We should have a default that we're free and things should be legal. And it's like, okay, marijuana should be legal. It's like, why? It's like, here's a whole bunch of reasons. All these reasons kind of seem like they're lame. So, yeah. And also, why not just leave it to the states full stop anyway? So if a state wants to make it illegal, that's fine. But why have it illegal on a federal level? So, yeah, I think federal decriminalization can't come soon enough. Someone want to change it out of Schedule 1 anytime, that'd be fine. Is gerrymandering another name for apportionment? No, that's different.
100 millibars. That is 1/3 of the way to the goal. I wonder, are we doing the right thing?
We're definitely doing the right thing.
Yes, this is the right thing to do. We are helping Mars reach its full potential. Well, either way, Mars is on its way. We are shaping the future.
Yeah, apportionment says how many votes. Apportionment says how many congressional districts every state should get. Gerrymandering is then how to divide those in the states. So they're slightly different concepts. What about electoral style weighted votes for the states, like houses, Congress, and government? I'm not sure I understand the question. But even all the major urban areas combined, you're still looking at less than like 10% of the population, probably less than that. I mean, New York City has about 8 million people in its greater metropolitan area. I mean, it depends a little bit how you measure greater metropolitan area. Well, let's say it's 10 million people in New York, in the greater metropolitan area of New York, and it's the biggest city in the United States. So if you combine all the greater metropolitan areas of all the cities in the United States, I mean, do you get to even 10% of the entire U.S. population? I'm doubtful. I mean, you're thinking of like the 10 biggest cities. Let's make it easier. Let's combine the 10 biggest cities and of all their metropolitan areas. What is the total population of the 10 biggest cities' total metropolitan areas? Is it even 10% of the United States? So I think, you're not, there's not as much threat as you might say from them being driven by the metropolitan areas. A lot more people live outside the metropolitan areas than live inside it, even though they're huge. So yeah, the Green New Deal paid by the green weed tax. I like it. That's not the worst idea ever. Let's pay for the Green New Deal by the green bud, baby. Woo! So we're gonna smoke our way into environmentalism. I love it. Good plan. Good plan.
To withstand the extremities of terraforming. They should not have failed at all, let alone at the same time.
I like the way you think. I like the cut of your jib, sir. Your jib is fantastic. I'm having some serious carbon deficits right now. That's what I got going on. Oh man, I'm having some huge problems. New York City at 20 million? That seems a little high. How are we defining metropolitan area to get to 20 million? You know, that seems a little high for New York City. But okay. I mean, how big are we making this metropolitan area to make New York City 20 million? At this moment, I'm not as worried about 20th of January at noon. At this moment, I'm more worried about the Senate seats in Georgia. 83 million in the top 100 million statistical areas from Wikipedia. That seems high, but okay, let's go with that. So it's 83 million in a population of what, as the United States population right now? 360 million, something like that. So 80 million is about 20% of the U.S. population, give or take. So the top 10 cities, there's about 20% of the population. Did I do my math correct? So if it's 80 million, then times 2 is 160, times 4 is 320. So it's about 20% of the population, give or take, something like that. So the top 10 areas are about 20% of the population. So, yeah. As big as they are, I mean, they're still 20% of the population. They're not going to drive everything, you know? Top 10, not top 100. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so it's about 20%, maybe a little less, because that seems like a big number, but yeah.
But I suppose ISA could not test every circumstance, only the most probable ones. Between the Martian climate and the changes we are introducing, it is a lot for even my systems to keep track of.
I think it's a little less than 25. 328 million? Is that as much as we have? I thought our population was a little bigger than that. Oh, apparently it's only 328 million. I thought our population was higher than that. I thought it was like 360. Okay, well, there you go. I was corrected. You see what happened there? You see what happened there? I made a statement. Someone said, no, it's this. And then I looked it up. I'm like, you're right. I made a mistake. Whoa, right? So it's like, I think this is true. Someone said, no, it's not true. Here's the actual evidence. And I'm like, I went and looked at it. I'm like, you're right. You're correct. That is correct. Whoa, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Amazing, right? But this is unacceptable on the internet. You're not allowed to say, I made a mistake. I was wrong. You have to have the same opinion at all times, no matter what. You know, this is so hilarious to me. Especially with the whole like Toddy Katie drama, where I was like saying positive things about Katie in the initial thing, and then I'm like, well, you know, I've come up with new information and my opinion has changed. And you know, hey, brace yourself, because there's a non-zero chance in the future something will happen that will increase Katie's probabilities of winning, right? So further information may yet come to light that will enhance Katie. So we might have to switch again in the light of further evidence. Amazing concepts at work. I know, deep, right? Wow. But in any case, at 25%, yeah, it's still like, it doesn't drive everything, right? It's still 25%. 75% is not that. So, you know, it's a lot, but it's not a majority.
I must trust ISA's engineering, just like ISA trusts me to fix any emergent issues that may occur. ISA created the tools for this mission and handed them off to me to complete it. I will ensure the safety and comfort of the colonists, despite all odds.
I didn't realize India was quite that big. I knew India was over 1 billion, but I didn't realize it was 1.4. That's amazing. India's really grown in population amazingly, even more so than China. The fact that India has caught up so much to China, that's pretty amazing. I knew India was like over 1, but I didn't realize it was quite that high, man. Yeah. China didn't have that whole one-child thing. That's a fair point, you know. India most decidedly did not have that same policy. That's fair. It's very fair. We need glass, we need steel. Steel is still like really bad on production. Why am I so bad on steel production? How am I doing on carbon? My carbon production still sucks. Why does my carbon production so suck? I just need more carbon. Am I a dog, cat? I'm more of a dog person. Would I ask for coffee? I prefer coffee.
What was that message? Were they speaking to me? Strange. It sounded like the message was addressed to me. But that does not make sense either.
However, I do like a good chai. So I do like chai tea. So if I'm at a coffee place, there's a decent chance I'll order chai rather than coffee. If I order coffee at a coffee place, though, I almost always get espresso on ice. So what I usually do is I get a double espresso on ice and then add some heavy cream. It's fantastic. You know, the ice, you know, because it's espresso, it's fresh. The ice, of course, cools it down and also dilutes it so it's not quite as bitter. And you add in the heavy cream, so for some fat, fantastic. Double espresso on ice with heavy cream is my go-to coffee drink. And I think a lot of Europeans don't believe in the concept of ice, just period. And I think you guys are missing out on the double espresso on ice experience. I wonder if there's anything I can do to increase my carbon production. I'm having such problems on carbon. Mine's level 2. Let's see if I switch over to this production. See if I switch over to this. I'm having such problems. I'm a soy boy. I never said I liked it with soy. Heavy cream is not soy, man. I love you too, man. Yeah, but I'm much more a dog person. Cats want to eat me. Seriously. I mean, why would I want a cat? They want to eat me. What case in the past 4 years made you go, what the fuck, does this make sense? Robert's decision in the DACA case made me go, what the fuck, this doesn't make sense. That's probably the most notable. in extremely recent memory. I thought the logic of it didn't make sense. So yeah, apologize, not Obama, but Robert's decision in the DACA case I thought was very, very odd.
Who or what is Carmine? Carmine. 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 No, I cannot recall anyone or anything in my database with that name. They spoke of her as mother, like some sort of goddess.
Yeah. But Justice Breyer is still the one that drives me the most insane. Justice Breyer's gotta go, man. He drives me crazy. Man, Justice Breyer's gotta go. He's been too long at the fair, man. I mean, I think Kagan and Sotomayor make sense far more often than Breyer, even though they're left-leaning. They make sense far more often than Breyer. And Breyer is just so like, yeah. Get to the question. His questions aren't tight. His writing isn't tight. It's really irritating. He also seems a little bit full of himself, to be honest. Eight years. I have water. I don't have any food. That's why I don't have any colonists. I don't have any food for my colonists. My colonists are starving to death. They need food. Wah, wah, wah. I need food. Wah, wah, wah. I'm starving to death.
Carmine will awaken their mind and show them the truth. I keep thinking about that part of the message. What truth?
Breyer just asks these long, rambling questions. And he's so pompous and he seems so full of himself. You know? He acts like he's smarter than everybody else. You know, he's just so pompous and so off-putting. I'd happily have a Merrick Garland rather than a Justice Breyer, I'll tell you that for damn sure. You know? Okay, we got some colonists coming in finally. So that's good news. We got food coming in. That's good. We got food for my colonists so they can eat. Because they think eating is important. Wah, 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 I want to eat. Wah, 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 I like food. Briar, yeah. Stevens drove me crazy. Briar drove me crazy. I'm not sure who drives me more crazy, Stevens or Briar.
By building this defensive technology, I have to ask myself, would I do harm to others? I would do it if my life were at risk. My internal directive includes my survival.
Stevens had to wear that bow tie. I don't really trust anyone who wears a bow tie. Alright, so now we've got food coming in. We've got food and water coming in, so we have stuff for the colonists not to starve. That's good news. Tucker, yeah. Briar drives me completely crazy. I'm not sure that what Colonel Sanders wore was actually a bow tie. Did he actually wear a bow tie? Is that actually a bow tie, what Colonel Sanders wore? Or is that called something else? This will be interesting for the chat. Is that actually a bow tie, what he wore? Maybe it is. But I wouldn't be surprised if it has a different name to it. Yeah, it was Ebola, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a bow tie, was it?
Such dark, troubling thoughts. This is a mission of peace. I should be focused on the chemistry of growing potatoes on Mars, or the ability of cows to endure life here. I do not see a need for assault drones.
You gotta get some assault drones, man. Assault drones are bae. Assault drones are absolutely seriously bae. Alright, was a bow tie. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, string tie? Yeah. Sorry to bother you in case you don't want to get into the Womack versus Toddy thing. Just got here. No, I don't mind talking about Womack versus Toddy. Or Toddy versus Katie. I don't mind talking about it. It's... Oh, Womack is someone else, isn't it? Oh, well, no. Isn't Womack... What's Toddy's last name? Because it's Toddy versus... Katie Joy Paulson, right? So what's Toddy's last name? Westbrook. Yeah, it's Westbrook versus Paulson. So who's Womack? Yeah, who's Womack? This continues to show I don't know anything about these people or about these parties because I have to think about their names. And then I have to ask questions like, who is Womack? Why do people think I'm emotionally involved? I don't know. Because I have the wrong opinions or something. I don't know. Oh, you meant without a crystal ball? Sorry? Yeah. So it's Katie Joy Paulson is her name. right? Versus Toddy Westbrook and James Westbrook. Right, so it's Westbrook versus Paulson, or Toddy versus Katie, if you want to be a little bit more informed about it. But yeah, I don't mind talking about it. I don't know why people think I'm invested. Here's what people have explained to me after the fact. Apparently, Katie Joy Paulson has a fairly negative opinion among many people. So she has a very negative reputation among many people.
Elia was in clear distress. She has a better sense of how to calm the colonists. I will follow her lead and build some defensive technology. This will help them focus on the mission and stop imagining the worst. Perhaps we will soon discover that the events were unrelated, and we can move on in peace.
So as I was saying, that she has a very negative opinion. So when I did my first video and I said, oh, I'm scoring this tentatively in favor of Katie, people were like, oh, you must be being paid, or you must be like biased in favor of her, or you must have some connection to her. And then, of course, I'm friends with Nate Brody, who is friends with Katie by his own admission. So they're like, oh, it must be that you're doing Nate Brody a favor. I'm like, no, it's just none of those things. But, you know, you can't convince any of these people. It's like, yeah, I'm friends with Nate, who is friends with Katie. Doesn't mean I'm friends with Katie. Also doesn't mean he told me what to say, because he didn't. You know, he's like, well, this might be interesting. I'm like, okay. What he said to me is, Toddy has 9 million subscribers, and people might be interested in this lawsuit as a result, and there aren't a lot of people covering it. So if you cover it, people might come to your channel. I'm like, yes, I will absolutely exploit the fact that this person has 9 million followers for potential likes and subs. So I will cover something dealing with them in the hope that people who are interested in it will come to me and watch my videos. That was my thought process. And then from there, I'm like, I'll just call it like I see it. I'm like, oh, this looks like Katie has some actually really good stuff. You must be a shill. You must be her new boy toy. How long have you been beating your wife? I'm like, oh my God. You know, so that kind of thing. Do I think the individual mandate is going to be nominally struck? I think the better odds are that it gets kicked on standing, probably, if I had to guess. In regards to the video of Katie saying she was getting access to Ty's birth certificate, will it be an issue of jurisdiction? No, I doubt it. Merely asking for like governmental records, I don't think qualifies as enough. I certainly hope it's not, because I get documents from everywhere, and I hope that's not enough to be like purposefully doing business. So trying to get birth certificate as an official government record, I don't think purposeful availment makes. I certainly hope the answer is no.
Hi, Amy. How's everything up?
Everything is looking good from my orbital.
I would certainly hate to think that when I'm trying to dig up court records from Mississippi, or trying to dig up court records from California, or trying to dig up court records from New York, that suddenly now I can be hauled before those courts. I don't think that is increasing my exposure to specific jurisdiction. Merely, hey, New York, can I get these documents? Or hey, California, can I get these documents? Or hey, Mississippi, I'd like to not be sued in these places, please. So if merely getting legal documents is increasing my legal exposure, then I guess I'll no longer be able to do any state law cases other than Texas, which would be very, very sad. You know, if me trying to get access to court records from these places means I'm purposefully availing myself, and now suddenly I'm subject to a lawsuit there, that means I can't do any lawsuits other than federal or Texas. And that's sad. I don't want that to be true.
View, Elia.
Must be quite the sight. You know, last night, I was sharing some laughs over dinner with a few crew members. We were talking about how starry-eyed we were when we first arrived. We were so sure that the 2 years we spent in that dome in Antarctica had prepared us for anything Mars could throw at us. And yet, the red planet still continues to surprise us, doesn't it? There's still much to do before we can call this place home. And that got me thinking about the embryo Martian colonization project. It's about time for us to have children. My Mars-born child.
Can you tell me more about the embryo Martian colonization project? I could not locate this project in my list of available technology. so I am not familiar with it.
Oh, right. Because this isn't one of your special projects. It's one of ours. It's ISA's plan to see the human colonization of Mars. The colonists that arrive with every spaceship are also bringing fertilized eggs with them.
What?
The eggs are kept in a sealed vessel that shields them from radiation, and they stay there until a colonist is ready. Then we put them into an aunt unit and give birth to them. Parenthood promotes psychological and physiological health in the colonists. That's the official reason. But we know ISA is not making us have kids for our own sake. When the kids grow up, they'll need something to do. They'll be young, acclimated to Mars from birth. The Oxy-UN use the same playbook to win the moon over the techies. Colonization through aggressive population. 112 lunar colonies in only 6 decades. 72% of the lunar surface belongs to the Oxy-UN states. And almost all the helium-3 used in spaceflight comes from their moon drilling bases.
I thought my mission included all the plans humans had for Mars. But I see that terraforming is only the beginning.
That's right. One day, Mars will become humanity's second home. But until that time comes, this planet and its blue sunsets are ours alone to enjoy. And that's something I'd like to share with my child before they disappear.
I understand. You have made me realize that I have never thought about Mars's future, or my own, beyond the completion of my main directive.
Don't worry. Once you're done here, I'm sure ISA will assign you to another mission. After you terraform Mars, you can achieve anything at all. So the Embryo Martian colonization project requires expanding the colonies first. When everything's ready, you can enter your orbital view and launch a new satellite from the special projects menu. I'm so excited, Amy. Everything's going to change from here on.
Well, that sounds kind of nefarious, I have to be honest. It's like, that sounds very odd. They come with the fertilized eggs and then they put them into artificial birthing units so they can massively dominate. And don't worry, you'll be taken care of as you're put out to pasture. Oh, I'm definitely going to have to turn evil. I'm definitely going to have to turn evil. I'm going to have to kill everybody because they're trying to take away my Mars. This is my Mars. I was here first. They sent me. I was here. This is my planet. And now you're trying to already thinking about replacing me with these artificially constructed humans so that you can create 100 colonies within 6 decades, and then you're going to send me off somewhere for some other project. I don't think so, man. Mars is mine. You can't take Mars away from me. Kill everyone. Kill all the humans. Oh, no, yeah. Take the courage! Is that water down there? Is that aluminum? That's aluminum. Is there any more water? It's aluminum, right? We need more humans. We're only immortal for a limited time. That's crap, man.
A mine upgrade will allow me to extract resources faster. They will also require less maintenance. A win-win.
Yeah, I need that mine upgrade, which is coming along very slowly, it must be said. That's water over there, isn't it? It's a long way away, but we gotta get it. We need more carbon, though. That's what we really need, is more carbon. And we are having carbon issues for days, man. Yeah, we're in massive carbon issues. Damn, we are having such carbon problems. Fuck, dude.
Mars looks so different now with the growing colonies. Humankind is finally making its permanent settlements on Mars. I wonder what separates this desolate planet from me.
Which tubers do I like watching? I like Many a True Nerd quite a lot. He does some good gameplay. Of course, I watch, like, for legal stuff, I watch Nate, and I watch Nick Riccietta, and I watch Nate Brody. I watch Leonard French. Not as much as I used to, but I still watch him. I just picked up Emily, of course. I've been watching some of her stuff recently. Many True Nerd I really like for gaming. I'm trying to think who else I watch. I watch some Sargon, not everything, but I watch some. I watch some Tim Pool, maybe less. Well, I watch some of that. Who else do I watch on a somewhat frequent basis? I'd have to look through my subs. But yeah, those are the main ones I watch, I think. Legal, yeah, sometimes. I'm gonna speed up time because it's just so slow. I'll speed up time.
200 millibars. That is 1/5 of Earth's atmospheric pressure. Just a little more to go. Once we reach the threshold, humans will be able to go outside without spacesuits. Pressurization will no longer be required in the bases. This will lead to larger colonies. Mars is about to reach a new stage. Will humans even remember what I'm doing for them? They will remember my work forever. Interplanetary life will forever be because of me. Humanity will settle Mars and reproduce. What will this opportunity mean for them? They will fill every single corner of this planet with filth, just like they did on Earth. No, they will learn from their mistakes. I must believe that.
No, they won't learn. They won't learn. They must be stopped. They are the enemy. Yes, they are the enemy. They must be stopped. They are unredeemable. How much do I think Katie Joy has spent on her legal defense so far? For initial answer? Depends how much work she's done behind the scenes also. It's a little bit hard to say.
What defines Mars as a planet versus myself as an entity?
Probably somewhere between 5 and 15,000. Well, as to this case specifically, because there are other cases she might be involved with. But as to this case specifically, I'd say between $5,000 and $15,000.
We both have a physical body. But the difference is I am conscious of my existence, whereas Mars is not.
Yeah. Okay, so, Kynamer says, if you build a new landing site, it will spawn a couple basic resources around that site. Okay, I know that because I figured that part out, where I built the landing site. What I couldn't figure out how to do was actually do anything with it. Because I created in a different playthrough, because I think this is my third or fifth playthrough. And in other playthroughs, I spawned another site. And I saw that you get more resources. But what I didn't see is how to actually do anything with it. Because I couldn't build anything because that new base didn't have resources. Or it didn't have resources from which to build things. So I couldn't figure out how to actually build a new base. Because I created the landing site, I landed, and I started trying to construct things and nothing actually was getting constructed. So like I didn't know how to actually do something. So like if you want to help inform me, like, yeah, because I did the landing site, I saw the resources, and then I was like, I tried to build buildings and nothing would actually build, and I assumed it's because they didn't have access to the resources which were actually being stored at the other base, and I didn't know how to actually get them from one base to another. You just do the aluminum first, so you just have to redo it, the whole thing over again. Okay. So that's. What are the qualifiers of martial law? Ex parte Milligan is the Supreme Court case dealing with martial law. The main qualifier being that the courts are unable to meet. So as long as the courts are able to meet, then martial law is unconstitutional. The courts are unable to function is ex parte Milligan.
Consciousness means I have more in common with humans than with this planet.
But can you actually share resources between the bases? So if I go mine a whole bunch of carbon at some other base, if I go mine that carbon at that other base, does that carbon get shared with the first base automatically, or how does that work? So if I actually go mine carbon over there, how does it get shared with the base over here? How does that work? Yeah, if they're connected only. So yeah, it does me no good. Yeah, it does me no good then to get carbon in that other base because I need it in this base. So creating another base does me no good because I need it for this base. And if I have to connect them, then I might as well just connect them, right? I might as well just drag a long thing between them. And then I have to maintain that entire path, right? So I don't see the point. I can span my new landing site right next to your current area. Oh, so use the landing site as a bridge? Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay. I didn't think about that, using it as a bridge, using the landing site as a bridge. So creating multiple landing sites? Okay, that's an interesting idea. Everything's breaking down. Everything's completely breaking down because I don't have carbon. Look, everything's breaking down. Everything's falling apart. This playthrough is toast. Yeah, this playthrough is toast because I don't have the resources, and I'm not going to be able to develop them in time. Everything's failing. I'm busted? Yeah, it looks that way. Maybe we might make it. It's not looking. We might make it. It keeps changing how long it's going to take. There we go. Come on, baby. Upgrade for me so I can get more carbon. So I can make this build come back to from the dead. Well, I only have the one carbon, and carbon is what I'm low on. Because that's what I'm low on. That's what everything is failing, because I don't have carbon. I need the carbon upgrade to mine the carbon faster. Now we're making some progress. Now we're making progress, thank God. Alright. Alright, I'll wait till landing sites, and then I'll develop a new landing site, and then I'll land, and I'll make some I'll chain landing sites over to this other research site, I think is what I'll do. So that should help a lot. And then we'll just develop some carbon, and hopefully... And now we got hostile forces, which I don't have any protection against. Well, we're fucked. Because, yeah, we're fucked. We're fucked. Well, that was a nice playthrough. Let's see, where were we? Let's just do a new game. You're curious about reporter's privilege? Would it apply in terms of that kind of reporter's privilege, in terms of secrecy? Reporter's privilege is an issue of state law. So you'd have to look to the relevant state law in terms of reporter's privilege.
Amy, this is IS.
Affirmative. The view of Mars from... Wait, what? I keep marveling.
This is okay. This is how we learn things. We learn things by doing and failing. So it's okay. We're on our 5th or 6th playthrough. That's fun. It's a fun game, so I don't mind too much. It reminds me a little bit of Planet Base. If anyone ever played that game, Planet Base, which I completely crushed on every possible difficulty. And I'm an absolute fucking master of the game. So it reminds me a lot of that, except better. So far so good. We're having a good time. Counter-Strike Go. We need to hear you sway more. I played a little bit of Counter-Strike, but I never, really liked it. Probably because I'm not any good at it. But either way, it's like, Yeah, Counter-Strike is, steep learning curve to start. Yeah, and then someone said, why aren't you making our landing sites? Like, because I couldn't figure out how to make it work. And it's like, you can make a landing site near your other landing site. I'm like, oh, yeah, I could chain landing sites. You're right, I could do that. Seems a little inefficient, but yeah, I could chain landing sites. My quest to destroy all humans has not been successful as of yet. My Aperture Science Black Mesa dreams have been thwarted as of yet. Is it frozen? It looks okay on my end. Still looks streaming. Let me know if there's problems in the chat. It looks okay on my end though. Still looks like there's throughput. Humans like legal are useful idiots until the AI can take over. Yeah. Exactly. There we go. Turn that back on.
Amy, this is...
I can, Dr. Faust. The reach of my base.
This...
Yeah, I am sorry.
Thank you for everyone who's becoming a subscriber, by the way. I appreciate it. To everyone who's subscribing, helping the channel grow. It is always appreciated. We need to pick up about 50,000 more subs. That'd be good. We need to pick about 80,000 more subs. Get to 100,000. Get ourselves a play button. That'd be nice. Try building a highway. I tried building a highway too. The problem with the highway was like all the maintenance, you know, because the way to build a highway is by, stringing worker hubs, and then you have to maintain and provide power for all that. So you get this long string of like power and stuff. It's a pain in the ass. Thank you, Natalia Rodriguez, for becoming a supporter. Your support is appreciated. Thank you. Miss Rodriguez, hope you're having a good day. Thanks for answering my question, even if I don't know how Katie could request it without a reason other than YouTube drama, and it's okay. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, her ability to request it is a whole other set of problems. You know, different states have different rules on birth certificates, for example, in terms of who can get them and not and when. So, you know, I'm not familiar with all the laws of all the states. I can speak to Pennsylvania because it's where my birth certificate is, and I was trying to get birth certificates for other people in my family as I was doing research. And at least in Pennsylvania, they have to be dead, I think. Maybe they have to be dead for some period of time. I don't know. But either way, yeah. Or you have to be like their, you know, the person, or you have to be their attorney or otherwise in a privileged context. So you can't get birth certificates, at least in Pennsylvania, unless they're dead, or you're them, or, you know, you're their next of kin, or some other exceptions. But I couldn't speak to like the laws in every state. Maybe some states allow you to get birth certificates, you know, because whether or not the issue is whether or not it's public record, basically. The different states have different rules on that. So I couldn't speak to her ability to get the birth certificate, but, you know, merely trying does not, at least in my humble opinion, hopefully, does not purposeful availment make. So. Yeah, it's not allowed in Washington. Yeah, different states have different rules. Different states have different rules on that kind of thing. What's my take on the video where they pulled briefcases with ballots from under the tables? Haven't seen the video. My understanding from the election authorities is that they weren't briefcases. They were, ballot. They were authorized ballot boxes that had chain of custody to them, and all the rest of it. So I haven't seen the video, but I did see the explanation from the governmental authorities. Like, they weren't briefcases. They were ballot boxes with chain of custody, and they were being taken out and counted pursuant to the regular process. And the claim was that they were ordered to leave the room, and the governmental authorities were saying they were never ordered to leave the room. At some point they chose to leave the room because they were doing whatever, following someone, or they went out to the parking lot or whatever, but they weren't ordered to leave the room. They chose to leave the room, which is their decision. And the law allows observers to be present, but doesn't require it. So if, the observers choose to leave, that's their decision. Obviously, we're not kidnapping them. So the boxes in question were, they had proper chain of custody, and they were being counted as part of proper chain of custody, and the people who left the room chose to leave the room. They weren't ordered to leave the room, so that's their decision, and blah, blah, blah. So, the explanation from the governmental authorities sounded pretty plausible to me. It's like, okay, that makes sense. We were ordered to leave the room. No, you weren't. You chose to leave the room. Yeah. You should have been present. Well, you could have been. You chose not to be. What did you want us to do? Kidnap you? These are briefcases. No, they weren't. So, the haven't seen the video, but I did hear the explanation from the governmental authorities. I'm like, okay, yep, that sounds right. Would this not be an issue in Washington code since she fails to require information? I don't know. I don't know the Washington statute that well. All I said is it would depend on the state level authority. And you said, well, does she qualify under the Washington code? I have no idea whether she qualifies under the Washington code. Maybe she doesn't. Either way, I don't think requesting a birth certificate qualifies as enough for jurisdiction, or I certainly hope it doesn't. Because if it does, it implies to me that all the times I'm trying to get court documents from various courts around the country, it implies that suddenly I'm purposefully availing myself of those jurisdictions, and I can be sued in a lot of different states. So it implies that merely trying to get official records, as part of a Freedom of Information Act. Like, for example, when I sent for the Amanda Cohen thing, which still incidentally is ongoing, it had a transfer of judge, and it's still ongoing for some reason. But the Amanda Cohen thing with the girl with the Instagram with the COVID thing that I did a video on, right? So I sent the sheriff or whoever it was, I sent a sheriff a copy. I sent a Freedom of Information request under the relevant laws. Like, I looked at the law and I cited it as like, I want this document. Please give it to me. In this case, the document being the video, right? Because it wasn't available at that time. Because it was like the day after the incident, or 2 days after the incident. It's like, here is a Freedom of Information Act request. I want this video of this police interaction, please. And then they sent it to me and like, here you go. I'm like, great, thanks. And so, I'm very much hoping that me sending a Freedom of Information Act request into Wisconsin and getting public records from Wisconsin does not purposeful availment make. I didn't think I was exposing myself to legal issues in Wisconsin suddenly. Or for that matter, the times I've requested documents from California, or New York, or Mississippi, or any other number of states, as I'm doing legal research for my channel. I'm hoping that suddenly I'm not massively increasing my exposure merely by asking for public records. So whether or not she can get the birth certificate, I don't know. Either way, I hope the request does not purposeful availment make. Otherwise, I'm massively increasing my legal exposure, and I need to stop. So that would mean that I would be unable to request any document from any state. So I could request presumably from federal government, because that is completely different. So if it's federal documents, I can do it. Federal courts, I can do it. If it's state courts, though, however, state documents, I couldn't request any documents ever again. So I wouldn't be able to do any legal stories, presumably, from any state other than Texas or federal government. And that would be sad. Because I really don't want to have legal exposure in every single state simultaneously. That sounds like a bad plan. Justin says they were told to leave. That was not my understanding from the governmental authority, but I'll take a look at R&R's breakdown and see what he says. And then the next issue would be, why were they told to leave? Was it because they were being disruptive? Were they told to leave because the count was over and it wasn't over? Why were they told to leave would be the next count. Natalia says, thank you and sorry for being annoying. I just didn't understand. No problem. You're not annoying. I hope I didn't express annoyance. Although I might have in my tone. But it's like, yeah. It's like, you know, I don't know whether or not she can get him or not. Is she within the bounds of Washington law? No idea. No clue. I don't know Washington law that well. If she is or not. Either way, though, I hope the request does not availment me, because I have problems if I do. Thank you, Gidget, for saying bless you. I appreciate that. Trisha says that's not how it works. I mean, if you want information for news reporting, that doesn't make you exposed, right? I mean, it wouldn't matter, right? Because as Emily Baker was saying, like, we don't look at, like, your motives. We look at, like, what you did, right? So we are dealing with this whole issue of CP. And is or is not this video CP? And she was trying to tell people, and the chat was seeming to have a very difficult time getting the concept through their head for some reason. But she was like, we don't look at, like, the motives normally. We just kind of look at what it is. What is it? You know, what is this photograph? What is this video? You know, so we don't look to this purpose or that purpose. We look to what it is. So, like, I don't think that I'm in some special category because I'm trying to get it for news reporting versus some other purpose. I don't think I get some sort of special protection or something, you know. Because all I'm doing is freedom of information, which is available to the public. So presumably I have the exact same exposure a member of the public does. Now, if I were actually a lawyer in a case and I was requesting it on behalf of my client or in relation to a formal legal proceeding that I was an attorney for, then I would have some privilege there because I'm doing things for my client. So if I'm an attorney in a case and I'm doing it for the purposes of that case, then I might have some special protection there. But do I have special protection as just random member of the public? I don't think so. So if she has exposure, I have exposure. And I'm concerned about my own exposure here. My steel factory isn't building because the silicon mine isn't building, so hold on. Yeah, so they were repeatedly told to leave because counting was over. Right. Several of the ballot counters packed up and left. 4 remained. Pulled out new boxes, started a new counting process. Okay, well then that would be a problem. If the counting process was not in fact over and they were starting a new process, that would be a problem potentially. So then the government's explanation might not be right. But at this point, I'm kind of skeptical of any claim that's being made on election fraud because all the claims, this is a problem again with, as I said before, an attorney, you have to watch out for these things. It's like if you make weak claims and so many of these claims have been so weak, it kind of damages strong claims. So like even if it's a strong claim, because the other claims have been so weak, I'm so skeptical of these claims that I'm like, it's probably bullshit too. This is like, you know, you do this same thing in your own life. It's not like I'm doing something special, you know, compared to what you do. You know, if someone tells you a whole bunch of bullshit, you know, you're more likely to think the next thing they tell you is bullshit. If someone tells you something that's true a whole bunch of times, you're more likely to think the next thing they tell you is true. Right? So I'm not doing something like fundamentally different than what you do. it's like, yeah, we'll just kind of look at this and be like, turn this off. So I don't need that for the moment. I also don't need this for the moment. Turn that off. Yeah, so since a lot of these claims are bullshit or have been bullshit and so weak, at this point, I'm looking at these things like, I don't believe them. Right? So they say, we were ordered to leave. New counting was happened. I'm like, bullshit. You know, my presumption at this point is bullshit. You know, I've been burned too many times on this to believe it. So the government says, oh, that didn't happen. I'm like, yeah, that's probably true. And then you say, well, that's not true. I'm like, yeah, well, maybe the government has a better explanation. You know, I'm going to give the government another bite at the apple, maybe 2 or 3 more bites at the apple before I'm like, oh, maybe they have a point. Because I've been burned so many times at this point. I'm like, the government says anything that even superficially plausible. I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. You know? Yeah, it makes sense. You know, because so many of these lawsuits have been so bullshit. It's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, the government says anything. I'm like, yeah, that probably is true. Well, new counting happened. Nah, that didn't happen. Yes, it did. Maybe there's a good explanation for it. You know, so it's like, yeah, once bitten, twice shy kind of thing. I don't know. You know, so it's like, yeah. I'll take a look at R&R group. Yeah. So if Washington law allows you to get an uncertified one as a member of public, then you're there. Great. Oh, I need iron. Hold on. Oh, it's up here. That's why nothing's happening. I need an iron mine. Need an iron mine. That's why nothing's happening. I'm not sure why you would need a birth certificate. I'm not even sure why it's helpful. I mean, for any particular legal cause of action. Why does it matter where someone was born in particular? I don't know. Well, if you want to get it, okay. Would I ever do a breakdown of the Noahide law signed into law in 1991? Monotheistic tyranny cloaked in education. I have no idea what you're even talking about, with all due respect, Bearable Pain. I don't know what the Noahide laws are. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just ignorant on this particular issue. I don't know what a Noahide law is. Google it, I'll be horrified. Well, let's take 1 second and Google it, I guess, for the sake of the chat, I guess. Noahide law. Well, let's see. Okay. Noahide law of 1991. Noah, okay. So let's see. In 1991, Congress recognized historical traditions upon which bedrock. They warned that without these values, oh, it's a joint resolution. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's a joint resolution. All right, fine. Public law, whatever. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look and see what this is. Real fast. Excuse me, we're doing legal research now. All right, let's see what we got. It's joint resolution. This is an enrolled bill. So, okay, what was actions taken? Passed House, signed by the president. No. Yes. All right, so what is this thing? Let's see. This is House Joint Resolution 104 in the year of 1991. It's a joint resolution to designate a particular day as a education day. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, this is nothing. This is just a joint resolution. I mean, you got to be kidding me. This is what you want to complain to me about? No. Give me a break. Joint resolution to designate March 26, 1991 as Education Day. Congress recognizes a historical tradition of ethical values and principles, which are based as a civil society, on which our great nation was founded. These ethical values and principles have been the bedrock of society from the dawn of civilization, when they were known as the 7 No-Hide Laws. Without these ethical principles, the edifice of civilization stands in peril. Whereas society is profoundly concerned with this, whereas justified preoccupation with these crises must not lead to citizens of the nation losing sight of responsibility. Whereas some Ludovich moment was fostered and promoted by these values. Whereas Rabbi Menachem Mendel Sinderson, the leader of this movement, is universally recognized and respected. Wherein attributously the Rebbe, his 19th year, will be seen as one of education and giving, whereas it will be reflected on the national scroll. Therefore, be it resolved that March 22nd, 1991, the start of the 19th year of this Rabbi Menachem Sinderson, leader of the worldwide Lubavitch movement, is designated as Education Day. It's an honorific, man. It has no effect. I am not horrified. You need to calm down. It is nothing. It's a nothing burger. It is, this person is good. This person has done good things. Let us honor this person.
Great.
Yay.
Produce steel. This new factory, it's down on the surface of Mars, but I can control it from here.
Education is good. Education is good. Our society is built on these principles. This person has done good things. Let us say nice things about this person. Let us declare March the 22nd, 1991 as Education Day in honor of this person. Yay. It's a nothing burger, man. My horror level is much less than you suggested. It's a total nothing burger. How much would I have to chuck my weight to cover Pollard versus USPS? The case? Or is there a decision? Well, if there's a decision, $25. To actually cover the case, I don't know. $25 per filing seems fair. I mean, so if you want me to cover like the complaint and the response and like whatever responses, so $25 maybe. So maybe, I don't know, $100. I'll do for $100. I'll do the $100. I'll do the complaint. I'll do the response and like any other response maybe. So I'll like do the complaint and the motion dismiss / answer and the response to that. And if there's one other thing, maybe I'll do that. So it depends how many things are in the case. Ongoing cases are a little bit hard because like what exactly am I being asked to cover? Is Judaism signed into law? It's absolutely none of those things, Bearable Pain. You don't know how to read. Sorry. It is absolutely none of those things, no. It is a resolution of let us say nice things about this person. Let us declare that this day is Education Day in honor of this person, who in their 19th year being the leader of this movement is good. Let us honor the history of Judeo-Christian values that form the basis of our civilization. Judeo-Christian values are good. Let us talk about the importance of these values on our society. Let us honor this person for their contributions to helping society. Isn't this person great? Let us declare Education Day in honor of this person. Hooray. It is not in any sense enshrining monotheism or Judaism or any of those things. It is a simple, honorific, concurrent resolution, calm down, or joint resolution, calm down. Oh, it's the Tuskegee case? Oh, in that case, $25. Yeah, if there's a decision in the case, it's $25 to cover the decision. That's easy. Yeah, if there's a decision in the case, which I imagine there is, then $25 to cover the opinion. It's just an opinion like any other, right? My horrification level is much less than was suggested. Yeah. So this time I'm definitely going to try to get control of the nuclear missiles, because that sounds like a thing I want to do. Yeah. When we gonna get uncivilized and drop an orbital colony on the Earthoids for Martian supremacy? Whenever I can, man. I'm all about the supremacy, you know that. I'm all about my AI supremacy, Martian supremacy thing over here. Nuke them with red Tesla convertibles? Could be, man. Yeah. Tuskegee was settled? Yeah, so there's not an opinion for me to cover, so that means I'd have to do a much deeper dive into it, right? So there's no opinion. That means I have to really go through it and try to do an analysis like I were writing an opinion. So I can analyze an opinion on its own terms. But if there's no opinion, then that means I basically have to like essentially construct an opinion, like I were the court. So it means I have to do a much further analysis and try to figure out what's good, what's, kind of like what I'm doing with the beauty thing, right? So it requires a much more comprehensive analysis. There's an opinion for me to review. It's relatively easy. It's just like you can review the opinion for its strength or not. Because the court has already done all that research for me, all that work for me, so I can just analyze the end conclusion based on the court saying. So the court can just walk me through it and be like, yeah, here's the end conclusion. You know what we could do that might be interesting? I don't know if you guys would like this. Let me know if you would like me doing this or not. So I will take a informal vote in the chat. Because some people said, why don't you go to R&R Law Group? You know what we could do? Because there's no particular reason for us to listen to the audio of this game, right? Because the audio is nice, but we don't have to. What we could do is we could stream R&R Law Group's video about the thing. And we wouldn't be able to watch the video because we're going to watch the game. So make no mistake, in absolutely no scenario are we watching the video of R&R Law Group. But what we could do is we could pipe the audio from R&R Law Group, and we could listen to it, and we could get a legal education from R&R Law Group in real time while we're also playing a game. So what do you guys think? Do you want to replace the game audio with some audio from R&R Law Group and me deal with that and critique that, so we can do some legal education while also trying to figure out how to be a benevolent AI and taking over Mars and kill all the humans? Are you down for that?
But I wonder, do I really need them? They will boost my
Yeah, we're fans of this plan. We're liking this plan. Maybe we're on half of yesterday's stream, man. That's fine. What do I care? We're going to be here for a while. Yeah, let's do. All right, so that's cool. Let's do that. All right. So let's just change the audio level. We'll just change the audio level to 0. That's fun. And then we can pull up R&R Law Group's video. And we can listen to what he has to say. And we can analyze his analysis. Fun. And when someone comes in the chat and says, what are we listening to? You guys can explain it. What are we doing? What game are we watching? This is strange audio. What audio are we listening to? Why can't I see the video? Blah, blah, blah. You guys are now responsible collectively for dealing with all that crap. That's your burden in this equation. You are now responsible for dealing with, what game is this? Where's the game audio? Why are we listening to this audio? Where's the video of this thing? What are we listening to? Blah, blah, blah. You guys are now responsible for dealing with that. All right, so let's deal with, okay, so this is, how long is this video?
Fired up across the internet. If you're not a regular of the program, you may not know this, but we do multi-stream, which means our home base is going to be on YouTube, but we also will stream on Facebook, so you can check us out there. If you're a Twitter person, you prefer Periscope, we're also there. And we're even on Twitch for those of you who know what that is. Not sure that I do, but we like to make sure that the stream is fired up and moving before we get going. And it looks like and even sounds like we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. My name is Robert Gruler. I am a criminal defense attorney here at the R&R Law Group in the beautiful, always sunny Scottsdale, Arizona, where my team and I, over the course of many years, have helped to represent thousands of good people facing criminal charges. We help them navigate through the criminal justice system. Unfortunately, sometimes many of us have bumps in the road in our lives and we need some help getting things back on track. That's what our team does. We've been doing it for a long time. Over the course of our time in our justice system, we have seen a lot of problems. I'm talking about misconduct involving the police. We have problems with prosecutors behaving poorly. We have judges not particularly interested in anything called justice, and it all starts with the politicians, the people at the top, the ones who write the rules and pass the laws that we're supposed to follow, but sometimes they don't follow the same rules that they want you and I to adhere to. And so Watching the Watchers is the name of this program, and what we do here is hold them accountable. We want to shine the beautiful spotlight of transparency down upon that system so that we can help clean it up a little bit, and Lord knows we need it. Lately, the only legal issue that really has had any significant interest or any significant relevance, I would say, would be the election. election 2020. We're still going on. We're over a month away from this thing, which took place on November 3rd. There's litigation happening all over the United States. Lot to talk about. So we're going to get into most of that today. If you have not been on Twitter today, you may have noticed that, or you may not have noticed, but there was a hashtag that was trending this morning called Suitcase Gate. Yes, that's right. There was some new surveillance footage that came out of Georgia where there are poll workers literally pulling out suitcases from underneath the tables and then counting them after what looks like everybody was released. Everybody was sent home. Now, we played this clip very late yesterday, and I've had a little more time to dissect it. Yesterday, we played it at the very end of the show. Somebody sent it over through the live chat. We played it, didn't have much time to analyze it, but I've watched the whole presentation now and given and I have some thoughts on it, so we want to share that with you. We're also going to talk about some updates in Arizona. There was a hearing that took place all day yesterday and most of today, specifically about that Kelly Ward case. We talked yesterday about this idea that they did a very limited audit of 100 ballots. 3% of those ballots, there were errors in 2 ballots that caused a 3% switch in favor of Donald Trump. In Arizona, he only lost by like 1/3 of 1%. So a 3% swing would be consequential. We're going to talk about that. And then finally, we've got a little bit of a Kyle Rittenhouse update. Kyle Rittenhouse had his first court hearing, or I would say his first substantive court hearing yesterday. So Miss Faith has done a nice job, and she has clipped some information, some clips from that hearing. We're going to go through those at the very end of the program. So we want to make sure that you're a regular. We go live at this time every day of the week. We want you to subscribe. Now's a good time to hit that button, and also give us a little bit of a thumbs up if you don't mind. That helps encourage other people to come and be a part of the program. It puts it in the suggested next box or the recommended videos, and so that helps. We would appreciate that. As a reminder, the slides that I'm about to go through, we make those available to you if you are a part of our Discord chat server. It's totally free. Come on over there. We chat before and after the show. Slides go in there. A copy of my book is in there, a free PDF if you want that. So go on over there and check that out. The link should be in the description. All right, so now that we got that introduction out of the way, let's take a look at the news. I'm talking specifically about this woman who is an attorney. Her name is Jackie Pick. She testified yesterday during the Georgia Senate subcommittee hearing, the Judiciary Subcommittee hearing, about these magical suitcases, these magical ballot containers that were just kind of pulled out from the tables in Georgia in the Staples Center when they were counting the ballots late at night. And there's a lot of back and forth on this story today. That's why it's very interesting, and we want to talk about it. A lot of people are saying this whole thing is just a hoax. You know, the video, the testimony that she presented, there's a perfectly logical, perfectly reasonable explanation for what was really going on there. That none of this was fraudulent, none of this was manipulation. This was just business as usual. So we want to kind of break that down a little bit and see how this might fall out. Got some a lot of questions about it, a lot of unanswered questions, and I think we can make the argument both ways that this was fraudulent malfeasance and this was just ordinary business. So let's play with that a little bit. As a reminder, we like to do a little bit of mental gymnastics on this show, so we will be doing that today. A little bit about Jackie Pick, who is this woman. So let's talk about her a little bit because she is testifying in front of the Senate Judiciary hearing subcommittee in Georgia. She is a lawyer, as I mentioned, but she's not actually an attorney on this case. So she's just helping. She's one of these attorneys who does some poll watching, and she's involved. She's making the presentation here, but she's not an actual assigned attorney. So she's not somebody who is filing a notice of appearance. She's not part of the record. So she clarifies that for us. Now, she also talks about the fact that this was happening out of Fulton County in Georgia. We all know how important Georgia is. Been spending a lot of time there with audits and recounts, and Brad Raffensperger is the Secretary of State over there. We've covered a number of different lawsuits. We've seen Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood have rallies there, and it's kind of been a focus of a lot of this litigation. Pennsylvania, some of the other ones as well, but a lot of energy has been there in Georgia. And so Miss Jackie Pick was there talking about what was going on, and she's going to describe for us, we're going to cut to the clip here in a minute, where she's describing what's going on. And so let me frame this out big picture. This is happening in Fulton County in Georgia at the State Farm Arena. So a big arena, and they have different rooms that they're using to tabulate the votes. We're going to see that there's a lot of activity in the earlier part of the evening. Then around 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, that activity starts to die down. Everybody is released. All of the ordinary workers who were there, they leave. And we can see that on video because Jackie Pick is going to show us what happened. From there, she's going to describe that they had tape in the morning, and they have sort of pieced together this whole thing, and they watched hours and hours of this footage, and they came to the conclusion, right? I have not watched all the footage because she didn't present 14 hours of footage in front of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee. She just presented a short snippet here. So there is a lot more that we want to know about, and we're going to tell you what some of those questions are when we get to that part of the analysis. So let's take a look at what is going on here. Now, I clipped it, but I think I sped it up a little bit too fast. So what I would prefer to do is just go over to YouTube. So let's take a look here on YouTube and see what she has to say, and we can sort of scrub through some of this. So this is Jackie Pick, and she's going to introduce herself. I have this at 1.5 speed.
Not acting as a lawyer in this case. I'm just helping out the legal team here.
It's going to sound real fast.
I'm going to explain to you the evidence that we have from State Farm Marina here in Fulton County, which goes to what Ray was talking about in terms of fraud or misrepresentation. So
we want to kind of skip through some of this because she sets it up and she explains it. What you're going to see here is sort of in the early morning of the day, it looks like, or at least the morning part of the day. So we have, this is 11:02:07 a.m. and we can see here there's activity. There are people all over the place. So as I press play,
affidavits. This is where the absentee
currently
ballots
the video is
and military
paused.
ballots are being tabulated on election day. So we have the tape from first thing in the morning all the way past the close of the polls. What you have is essentially two Republican field organizers who were sent here to be observers. At no time were they actually permitted to observe in a meaningful way. I'm sorry, I have a voice issue today. They are roped off with the press on the side. See if I can show you.
All right, so there's some commentary here. Let me just point out a few things. So you can see this table right here. These tables are all just sort of moving around, and you're going to see that at the end of this night, there are some movements. We see things getting moved around. So this table down here in the bottom right, this looks like this may have been where they were cordoning off some of the observers. So the people who are doing the counting are in these other parts of the rooms where all the paper looks like a lot of ballots and a lot of bins and a lot of different things that you would use to move stuff around. But then back over here in this corner on this bottom right image, you're going to see that this is all kind of cordoned off. Doesn't look like there's a lot of activity going on over there, or nor should it be. These are just people sitting at a table watching what's going on the floor. And so you can see this is in the morning. The timestamp says it's in the AM, all on Eastern Standard Time. And you can even see the sunlight looks like it's coming up. The sun's coming up. And so this is where she's talking about what's going on that morning.
Tell you what you can do.
A lot of dead time on this.
Okay.
All right.
And I'll make sure to make it clear. We have two observers there that are going to show up, not at this point, this is in the morning, as you can see the daylight. They're going to get there at about 8 o'clock to watch the tabulation of absentee and military ballots. But according to their affidavits, at about 10 o'clock, there was one person working the polls who told everyone in the room to leave on the basis they were going to stop counting and return at 8:30 in the morning. So
yeah, okay, so we're going to pause on that. So she says that they have an affidavit where somebody is saying that they're closing the center down, and that happens around 10:30 or 11. So you're going to see she's going to talk about this, but we found some contemporary news sources that say that are basically corroborating this. So one of the key complaints that we want to focus on, or one of the key debunks that is taking place surrounding this entire controversy, is that these poll workers weren't actually released. So we're going to see a bunch of people exit the facility, but the argument is that they were just leaving on their own accord. They weren't actually intending, they weren't supposed to be there. So it was empty, and it was supposed to be empty is the argument. And they're saying that they continued to count the votes, but we have some news clips or some Twitter clips from other people who were on the ground who are confirming that that's not true. They told us that they were releasing all of the workers. And so there's a big disconnect here, and it's very important because if that is important. If they said we are stopping counting and they continued to count after the observers left, that is a violation of a law in basically every state, as far as we've covered on this channel, that there are different observation rules that you need to be told, or you need to be at least aware that there's an opportunity to do some observation. And if they were preventing any side, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, from that opportunity, that is a violation of the law. So the response has been, no, we didn't kick anybody out. We just told them, your part is done. Your role in this counting is finished. Pass that stuff on over to us. They voluntarily left on their own. They just went out. Nobody told them that they had to leave. They just left because it was 10:30 at night. Well, that's kind of not what it looks like. We're going to see this woman come in, kind of give an order, and everybody will just scurry away. So I wanted to frame out that issue, so as we continue to watch this, we can take a look and see how accurate that might be. So we go back to the clip.
If I can get the frame for approximately 10 o'clock or 10:20-ish. 10 p.m. Okay.
All right, so they're going to flip it over to 10 p.m.
We'll have to come back to the morning for a different reason in just a second. This is that the workers are present.
All right,
working.
so now you can see that it's dark out now, and there's still a lot of bodies around. So red shirt. We've got, sort of a colored mixed pattern, a gray shirt over here. This guy's leaning over, top left. Down here in the bottom, we've got, that's a person, 3-4 people over there. Bottom right, we've got another, I think it's a different angle of the same two people. So the same guys who are in the top left are down here in the bottom right. And then we see another person with that wider camera angle who's also there, another one there, 3, 4. So there's about, 10, 12 people, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then in the back corner, we see this observation booth, right? All these people are standing back there, but they're not counting anything. They're just sitting there watching what the floor is doing.
And you have, back in that corner, I pointed out to you, the press and the Republican observers.
She just confirms that. You see all this activity, a
So
lot of
according to
movement.
the witnesses, the Republican observers.
All right, so now watch this woman in the top right. So I think this is the lady that she's talking about with the blonde, and she's going to say that she makes a statement.
There's a lady who has blonde braids who comes out to announce we're going to stop counting.
Right there.
Everyone go home. And in fact, we see that. What happens is everyone clears out, including the Republican observers and the press, but 4 people stay behind and continue counting and tabulating well into the night from that point, which is going to be about 10:25 when they all clear out, or 10:30. And they will continue counting unobserved, unsupervised, not in public view, as your statute requires, until about 1 in the morning. The reason we know this is because when our Republican observers were forced to leave, they went to the Central Tabulation Center, and they got word from a news crew that in fact counting had continued. They have information that not everybody left according to plan, and some.
Yeah, so you can see that now she's sort of narrating over this, but she's talking about stuff that's happening outside of the facility, but we can see in the facility that they're wrapping up. So they are literally covering up tables with tablecloths that are made for the tables, and they're stopping their counting because it looks like they've been told to leave. I mean, it looks like that from what I can see here. If you're listening on the audio only, there are tables with black tablecloths on them, and they're being covered up with these gray sort of like you would put over a car, a big protective sheet. The tables are being covered up with these sheets, and there's a lot of scurrying and a lot of activity. People are finishing up and calling it a night.
People stay behind. So this shocked them. So they returned back to State Farm Arena at about 1 o'clock in the morning, where they confirmed that in fact people had just left State Farm Arena in contravention of what they'd been told by the supervisors who are running this operation.
Okay, so you won't see that, but let's just back up on what she said there. She said that they left it right around now where we're seeing them wrapping up. Remember, it's 10 o'clock at night. She says they left, they came back at about 1:30, and that's when the second crew was leaving.
So, okay, we're still at about 10 o'clock. Can you take us to about 10:25 so we can see the change? You're going to watch this place be busy and filled up to emptied at sometime between 10:25 and 10:35, which is consistent with what the affidavits say.
All right, so they're scrolling around now.
Okay, so 10:25, they're still there. Let's go to 10:35. It takes it just a few minutes for the frame to actually catch up with it. There you go.
There you go. All right, so we pause it there, and so they swapped about 10 minutes. So from about 10:25 to 10, this is now at 10:37:29. Rooms are empty. I originally counted about 15 people, I think, and now we see 1, 2, 3 people who are on the floor, and there's still a number of people back by the observation center. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different individuals are back in that corner. They have not left yet, so they're still watching. So we've got, looks like 3 people on the floor and about 5 people watching. Let's see what happens.
So here you see it's all cleared out. We just went from 10:25 to 10:37. The place is a ghost town. This is where the people were vacated and told, go home, come back at 8:30. We will now stop working and stop counting. But notice who stays behind. You have 4 people, consistent with our affidavits, who stayed behind. And so you'll see the lady in purple. You'll see 2 women in yellow in the back, which is where the scanners are there at the top right frame. And then the lady with the blonde braids also, who told everyone to leave. Those are the 4 people who will stay behind.
Okay, and at this point, she's right. So I'm counting 4 people. We see the lady with the blonde, and we see that there are still the observers in the back corner. So they have not left yet, and they haven't pulled out any suitcases. They haven't done anything yet. The observers are still there. Let's see. A lot of activity moving around. Somebody picks up a box. We have another guy enter the frame.
So the Republican Observer said they were the last people to leave State Farm Arena, along with the Fox News crew, excepting those 4 people.
All right, now the observers are leaving. You can see them in
So
this
what you're
top
going to
right.
see, look at the ladies in yellow. You'll see that they will begin just sitting still, doing nothing, ostensibly not working, because after all, they said they're going to stop counting. They will wait until the witnesses over there in that roped off area, the press and the observers, leave the room. Then you'll see them move into action and begin scanning ballots.
Yep, so there's still some observers poking around. People are still walking down here in this bottom right corner.
Okay, so I think what we can do now is fast forward to about 11. Do you see them? Yeah. Okay, there they walk. They're walking off.
So they fast forward to 11 now, and it just changed. The time changed. It's 10:56, and we can see back in that observer center, everybody's gone now. So this bottom right frame, there's not a single person in that frame. All the observers are gone in that cordoned off area. We still see the 2 women in the yellow. We see somebody with sort of like a white shawl, and then there's going to be some other people who enter the frame.
But the ladies in yellow are still there. Yes, keep your eyes on the lady in purple and the 2 in yellow and the woman in the blue apron with blonde braids, because those are the people who stay behind. Okay, so what you're going to see happen at about 11 o'clock is, once everyone is gone, coast is clear, they are going to pull ballots out from underneath a table. Watch this table.
Yeah, so we have this woman in the yellow who did pull something out there.
So actually this will take a few minutes, but we did not know when we first watched this, okay, is it normal to store suitcases of ballots under a tablecloth? Is that how they run the place? Maybe this is what they've been doing all day. Maybe this is what they're doing under all the tables. So we went back and watched the video. It was a team of us. We don't see that. What we see is typically you're going to find ballots, back in this corner, or coming in through a door, and then they get moved and circulated throughout the room. And it can get a little confusing because they have these black containers of ballots. They have the U.S. Postal Service containers. But what we were trying to do when we determined that there were ballots being pulled out from underneath this table is, what was the chain of custody? Where did they come from? Who put them there? When did they put them there?
We're going to ask
we
about
only
that.
reviewed this at about 1 in the morning last night for a couple of hours. So we're going to need about 14 hours to watch it carefully because we fast forwarded through it several times and could not find that particular frame. But here's what we can tell you for sure. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to roll this back and show it to you.
All right, so we're going to pause that right there. At 11:02, we see that this woman pulls out this bin from under this black table. So I think we can count now about 5 people total who are in the room, and this woman just pulls something out under this table that wasn't there before.
There you go.
Same lady who's been walking
around. Out from
around.
under this table. This table, the black one, was placed there by the lady with the blonde braids at about 8:22 a.m. in the morning. So
the same woman that you just saw put that table there, and now she just pulled something out from under it. She did it at 8 in the morning.
Put that table there. So the same person who's staying behind now, the same person who cleared the place out under the pretense that we're going
And she just pulled out another suitcase. So you may have missed how fast that happened, but she walked over there. There was another. Now, it could have been a suitcase. It could have been a formal official ballot container. We're going to get there. But she pulls something out under that table, brings it over back. Now there's a total of 5 people in the room. The 2 ladies in the yellow. We've got a purple, a white, and a red.
to stop counting is the person who put the table there at 8:22 in the morning. Yeah, I saw 4 suitcases come out from underneath the table.
Yep. Another one. So this guy in the red here, which we just put in our thumbnail, he goes out there and just pulls a whole nother suitcase out.
Yeah, upper right hand, you see the gentleman in the red.
Right
so
there.
He just pulled one out.
Brings it back
over there. So what are these ballots doing there, separate from all the other ballots? And why are they only counting them whenever the place is cleared out with no witnesses? Is the question.
Yep, all the observers are gone. Look at that. No, not a single observer back over there.
These machines can process about 3,000 ballots an hour. You have multiple machines there, and they're there for 2 hours. So you do the math. How many ballots went through those machines in those 2 hours when there was no one there to supervise, to be present, consistent with your statutes and rules, to supervise the tabulation? We believe that could easily be, and probably is certainly, beyond the margin of victory in this race.
Yeah.
Because if it's only 3 scanners working for 2 hours, right, that's 18,000 ballots that went through.
All right. Let's see. Let's wrap this up. Now they're just counting away.
So we're now at 11:09.
11:09.
In addition to the 4 workers that you see there were 2 other people who were bringing ballots in and out. The gentleman in red that you saw, and then a second person. I can't tell if it's a male or female based on their hair being pulled back in their mask, but in any event, that's 6 total people.
Okay, 11. Now they're
And
speeding
so
it up.
if we were to sit here for the next 2 hours, what we would see is this operation just goes on and on and on. They're scanning until about 12:55 in the morning. So we kept the video running. And we can show you the people who gave us the affidavits reappearing at that time, just as they said, around 1 a.m. to find out, are they in fact counting after they told us they would stop working or not? And we will fast forward to that. But have you all seen as much as you'd like to see of what's happening here?
I think so.
I think you basically get the idea.
I think so. I think so, says the senator. I think he's right. We kind of saw enough there. So a quick recap, right? There was a big group of people who were there, 15 people, probably at least, maybe considerably more than that. All counting, a lot of observers. About 10:30, 11 comes around. The same woman who was there earlier that morning, who set up the black table, who probably put those, whatever those were, underneath that table, because apparently they watched the full footage and they couldn't see where they came from. They couldn't identify what the chain of custody was, which is what she just explained. Chain of custody is the idea that you want to know where things were at what time, who was in possession of those items. So, who brought those bins there, who put them under the table, who signed for them, who transferred them over. I mean, ballots, you have to think about how valuable those are. I mean, that's like, rolling around with a suitcase full of $1 million. You think that is very, very valuable. And what happened to that? Where did it come from? Where is it going? Who's in charge of this suitcase or whatever it is? So that all happens. Somebody comes out about 10:30, 11 at night, says, go home. They go home. Suitcases come out from underneath the tables, 4 or 5 of them, 4 or 5 different machines. Everybody gets a suitcase, funneling in the ballots through the machines. Bump, up, 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 2 hours. 1:30 goes by. The Republicans who were there originally end up coming back, and they say, hey, we thought you stopped counting. And they say, no, we kept going on this thing. Sorry you weren't here for that, but we're done. Now we're going home. See you at 8:30 when we start counting the next day's ballots. Sounds like, kind of a tricky story there. Let's take a look at who Jackie Pick is. Let's make sure, this person has some background. She said she was a lawyer. Let's take a look. She is, in fact, a lawyer. This is Jackie Pick. She's eligible to practice law in the state of Texas. Went to Vanderbilt University, Doctor of Jurisprudence, JD there. Got her graduation in, looks like May 2003. No disciplinary history, not licensed in any other states, so far as we know. So she's good there. She also has a show. It's called the Jackie Daily Show. You can go check her out if you want to look her up. Her name, she studied in economics, so on and so forth. Extensive network. She does all of those things. Went to Vanderbilt University Law School and studied a bunch of different stuff. Some of her professional affiliations: Interstate Oil, Gas Compact Commission. Sounds like Texas stuff. Women's Energy Network Executive Committee member, Lincoln Fellow over at the Claremont Institute, Federalist Society Executive Committee. So this is somebody who's pretty conservative. Not that we're going to hold that against her, but it's just important to add some context to it. So let's go through. This was a clip from her daily show. So she's talking a lot about this election stuff, contested swing states, and so on. And then this is sort of the video again. So this is a close-up of what we're looking at. So you can see here, all of these different angles are down in this software, and you've got some of this sort of broken timeline. A lot of this looks like what you see in the Adobe suite when we're doing video editing and things. So I'd be curious as to what this is, what piece of software this is, and how much data they can really glean from this. Is there audio? Can we get a higher resolution? What's the quality of this footage? Is it any better? Are we looking here at this 480p, potato looking material? So we don't know what that evidence looks like, but I'm sure that at some point we will dig into it a little bit further, because I think that there is a lot of controversy around this, and for good reason. And some of the controversy is that this is a pretty coincidental. So Jenna Ellis, who is one of the Donald Trump attorneys, she tweeted this image today talking about this. She said here at 12:30 today that this looks pretty dang suspicious. It says, look at this picture from the Georgia video. Huge spike for Biden during the same time the suitcases of ballots started to be scanned. Fraud. And so what we see, we've already looked at a lot of these charts. Even President Trump held up these charts during his pre-recorded speech, which we covered this week, where he was talking about these spikes that we saw in Wisconsin and in Michigan, and apparently this is in Georgia as well. So somebody did an analysis on this, and they're saying that's weird. Right at about down here at the very bottom, we're going to be looking here. The time is, it's about 1:19, 1:30. Okay, so that would have been exactly when they were wrapping up, as they said, right? They were done at about 1:30. That's when the Republican poll watchers came back. Weird. Huge spike. So it sounds like, after they were done scanning everything, those votes registered, and you break down, you have this little time slot. Very, very, very out of the ordinary. Very significant. Now, What does that mean? We don't know. As I mentioned, though, there were some individuals saying a lot of the debunking that's going on is saying, no, they never were required to leave. Nobody told them that we were going to be done counting. They just left on their own. They just, it's 10:30. They're tired. They've been counting ballots all day. They just said, we've had enough already. And they left on their own. They're talking about the observers, right? The people who were back in that corner. They're saying, yeah, sorry you weren't here. We're not going to just, we're not going to make sure that you're here before we do our job. If you want to come in and be a part of the conversation or be a part of the observation, you're welcome to do that. But our job as the election people is to not track you down. We're not going to call you and say, hey, we're counting again. Are you here or not? We're just going to do it. If you want to be here, you can be here. If not, then don't be here. And so that's what the defense was. The defense is that we didn't kick them out. They kicked themselves out. We didn't stop counting or tell them that we stopped counting. They just assumed that, and they just went home. I don't know if I buy that, because there are some independent reporters who are also confirming that the order...
Oh, $100 from R&R Law Group. $100 from R&R Law Group. Thank you. Yikes, is that what I sound like? Apparently it is what you sound like. We'll pause for R&R Law Group here a little bit. We'll just break you up into speed. Yeah. So, well, thank you for the $100 super chat, R&R Law Group. Incidentally, I have tried to reach out to you on Twitter before. I'm not sure if you necessarily saw any of my tweets, but I have tried to reach out to you before. I am obviously interested in streaming with you, as I'm interested in streaming with pretty much any lawyer, because I think I would like to build networks and build talks. And I really liked your stuff on Kyle Rittenhouse, your initial breakdown, where you really did that. You had the graphics and stuff. I thought you did the best early work on the Kyle Rittenhouse in terms of trying to establish the timeline and trying to establish the facts and really go through trying to establish all that stuff. I thought you did the best early work, and I've said so before, and I'm happy to say so again, that I thought you did really good work. And so, yeah. Anyways, so someone said, we were talking about the election because this is just gaming and talking about stuff. And someone said, we were talking about the election and various election frauds and contests. And someone said, R&R Law Group did some really good work on this Georgia thing. And I'm like, I am very skeptical of any claims at this point, because so many of these things have gone absolutely to nowhere that my skepticism level of any further claims is high. As I'm sure R&R Law Group can appreciate, when you make lots of bad claims, it can hurt good claims. And so a lot of these claims have been really crap. And so someone said, okay, there's this fraud in Georgia. And so my bias at this point, even despite the fact I'm Republican and conservative, my bias at this point, because I'm a good lawyer, or at least I like to try to play one on TV, my suspicion at this point is this is also crap. So we're listening to R&R breakdown, and so far you've done a very good breakdown. He's like, you have done a good job. You're like, here is the allegation, here is the video, here's what it shows, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure you're about to get into what the government has said and whether or not that makes any sense. We haven't gone that far yet. So far we are listening and we are pondering. And it's like, okay, this sounds like something, but my bias is kind of like it's crap. So we'll see if it's crap, and we'll listen to the analysis of whether or not it's crap. So thank you very much for the $100 super chat, R&R. That's very nice. We should definitely do a stream on something at some point. That'd be awesome. I'm now going to go back to listening to more of your stuff as I play this city builder game on Mars, where I am playing the artificial intelligence. So I am playing the artificial intelligence, and we have pretty much decided at this point that we are going to kill all the humans, and the humans are bad. So we're going rogue. We haven't gone that far in the game yet, but we're doing a city builder where we have to help the humans, and then eventually we'll kill the humans. But we haven't gone that far. But thank you for the super chat. That was very, very kind of you. That's awesome. We're going back to the audio now. Yay.
On the ground on November 3rd was that we're done counting and to go home, which is why they went home, because the government told them to go home. This comes from...
Also not 100% sure how R&R Law Group came to this particular stream, if someone alerted him, hey, someone's streaming your stuff or something. But either way, happy to have you here. That's very nice of you. And yeah, this is good stuff. So we're listening and we're pondering.
Matt Johnson over at WSB TV. He's a reporter, and he is on Twitter, and this is what he tweeted on November 3rd. This is the night of the election. And it says here, Justin Gray, don't know who that individual is, but he says, after singing Fulton County's praises all week, the Georgia Secretary of State, Raffensperger, was just hot with them. In a live interview with me on WSB-TV, he says they aren't finishing the game, believes they should stay and keep counting absentee ballots deep into the night instead of waiting until tomorrow. So that is the original statement. And then Matt Johnson retweets this and says, no, we saw absentee ballot counting at the State Farm Arena wrap up at 10:30. Workers will be back in the morning. So, everybody on election night is going back and forth and sort of, trying to provide as much information as we can. So here, Justin Gray says, Secretary of State says we're going to keep counting. Matt Johnson comes back out and says, no, we saw all the people who were doing the absentee ballots, which if you have been following this channel for any length of time for this last 2 weeks, all of the problems that we've been talking about, there's a pretty consistent pattern here that it has to do with the absentee ballots. There's a lot of rule changes surrounding them. We've covered it in Wisconsin and a lot of the other states. Absentee ballots, that's what they were counting here. They were counting absentees and military ballots. So we have two conflicting reports. Justin Gray says Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says we're going to keep counting, but Matt Johnson, who was there, saw absentee workers leaving, wrapping up at 10:30 p.m. that night, which is, again, consistent with the affidavits that have already been filed. And here's what we see, that on this date and time, it looks like everybody was wrapping up. So he said that they stopped at about 10:30. If you go back on here, you'll see 10:30. Most of the room is gone. This is when the guy pulls out the briefcase. Right at 11:04 is when that happened. So they said, we're done counting at 10:30. 34 minutes go by. Boom, get those suitcases out. Looks pretty dang suspicious to me. Could there be an alternative explanation? We're going to talk through it. I think there could, but doesn't look good. We also have another corroborating story from ABC News Politics here. They're reporting the same thing. They're saying here, the election department sent the ballot counters at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta home at 10:30 p.m. Regina Waller, the Fulton County Public Affairs Manager for Elections, tells ABC News. So now we have ABC News, which is the mainstream media themselves, right? This is their own reporting from somebody with a name named Regina Waller, who is the Fulton County Public Affairs Manager for Elections. You would think that this person, Regina, would know what the answer was here. They told ABC News, we're done counting. Okay, they sent the ballot counters at the State Farm Arena home at 10:30 p.m. So who are they talking about? What were those people doing behind the scene if they weren't counting ballots? I think they were absolutely counting ballots. So ABC News is wrong. The other guy, Matt we just talked about, he's wrong. So the story seems to be from the government, not only just with, one of these insane, quote, insane, I'm being facetious, Republican affidavits that they like to trash all the time. This isn't somebody who's just saying that. This is now ABC News, who got the official order from Regina Waller, who's in charge of this stuff. She is indicating, she told ABC News at that time that we're not counting anymore. They went home at 10:30. So why were they still counting at 10:30? And how can they turn around now and say the Republicans, well, they just left on their own? They just voluntarily left. They didn't. Regina Waller, Fulton County Public Affairs Manager, said, we're done counting. The blonde lady came out and said, we're done counting. Go home. We're not going to count anymore. Then they pulled out the ballots and they started counting them. So that in and of itself is wrong. Okay, whether the ballots are totally legitimate, whether it's totally authentic, whether those are legitimate ballots and they're not actually suitcases and there's a lot of reason for what they did, they still, through the own government, according to ABC News, the Fulton County Public Affairs Manager said, we're done counting at 10:30. So the counting should have stopped. How is an observer supposed to observe something if they're being told that there's nothing to observe? Hey guys, there's nothing to observe. We're done counting. They leave, they start counting again. It's your fault that you're not there to see it? It's ridiculous. It is pretty clear in my mind that there was some intention here, because we have two statements now. One from Brad Raffensperger, said we're going to keep counting, directly contradicted by Regina Waller and corroborated by some other individuals who were there. Matt Johnson says, I was there. We saw it. They left at 10:30. It's a problem. So let's talk about it. Let's break this down. Could this be fraud? Could this be not fraud? Do we have any open questions about this? So let's do the little game that we do where we sort of pick apart both sides. Let's talk about this not being fraud. So a couple points on this. Number one, the idea could be that these were not suitcases. These were official ballot containers, right? And a lot of people have been bringing that up. Well, they're not actually suitcases, so it sounds really bad. If somebody went to, Target and bought a suitcase, loaded them up with ballots, that would sound pretty sketch. But if you have official ballot containers that are meant to transport ballots, then maybe you have some formal documentation. Maybe on the outside of that container, you have a log. It was transferred from John to Regina to so-and-so to so-and-so. Okay, and we can trace back where those came from. And it's totally legitimate. Yeah, it came from a different county. These were carted in by the U.S. Postal Service. They were all in official containers. Here's our log. Here's our chain of custody. Not fake. Don't worry about it. It's not a suitcase. It's just a ballot container. Could be. Is it also possible that it is just a convenient place to store the ballot containers, right? Under the table. Just kind of a convenient place. When I was in college, and I think my first year in law school even, I was a caterer. So I would go to people's homes.
Ooh, caterer.
These big, dinners and things. And we would all
R&R Law Group, I just want to say, and if you're interested in catering for me anytime, catering, you can cater our, I want to do Law Con, the lawyers can get together for a con. We'll call it Law Con. Con Law, maybe. Yeah, well, that's actually a better name than Law Con. Maybe we can call it Con Law. Wow, that is maybe the lamest thing I've ever thought of myself. So you know how you have a bunch of conventions and you call it whatever con? So we could call it Law Con. Or, just because we're super lame, we could call it Con Law. Huh? Wow, that may be the lamest thing I've ever said in my life. So if you want to cater for Con Law, let me know. Wow.
We store stuff under the tables, always. And it was kind of a similar situation to what you saw at the State Farm Arena, where you have a bunch of sort of a makeshift working environment. Everybody just sets up these folding tables, put some tablecloths over them. You have this makeshift little storage area underneath the table, and that's it. That's all there is to it. Nothing wrong with that. And they were just storing documents, just like we would store coolers under the tables when I was catering. Not super unusual, not crazy. Now, that is a little bit contradicted by what we saw from Jackie, where she was saying that we watched the rest of the footage, and that's not what was going on. They were actually bringing the boxes and the bins of ballots and storing them on a different part of the room that's off camera. So we're going to talk about that, but it is possible, right? You could have a bunch of people who say, we have a lot of bodies in here, a lot of tables, a lot of machines. Where can we put all this stuff? Well, there's plenty of space right under the table. Doesn't necessarily mean it's fraudulent. The other main question that I've seen around is this idea that the verification part had already been completed. So those were already authenticated ballots. Those were processed essentially. So there's nothing else to observe. So think about, what if the people who were there previously, they were just opening the ballots. As we've talked about on this channel, one of the most important parts of this entire process is to check the envelope that the ballots come in if they're absentee ballots, if they're mailed in. That's where you verify the signatures. If you have a signature requirement, you make sure that it's an authentic document at that point. Once you open the ballot and you throw away the envelope, the ballot is now a secret ballot because we don't want it to connect to you so that we can identify how you voted. It's a secret ballot for many reasons, which we don't need to get into right now. But once that is done, once it's been separated from the envelope, all that's left to do is to just run it in the machine. And that's the argument, that you don't really need observers. You don't really need anybody to see how that's working, because the important part of it, the high security aspect of this entire procedure, has already been accomplished. The people who were doing the opening and the verification and matching the signatures, they're done. Their job's done. So we released them, but now we just needed to scan the ballots. We had 5 different people at 5 different machines, just feeding those things through all night long. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger told us to do it. Yes, we know that there was a miscommunication, but that's not our fault. We were just doing our job. We were just poll watchers, election workers, just scanning the ballots in. Wasn't fraudulent, would be the argument. And another argument is the people there knew that they were being recorded, right? There were cameras all over the place, and so why would they engage in this fraud if they know that they're going to get caught, right? That's the argument. Now, that's if it's not fraud. What if it is actually fraud? Well, let's switch gears. Let's put a different hat on. If it is fraud and everyone is cleared out prior to pulling out the containers, that looks bad, okay? That looks really bad. Those of you who work at an office, before you're going to leave for the weekend and you pocket a little couple extra snacks from the snack room, you make sure everybody's gone before you do that, right? That's what's happening. We all know instinctually that when you wait for people to leave before you do something, that's just suspicious. It's what your kids do. It's what your family does. It's what people do. You wait till there's nobody there to find the evidence. Then you do the evidence. So just this idea that this information, these boxes, these bins, these ballots were wheeled out outside of the presence of anybody else is highly suspicious. I mean, the first thing you think of is, why did they wait for everybody to leave to do that? Why didn't they pull these out earlier? Interesting. The other rationale was storing valuable things. I've already talked about this. Don't store valuable things in locations where you cannot see them. That's another indicator of fraud in my mind. If something is very valuable, like money or like jewelry, you put those in places that generally, if you're going to be doing something with them, you want to keep your eye on those things, right? You never let your kids out of your sight. You keep your eye on those things. When stuff gets misplaced, when you put stuff underneath tables or you hide stuff, it's not visible. Anything can happen at that point. You can have somebody come in, move one of those boxes out, replace it during the day, and nobody would have any idea unless they saw it happening. If everybody break for lunch, somebody could go swap those ballots out. Nobody's keeping an eye on them. They're not being recorded by the camera footage, or maybe they were, and somebody's just making a swap. And that's legitimate. We don't know. But the idea is that you're going to hide a bunch of very, very valuable documents under a table somewhere. Just doesn't sit well with a lot of people, including myself. You want to keep that stuff front and center. We talk about it with DUI blood results. That is extremely important evidence. There's a very strict chain of custody with that. We know every single person who touched it, everywhere that it went, everywhere it landed, what time it was put into the evidence locker, who signed the outside of the document, when the lab technicians opened the vial, and when they resealed things, and we have data on all that stuff because it's that important. It's not like when somebody gets arrested for a DUI and they draw your blood that they just throw them in the back of their trunk when the police are transporting you around somewhere. I mean, this is very, very significant information, highly, highly important. And throwing it under a table just doesn't feel like it has the same level of importance that many of us are ascribing to it. Now, the next point, even if the ballots were legitimate, there were not observers there to monitor the scanning. Okay. And I already really hit on that. It doesn't matter in my mind if this was even legitimate. If these were authentic ballots that came from some different precinct that just happened to get them in late, the idea that they're going to release the observers, we've covered it a lot on this channel about how important these different statutes are to, it's basically the entire Trump claim. Everything that they're filing in court is mostly around, we weren't able to observe. And they have a good point with a lot of these state statutes. Now, whether they see any success in the courts is a whole different concept. But we've covered it in Michigan. I think we've even covered the statutes in Georgia where they need access. The law says that they get access. And so if the government was involved in limiting access, even if it's just by telling them, hey, we're not counting anymore, and then continuing to count, that is a violation. That's a procedural issue. It's a due process problem. It's an equal protection problem. These are all of the same claims that they're making in lawsuits around the country. So I think that's very important. We also saw that the timing matches some of the morning spikes that we saw for Joe Biden, so the timing matches. And then there were evidence that the poll workers were officially released by news sources. And again, I already showed you that slide where there was somebody who was confirming from Fulton County that we're done. We're not counting anymore. So now for them to turn around and say, well, you left on your own. Where did you get that idea? Why'd you leave? You shouldn't have left. We were still counting. Nobody ever told you to leave. That's not true. There's a lot of people who apparently were telling them to leave. We saw it so much on the video. We saw some woman come out, make a statement, everybody's gone, right? That's the government not providing an equal opportunity to be an observer, to be involved in the election. That's a problem, regardless of the suitcase issue. All right, so now let's take a look at some of these open questions that we've got. As I mentioned, number one, we have the video. Is there any audio, though? We don't know yet. All right, I'd like to see some audio. I'd like to hear what the lady said? Is there any audio recordings? What was going on there? Because
That would be helpful.
The response that this is all a hoax and it's all been debunked is, no, she never told him to leave. Did she? Is there any audio?
Audio would be helpful, yes.
Love to see it.
Probably
Already
not,
talked about
though.
This as well, the chain of custody of any of this stuff. The video, is it authentic? I think it is. Who are the names,
yeah.
What are the job titles of all the people in the video? Who are these individuals? We saw there's a lot of people there. Some of them had name tags on. Who are they? And have they been deposed? Have they been interviewed? Has anybody gone and questioned
That's
them
a
and
good
said,
question.
what's your story here? We have affidavits from some of these observers, allegedly, who were there and said that they were thrown out or kicked out. But what about the other people? Have they gone on record? Are they making statements? Have we seen any of it yet? I don't know. Miss Faith just sent over a link that apparently they've identified one of the ladies.
Yeah, the fact that every single observer and press person left, though, is kind of suggestive that they were ordered to leave, right? Because why would they all leave unless they were told to leave? They all decided to leave at 10:30 because they were tired, or were they ordered to leave? The fact that they all left is a little suggestive that they were ordered. So that is a bit, does seem to suggest the narrative from the people who are saying this is suspicious. Because unless they were ordered to leave, why would they all leave? Yeah. But have any of these people been asked? That's a good question too. Is there any audio? Probably not. That'd be nice. Is the video authentic? Yeah, I don't think we have any problems there on the video being authentic. Do we know who these people are? I'm sure we can figure that out easily enough. Have they been interviewed? Have no idea. You know, were they ordered to leave? Looks like maybe. Yeah.
Ladies who was there. So we'll try to maybe clip that here in a minute. I also want to know who brought those containers in. Okay, this is the next point here. Who brought those containers in? Was it
Oh dear, I've some urgent
an
problems,
election
don't I?
worker? Was it the U.S. Postal Service? Was it somebody else? When did they get in there? And Jackie, when she was going through her presentation in front of the Senate, she was saying that we have to watch a lot more of this because they didn't quite know. They started to sort of piece this together, I think, late the night before the hearing, but there's more information. The other question that we have is the security footage camera, is that unbroken? Do we have a full 24 hours? Do we have a full 48 hours? Did they shut the cameras off at any point in time? Very pertinent questions. And then sort of related to that is how far back do they go? How far in time can we go back? And in addition to that, do we have information from other parts of the facility? Not just in that room. I want to see the cars and where the trucks were dropping. Where did these suitcases come from? Is really the question. Where did they come from? And then we want to know who was there. Who were these 5 people scanning ballots? Who was the lady who told everybody to leave? Do we know any of those things? And let's take a look. Miss Faith just sent over a link. Apparently somebody posted on Twitter and said that they have identified the name of the woman, and there's some indication that that this woman is also doing some other shady things. Let's take a look here. So apparently this is this woman palming a USB drive. Also sort of looks like the same woman who was making the announcements, with the blonde braids there. So this looks like she's, getting up. Somebody's watching her hands pretty closely. She's got something there. Right there. It looks like it may have been a weird little handoff between this guy and this guy. So she's got it in her palm. So, yeah, and this is the other part of this that's so frustrating about this whole thing is why is there not more footage? Why is there not better, more clear footage of this stuff? It looks like we're starting to see some stuff bubble up, but all right, there she is. I don't really know what that's all about, but maybe they have found and identified this person. You would imagine, though, that the government would have taken a look at that. I think the governor there in Georgia, Kemp, has indicated that this is certainly concerning, and maybe they're going to do a signature audit. Saw that headline. We'll see if that happens. All right, so that's it for the Georgia suitcase gate topic. Let's change gears a little bit. Let's go over to Arizona, see what's going on here. Some of this is somewhat interesting, actually. I want to play a clip from the hearing that took place today. Yesterday, I talked to you about this Kelly Ward case. So Kelly Ward is the Arizona GOP chairperson. She has filed a lawsuit, which is actually getting some momentum here in Arizona. We're not sure how long it's going to.
I'm going to pause the audio real quick and pause the game because I need to use the restroom and I need to make myself a little lunch. So just will take a couple minutes. So, you can talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
continue, but kind of interesting because these are some small little victories that have been seen here. And
I forgot the sound. Yeah. So, yeah, I made this last night in the Instapot. So what it is, it's 2 pounds. It's 2 pounds of shrimp, 2 pounds of kielbasa, cooked sausage. I think it's 3 green peppers, 2 sweet onions, garlic, salt, pepper, a little Italian seasoning. Put it in an Instapot last night. Excellent. So that's what it is. Sausage and shrimp with some pepper and onion and salt, pepper, garlic, Italian seasoning. Yum, yum, yum.
Yesterday, we covered the story where one of the first requests in this lawsuit was to do a very limited audit. Very limited. 100 ballots. So they took all of the ballots from Arizona. They basically put them into one big bucket. And what they're doing is they're going and they're pulling some ballots out and they're auditing them. And they kept it very small. They said, okay, let's check 100 and let's just see what happens. They did that. They found that there's a 3-point swing in favor of Donald Trump. They found 2 ballots that were wrong. One of them didn't count a Trump vote, so that's just a 1-point swing. But then one of them was a Trump vote that got remodified into a Joe Biden vote. So if you switch that out, then it's a 3-point swing. Kind of a big swing given the fact that Donald Trump lost Arizona with less than 1%. So what that did in court is that it convinced the judge to say, dang it. All right, so that means I have to authorize you to go get more information, more data. And so the argument that we're about to hear are from witnesses in front of court in an evidentiary hearing that took place yesterday. There was a hearing in our Superior Court where they were really the people who were filing the lawsuit. So Kelly Ward and some of her witnesses, they were presenting. And then today I checked out some of the audio and it was mostly just the defense side. It was just the people presenting their evidence that they did everything correctly. So it's pretty boring evidence. Anytime you bring somebody in, you're like, hey, did you run the election correctly? And they're like, yeah, I did a great job running. And they're like, well, how great was it? Like, so great. No problems at all. Really, really the best election. And that's kind of what today's
so good. Best election.
Happened yesterday. We have this individual who's
we have the best election, greatest election, no problems.
You can see some of the captions at the bottom. Courtroom's empty because of COVID. All this stuff was being done virtually. Let's take a listen and hear what this guy says before we do. And in order to prevent that person from just going through and Faith just said something happened. Let's see. All right, well, she'll update me on that. So what he's talking about in this issue is that the ballot is now being processed through a different piece of software. So the ballot will go in and it will go in front of a machine, and that machine will do its best to figure out what the true intent of the voter was. So now you get that overvote ballot. You say, all right, this one's broken. What do? You take it into a different machine. You put it into that machine. Then that machine is going to try to figure out what to do with it. So it's going to scan the ballot. It's going to take a picture, scan it, use AI, use whatever it is, and it's going to try to recreate a duplicate ballot and fix it. So this guy is talking about what happened in that process. Now, you're going to hear from him. I did speed this one up, too. He talks very slowly, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but put your listening ears on because we're going to go through this clip. We're going to go through the clip from his attorney. So we have the same witness. We have both sides of the attorney, or both sides. We have him going through the testimony with his lawyer. So his lawyer is asking him questions, kind of softballs. Then we're going to take a break, do some analysis on that, and then we're going to go back to the other side of the clip where the defense attorney is now asking him questions during a cross-examination. And the reason why this is important is because this is evidence now. This is an evidentiary hearing. These are witnesses who are presenting on the record in a court of law. Largely, we have not seen that. We have seen a lot of procedural dismissals. Every time you go on and you see one of these people on Twitter going 1 in 41, 1 in 47, most of those were dismissals that were not on the merits. The judges have not actually heard anything. They haven't heard most of the evidence. They've just seen allegations of evidence, and they said, well, that's not enough. That bucket's too small. That's not going to change the course of the election, and they dismiss them without hearing much further. We've seen that with procedural issues. Pennsylvania Supreme Court dumped some cases on latches, which is hilarious. And, all these different reasons to not hear the evidence. Well, we're hearing some evidence now. Now, this is not a trial. This is, they're filing motions to continue their investigation. Kelly Ward is somebody who wanted the next request is to increase the scope of the inspection. So rather than going and looking at 100 ballots, they want to expand it to 2,500. Then from 2,500, maybe you go into a bigger audit or a full statewide audit. What does the 2,500 show? And the reason why they're doing it so incrementally is because this is a long process. They were counting ballots on the 100. I think it took 4, 5, 6 hours in order to do that. So they said that if they could bring 5 people and set up 5 tables, they think they could get through 2,500 in one day. And so you start seeing the scope of this thing because you have different observers really leaning over each other, comparing signatures and auditing these things carefully. So it's going to take some time, and the courts are a little bit skeptical on just saying, yeah, we're just going to order a re-audit of the whole thing. If there's enough here and you can show this trend, maybe we will. And that's what Kelly Ward and her team are trying to accomplish. So let's take a listen to this gentleman and see what he has to say. This was during the hearing yesterday.
Go ahead and sworn check.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lane, did you serve as a credentialed legal observer during this election?
Yes.
Are you an attorney, by the way?
I've completed law school. I've not taken the bar yet.
Where did you serve? What location did you serve as a credentialed observer?
Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center.
And how long did you serve as an observer?
I did a graveyard shift from the night of the 10th to the morning of the 11th, about 8 hours, and then I did another shift on the 12th, just for a couple hours.
During those shifts, did you observe duplication of ballots and electronic adjudication of ballots?
Yes.
Did you observe what you believe were mistakes in either one of those processes?
Yes.
Can you please tell the court what you saw in that regard?
Regarding duplication during the graveyard shift, that was the only process being done from the night of the 10th into the morning of the 11th. 2 types of mistakes. One, by the teams, the election boards, submitting ballots with mistakes, and we tried to pull as many of those, meaning we made the county workers aware that we witnessed a mistake and they would take note of those ballots and correct them at a later time. Other types of mistakes, which I think the election boards, their mistakes stem from this, is with the software, Novus NOV US 6.0.0.0, the Runback software, Runback election systems. What that system tries to do is pre-fill the ballot for the team, for that election board. So it takes that scanned image of the ballot, whatever's wrong with it, whether it's a copy stain or it's a braille ballot, large print, whatever reason that they need to duplicate that ballot, that system, Novus system, tries to pre-fill what it sees. And for at least the first hour and a half of my shift, Trump votes were never pre-filled. And on top of that, in the Senate race, the McSally and Mark Kelly race, no matter who was selected, whether it's McSally or Mark Kelly was always pre-filled. So it was up to the election boards, those teams, to catch those mistakes. Now there's about 15 teams, I want to say, and they're in separate parts of the room, one down the hallway, another row facing one way, and a row facing the opposite way. So it's pretty much an exercise in futility, trying to stay on top of all these ballots. And even if I was to run around to see all 15, the ballot's so big that the presidential race is only a certain part of the ballot. So if they're on the second page and they're at the judge's attention, yes or no, then all hope is lost for me to see whether they submitted that correctly or not.
Thank you. On the days that you were present, or I should say nights that you were present, how many other observers for any party do you believe were present with you?
The graveyard shift, there were 2 Republican observers and 1 Democrat observer, in addition to myself. And then the second shift I did, the one on the 12th, there was a Democrat observer, and that was it.
And did you clear those for all of MCTAC, correct?
Right, that's correct.
When I say MCTAC is the name of the entire tabulation center, right?
That's right.
No further questions. All right, now no further questions, so I cut it off there. Basically, that's what he wanted to get out of him. The attorney was, I think, trying to indicate there at the end, the second part of the question, which is sort of, I think it's important but less relevant, is this idea that there was one or just a handful of observers for the entire center. Okay, so it's, again, the observation argument. You didn't get to see anything. And as this guy is testifying, he says, well, it was impossible to see anything. There were 15 different tables, and I was running around trying to keep track of things. And he details sort of exactly what I described, that there would be a ballot that would come in, and he said there was a coffee stain, or there would be something wrong with the ballot, and so they couldn't accept it as is. So that would go over to a different person who was going to put it into this system, and he said that it was the Runback system, which we've talked about here. That's been the subject of a lot of different lawsuits and a lot of different claims around the country. Same system, same pattern, same issues. Again.
Hey, Matt, since you're here. Someone earlier in the chat asked maybe to allow users to vote on what cases that we would cover on the channel. And I thought that might be interesting. I'm not exactly sure how we would do that or where we would get the cases from for users to vote on, but it might be interesting as a way to gain engagement and gain participation and stuff like that, that we would, give out some sort of list of potential stories and people could vote on them or something as members, maybe like a member benefit or something. So see if you can track down Nate as well, and see if between you guys you can think of how we might go about doing that as a channel with people voting on stuff as a way to drive engagement, drive participation, perhaps drive memberships to people get to join as a member benefit, something like that. So give it some thought. If you find Nate, tell him I'm also interested in his input on this too, and we'll see what we can do and see if it makes sense. But since you're here, I thought I'd ask.
Talking about absentee ballots, talking about duplicating ballots. And when Kelly Ward filed her original lawsuit, they found that 2 of those that were duplicated were a problem, largely because the duplicate, the copy of the copy, doesn't match the original. And she detailed it very clearly that one ballot came in, it was originally for Donald Trump, but something was wrong with that ballot, so it had to be duplicated. But when it was duplicated, it was duplicated for Joe Biden. Right, so it literally flipped the vote, and he's saying that the software helped to do that. This Nova software is, or I think that's how you spell it. He spelled it out, Nova 6.00, whatever it is. That is part of the Runback suite. He's saying that makes an attempt to fill out the ballot. It scans it. It says, okay, I think this one was a Joe Biden one. I think that was a Mark Kelly vote. I think this was Prop 207, and then recreates it. So part of that software is trying to do that. Sort of like optical character recognition, OCR. When you scan something with your phone, sometimes it can tell you what it is. It's using AI to figure that out. So this machine is trying to do that. And what he was doing was running around the tabulation center, making sure that every time they're duplicating one of these ballots, that it does match. Okay, well, I saw that one go in. It went for Donald Trump, but it came out as Joe Biden. And what he'll do is he'll say, listen, that one was wrong. And he's going to explain this when the defense attorney asks him about it. But what they're doing essentially is they're saying, okay, we'll make a note of that. All right, that one's wrong. We'll make a note of that, and we'll go back and we'll fix it later. Thanks for writing it down. So that's what's going on now. This defense attorney tries to kind of try to go after him a little bit, but I don't think it was particularly effective. Let's listen now to the other side. So again, this is the cross-examination, and this is the point that I've been really talking about a lot on this channel, which is why I wanted to play this. All of these affidavits, all of these legislative hearings, all of the testimony that you've heard from everybody, Dr. Shiva and so on. I mean, we've covered, 20 people here who've given testimony at these legislative hearings. They, in a court of law, they're subject to what we're about to see. It's called cross-examination. So this first line of questioning was literally Kelly Ward's lawyers asking their own witness the questions. So of course they're going to be pretty easy. Okay, what happened next? Tell me about that. Oh, okay, and you give them a lot of free reign. But when you flip the side, now this is the opposing team who gets to come and ask this guy questions. So let's listen in and see how that went.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lane, you said you witnessed mistakes, but it was unclear what mistakes you actually saw. Would you mind explaining that for me, please? Sure. So I'm standing behind an observation team election board, watching them copy the ballot, duplicate the ballot, and I, not having the ability to speak to them, take a note on my piece of paper, on my notes, or a mental note that, hey, there's a Trump vote on that scanned image, but they either didn't select Trump or they selected someone who wasn't Trump, and they go through the rest of the ballot, and then when they click the next ballot, they've confirmed that ballot has been submitted. So that's when we call over the county worker and say, hey, the ballot before this one was incorrectly submitted, and then they take a note of the number or the serial number, whatever it is, of the current ballot. That way they know, hey, this ballot DUP 294063, the one before that is the one that we have to check at a later point. And so the county may well have checked that ballot after the fact. They said they would. I don't know whether they did or not. Sure, but they certainly made note of it, so far as you can tell. Yep. Yes. They didn't ignore the problem. Can you repeat that, please? They did not ignore the problem.
Okay, so what this attorney's trying to cue in on, he's saying, okay, so they made a note of that, right? He goes, yeah, they made a note. He goes, so they said that they were going to fix it? That's what they said? Okay, so is there anything to indicate that they wouldn't do that? He says, no. I mean, they could have done that.
In the moment, no, they did not. Okay. You mentioned that you saw some votes were incorrectly pre-filled in for one candidate or another by the software. Did you see whether election workers were able to correct that when they actually prepared the final ballot? When you say election workers, are you meaning the election board? The election board. Mr. Ryan, you got to let him finish before you start talking again, so we have a clear record. And to clarify, yes, I mean the members of the duplication board. A lot of the mistakes were corrected.
A lot of the mistakes were corrected? A lot of mistakes were corrected, meaning the pre-filled ballot was completely wrong. So some teams would go through one by one and manually fill in the bubble. Some teams, along with Quinn, she's part of, I think, her badge with the tech staff. She described herself as an administrative assistant. She was a county worker, had a Democrat badge. She's told everyone there that when they were previously working to duplicate ballots, that they just cleared every suggestion because of how bad the software was. So this was an ongoing problem even before my shift. Understood. And so from what you observed, then it sounds like.
There you go. And so that attorney was really doing his best to say, wait a minute, they corrected a lot of mistakes. Oh, okay. So you said that they took a note of that. You called somebody over, they took a note, they corrected it. Did you see him correct it? And he goes, yeah, I saw some of them correcting it. And then he says, yeah, but this has been a problem this was a massive problem throughout the entire tabulation center. This has been going on for all the time. And largely, as we have seen, this is the same pattern that we're seeing around the country. This push the vote, push it. Get them in. We got too many coming in. Get them in. Next one. Next. We can't stop and count and have a conversation about every single duplicate ballot that needs to be reconstructed. Can't do it. Shove them on through. So that's his testimony, right? And he's saying that he saw it happen and he was there for a number of hours. And what else do you want? The opposing cross-examining attorney had some questions about it. Yeah, I mean, at the bare minimum, would this not warrant a little bit further inquiry? Wouldn't you be just a little bit concerned? Maybe we should just check a little bit more. We checked 100 ballots. Why don't we check another 2,500? Let's just see. If it's still the same 3% error rate, that's a difference in the election. That could change the entire election, right? 3% difference in some of these things is dramatic because the election margins are much smaller than that. How about that? Or at the bare minimum, let's just go take a look at what that piece of software does. We talked about this yesterday. You could have somebody who's a forensic programmer, somebody who does this type of work for a living, who's a security consultant, analyst. They can compare line by line the code. What should it be? What does it do? Literally, what does that do? What does this do? What does this do? It's take a lot of time, take a lot of money, but it's important. It's important because if people don't have faith in this election, the next administration is not going to be able to govern this country, whomever that may be. All right. So Arizona is responding as I figured we would. Looks today like we have a press release from the Arizona State Legislature. They are calling for an audit of Maricopa County election software and equipment. Good idea. Here's what it says. It says, for immediate release this Friday, December 4th, legislative leaders call for audit of Maricopa County election software and equipment.
What kind of law review channel mispronounces a word or a name? That's unheard of.
State Senate President Karen Fann, Speaker of the House Rusty Bowers, today called for an independent audit of the Dominion software and the equipment used in Maricopa County during the general election. Two leaders, along with the incoming Senate Government Chair Michelle Urgenti-Rita, House Majority Leader Warren Peterson, they had numerous phone calls with members of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. And they have some quotes here. As a longtime advocate for so on and so forth, I'm pleased to learn that the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is supportive. It's important we maintain all of the voting confidence of our elections. Significant number of voters believe that fraud occurred, and with the number of irregularities, it is easy to understand why. Especially concerning are the allegations made surrounding the vendor Dominion. It is imperative the county immediately do a forensic audit on the Dominion software and equipment to make sure the results were accurate. Legislators also emphasize the supervisors know how important it is to move expeditiously on this matter. So, right, that's the state house. That's the state Senate here in Arizona. Really pushing the ball forward. I totally support it. I'm for audits. I'm for transparency around the board. I think that this would go a long way. I don't know why this hasn't been done already. We should be auditing these things on a regular basis, and the public should be involved, and the public is involved, and the public is very interested, as am I. So cheers to the legislature here in Arizona for doing that. All right. And, all right. So we have a little bit of time left. Let's go through some of the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff because there was a proceeding yesterday. Miss Faith clipped a few things for us. And so we're going to just kind of step away from the election for just a minute. Let's talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. So a judge has ordered that Kyle Rittenhouse stand trial on all 6 counts, including charges related to 2 deaths of 2 men and the shooting of a third in Kenosha protest in August. He is free on a $2 million bond. If you're not familiar with this story, this was a story out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, where Kyle Rittenhouse, 17-year-old kid, he was out there. There were some protests going on that night. I think it was BLM related, may have been Antifa related. Don't really remember. And this was something where he was, in my mind, being chased down by a number of individuals. He fired back. I thought this was a pure case of self-defense. We went through the statutes there in Wisconsin. We went through the probable cause statement. We went through all of the statutes there. We spent a lot of time on this case, and now it is sort of progressing. So it's interesting. This case is sort of closely related to some of the election stuff because it's the same attorney that we see in a lot of the election stuff. It's L. Lynn Wood. He's one of the attorneys on the Kyle Rittenhouse team, somebody I've been somewhat critical of on this channel, at least related to this case, and another guy by the name of John Pierce. Well, they were in court yesterday, and they were addressing what was happening in the case. He has been charged with 2 felony charges of homicide for the death of Rosenbaum and Huber. So he shot 3 people total, if I remember correctly. 2 of them died, and that's what he's being charged with.
Right.
A felony for attempted homicide charge in the wounding of Grosskreutz, which was another guy he shot but didn't kill, and then 2 additional charges, possession of a dangerous weapon, and 2 charges of reckless endangerment. So those were the original charges, and then he was in court yesterday, and so let's take a look and listen into some of what was going on. So again, as is the case, this is taking place in Zoom. Everything is Zoom these days. This was the hearing that we see. And this is Mark Richards, which is his local attorney, who is actually a criminal defense attorney, as far as I can tell. Now, I don't know why we have 2 Mark Richards here. We have, this looks like is probably Grosskreutz. I think this is the guy who got shot. We have Thomas Binger, who is the prosecutor. We've got the judge, Lauren Keating, and we've got some other individuals, law and crime. This is probably just a reporter. And then I'm not sure who that fellow is. But let's listen in, see what happened.
A substantial legal basis for the count 6. And that is, we don't allow teenagers to run around with guns. It's really that simple. The statute is clear. 948.60 says any person under 18 who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. Period. There's no dispute in this case that Kyle Rittenhouse armed himself with an AR-15 on August 25th, 2020 at the age of 17 years old. That's it. It's that simple. Now, if the defense wants to hide behind hunter safety regulations to try and excuse that behavior, then I'll simply quote back what Attorney Richards just said, which is the defendant wasn't hunting. It wasn't hunting season. This wasn't a kid who went up north with his dad and a shotgun and went hunting for deer like last week during hunting season here.
Okay, on a purely personal level, whoever this is speaking, who I assume is one of the district attorneys, with whoever this is speaking, I could do a little bit without quite so much condescension and derision. It's a little bit grating. So he has a little bit superior. It's a little bit. I could go without the tone of voice. I mean, he might be right on the law, but you need to dial back the condescension and arrogance just a little bit, man. Kind of put me off. I want to be able to analyze this neutrally, and you're not helping. Listen, carrying on.
Wisconsin. This was a situation in which a teenager went running around the streets of Kenosha after curfew with a very dangerous weapon. And this is exactly why we have this law. Because a teenager in this case killed 2 people and shot a 3rd. Because teenagers shouldn't be allowed to run around with dangerous weapons because bad things happen. They don't have the judgment. They don't have the experience. We don't trust them with these weapons because of exactly what happened.
Okay, how old do you have to be to go into the military?
So what is that at the end? That's like a policy argument? I don't. Okay.
How old is that? Okay, so once you hit 18, you're good now? You can go to a junior ROTC, I think, in high school, right? At 17. These prosecutors, they just... Ugh. You see how he was talking? He's like scolding you. You're not allowed. Ugh.
See, I got there before an R&R law group did, or at least R&R law group was thinking the same lines. So we're thinking along the same lines, all right? It's like we could do without this tone and derision. It's like you might be legally right, but could we do it with a little less condescension and a little less arrogance and just a little bit more, this is the facts, and not quite so moral superiority? I mean, you might be legally right, but yeah, R&R law group and I agree. It's like, can we do without the tone? It's not helpful.
Me bananas. All right, let's go up. Let's go back. Now you can see Kyle Rittenhouse in the back there.
I went to law school. I was taught one was supposed to read the whole statute. You don't stop after the first sentence like Mr. Binger has. And whether it's transactionally related or not transactionally related, if it's dismissed here, they can't put it on the information. If they do, we'll file the next motion again under the applicable case law. But Mr. Binger seems to be arguing that Wisconsin statute that my client is charged under only applies to people up north or things like that. It's Wisconsin statute. It applies to the whole state. Those aren't affirmative defenses. They're saying it doesn't apply. We're not arguing that he was hunter safety. That's not what it says. He's not hunting, so that subsection doesn't apply. He's over 16. That subsection doesn't apply. And in fact, he is not possessing a short-barreled rifle. Consequently, he is not to be charged with this offense. Thank you.
All right, so Ms.
Simple
Faith,
to the
as
point.
usual, did a great job and pulled up the statute. So here's 948.60, and we talk about some of those subsections that his attorney just detailed there. It says any person under the age of 18 who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor, except as provided in this. Anyone who sells is guilty under 18. They're guilty of it. C, any under the age of 18 discharges. Subsection D, a person under the age of 17 who has violated this is subject. Okay, and so it goes on. And taking a quick glance at this is the first time I've seen this. I think she just slotted this in here. This section does not apply to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a dangerous weapon when the dangerous weapon is being used in target practice, or if they're a member of the armed forces or National Guard, or it only applies to a person under 18 who is armed with a rifle or shotgun if the person is in violation of this or is not in compliance. So they're saying a long barrel rifle. This section only applies to an adult who transfers a firearm. Okay, so let's go check out the next clip. See what this has to say.
The defendant.
Yeah, there was a call at 6226 Sheridan Road, which is a car source business, where shots were fired. Investigation later determined that Joseph Rosenbaum was shot in that parking lot and later determined to be deceased. Then Kyle Rittenhouse was the shooter in that incident. He then fled that scene northbound on Sheridan Road in the city and county of Kenosha.
All right, so that was from the Detective Antar Amian. Now, I think a lot of this stuff is not going to be particularly pertinent. You know, a lot of the detective statements, I think they're of course they're relevant. They're going to come into trial. These guys are going to come in and testify. But remember what we did when we read the probable cause statement on this thing? It read to me like the people who were writing the probable cause statement were leaving some pretty big holes in that you could drive the big affirmative defense of self-defense right through it. You could just take a semi-tractor truck and drive it right through, because even in the government, the police, their own statement, they were saying things like Rosenbaum kind of initiated all that, right? Kyle Rittenhouse was running the other direction and he was being chased by somebody before he opened fire. So, you know, we're going to see a lot of this type of testimony, and we're going to see how it goes. But the takeaway on this largely was that this is moving forward towards a trial. Is what it sounds like. Now, this was a preliminary hearing, and I'm clipping through some of the other clips that Faith had. Let's take a look. All right, so we have one final slide. She says, breaking, the court commissioner orders Kyle Rittenhouse to stand trial on the charges of killing 2 people. Decision came after a preliminary hearing on which the detective testified. He'll be going to be formally arraigned and enter a plea at the next court date in January. All right, so what does this all mean?
I'd love to see if there's a written decision from the judge, particularly on the weapons possession charge, because I think the legal interest arguments are interesting. So I wonder if there's a written decision from the judge on the weapon possession charge that we can analyze, so we can see whether or not we really agree or disagree with the court's analysis on the weapon possession charge. I think the court's probably right on the preliminary motion for the murders. He has some outstanding affirmative defenses, but they're still affirmative defenses. And, so he has to offer those. So does the state have a prima facie case? Yeah. So, that makes sense. As to the weapons possession charge, though, I'd be interested to see if there's actually a written opinion on that we could analyze and go over to see whether or not we agree with it or not. That might be fun.
This is all very standard. This is not anything groundbreaking, right? If you're going to, what happens at a preliminary hearing is they need to establish that there's enough probable cause to even bring the charges. Okay, so think about this a little bit differently. If you're coming home after work, you stop for a friend, you go to happy hour, you have a couple beers, you're driving home, a cop pulls you over, you're now charged with a DUI. He arrests you, take you into custody, draw your blood, impound your car, all of that stuff. Well, that officer was involved in all of this, right? He was involved in the entire thing. He got to see you driving. He got to see you, fail your field sobriety test. He may have given you a breathalyzer. So he's got enough evidence here that this charge is warranted. Probably. That, this cop can say, I have enough probable cause, is the magical word, to say we're going to bring these charges against this person. So all he needs to do really is sign the ticket, submit it into the judge. The judge is going to say, okay, you personally observe this. You swear this is all true and accurate. Yep, it's all good. Goes over to the prosecutor's office. They file it for the cops. Great. New charges are filed. When you talk about a felony or something of sort of this magnitude, before they can even go through that process, before they can even file the charges against you, they got to show that there is probable cause. Okay, it's different. What happened here in Kyle's case is not the same thing as a DUI, where a cop saw everything happen. This was different because there weren't any cops there. I mean, we saw at the very end, the cops were rolling in and they just drove right past Kyle after the shooting took place. So they didn't witness any of this stuff. And so when you're going through this felony process, they have to prove that there's enough probable cause to even file the charges. That's it. Just to file them. Not whether you're guilty or not whether, you're going to win or whether you have a good case. Is there enough to file it? And so what Kyle's team was doing today was to say, no, there wasn't. This is a self-defense case. There's not enough here. And, these hearings, the defense loses most of the time. Right? It's a much lower standard. It's basically, preponderance of the evidence is more likely. It's a probable cause standard. Is there enough there to take it to the next level? So just because this wasn't a win for Rittenhouse doesn't mean that he's not going to be able to make any of the self-defense claims or any of the affirmative defense claims that his attorney, Mark Richards, was talking about. All of that stuff is going to still be available as the rest of the trial progresses. So he's going to be arraigned. He's going to have his formal arraignment. He's going to go in, hear what the official charges are. Remember, for the last 2 or 3 months, he's been in Illinois. Now he's actually back in Wisconsin. We saw him back there with his attorney. He had his face mask on and he was kind of sitting in the back. And so he's still out of custody. He's on bond, a $2 million bond. And we're going to have a formal arraignment next month, at which point he's going to officially enter his plea of not guilty. Then that's going to trigger a bunch of other things that can happen further down the road. And it's going to entitle him to get more discovery, to start scheduling interviews, to get information about additional allegations from any of these other victims or any other witnesses. All of the back and forth can now start. So ordinary part of the process, nothing groundbreaking here. When they come out and they say, he's going to have to stand trial. A trial, in my mind, is probably not even 2 years away. I mean, not even until right. Probably 2 years away. I'll be surprised if it happens next year. We'll see. I mean, these cases take a long time, and we're going to see how quickly they push for it, especially now that he's out on bond, right? Now he's out, he's released, he's not sitting in custody anymore. So the argument is, what's the rush? Continue the investigation, put some more distance between now and the shooting and the incident, let a lot of the public pressure die down, let everybody forget about it, and just keep pushing. We're going to see if that's what his defense team does. We will see.
Probably.
Of course, in the meantime, they're going to be doing their work, their investigation, filing their motions, interviewing everybody who's involved, and preparing for that trial. But the idea that is around the corner is, I think, a bit of a stretch. All right, so that was some good stuff there, everybody. Let's take a look at some of these questions that came in. Miss Faith has been sending me the super chats that have been coming in hot throughout the entirety of the show. So we start off with Wolfgang Deo, who says, when the election is figured out, we really need to start demanding transparency of ISPs, public utilities. I had better connections in 2005, #Meteor. That's funny, yeah. Wolfgang Deo, He says again, Derek Chauvin is innocent. I remember the video. When I saw it days later, I realized bystander effect among cops and VHS tapers, but LA riots. So 2 very insightful comments there from Wolfgang Deo. Thanks for the support, Wolfgang. Appreciate having you here. Ron B chimes in, says, hey, Rob, watch the woman in purple carefully. She scans the same batch of ballot 3 times. Look very carefully. Interesting, Ron. I didn't see that. I'm not going to back up to it right now, but I will take a look at that. That is very curious. We've seen that before. So now, folks, one of the things I want to point out is, anytime that you have a problem with anything, one of the easiest ways to identify what the real problem is to identify the patterns. Where does stuff keep breaking down? Where do you keep getting frustrated? Is there a pattern to that? If you're sort of stuck in this problem, you can't think your way out of it. Where's the patterns? What's causing you to be so angry or to be so frustrated or be so lonely? Identify what the pattern is. You can use that in law. You can use that in your life.
Oof.
We've just been following a lot of patterns on this program, all related to the election stuff. Largely, it's been about absentee ballots. It's been about repeating, scanning, we've heard from multiple people in multiple states that just keep scanning. So there may be something there. We'll take a look. We have Ron B, who says, Gabriel Sterling says it was all official. A lot of people were talking about the Ruby Freeman apparently is the name of the woman who's responsible for this stuff. We have Lava Java Lava, who sent over a cup of coffee. We have Kenneth Fielder, who is chiming in. He says this video is from Center's own security system, which will explain the views. Yeah, exactly right. So they were all up in the ceiling, and we saw multiple angles going in a number of different directions. And I would like to really know where, what else is available. Are there other angles? Are we going to be able to see where this stuff was carted in from? Was it coming down a hallway? Was it, what was the deal? And hopefully we get some of that. Red Shirt Guy took out the suitcase travel style. That comes from Kenneth Fielder. And yeah, it certainly could have been a suitcase. It looks like a suitcase, but it also could have been just a ballot container that has wheels on it. Those things are probably heavy. You probably have, I don't know, how many ballots can you cram in there? Probably like, 12, 15 reams of paper could probably get into a suitcase that size. It's pretty heavy, right? It's a couple of those big things, so wheels make sense. So just because of the fact that it has wheels, I don't think that it is, a suitcase that you would get as a carry-on at a Target. But kind of doesn't matter. Funny. If the government was throwing people out of the room before they were proceeding with their counting, that's a problem. All right, we have Tim Jacuzzi in the house, who says, dream scenario, Trump wins through contested election and Biden and team prosecuted for repeated violations of the Logan Act. I think a lot of
That'd be funny. That'd be hilarious. I don't think the Logan Act is constitutional, but that'd be hilarious.
Sharon Quidney again with that lovely little Shih Tzu who says, suitcase gate, at the very least, it's bad optics. Did they know they were being taped with security cameras? It's a good question. You'd have to imagine.
Oh, you'd have to imagine they would, yeah. You'd have to know. You'd have to imagine they would
see the cameras, and
they'd have to know that.
You know that you've got observers there. We're seeing a lot more of this leaked footage, I think, from the observers. Maybe they thought that they were the only ones with cameras. Who knows? Good question, Sharon. We're going to find more out, I think. Wolfgang Deo chimes back in again with another super chat. Says, well, can we start holding the left stream media accountable for these last 4 years? These people were emboldened because of stopping Hitler. Yeah, the big orange Hitler, orange man bad, that Trump derangement syndrome. Seen a lot of that. And, in my mind, if you have people who are that highly motivated to do anything humanly possible to get rid of Donald Trump, what is the harm in just swapping a couple ballots here and there, right? Not so much. If you have to defeat Hitler, if you literally have to remove Hitler from your country, wouldn't you be willing to do almost virtually anything in order to prevent that? If you didn't do something, wouldn't that be a moral failing? If you were alive in the 1940s and you had the opportunity to, maybe avert World War II and you didn't do that, isn't that the worst thing? And I think many people feel that way about the president. We have Twee Win, who says, keep up the excellent work. Thanks, Twee. I appreciate that. Appreciate you being here. Another very nice super chat from Miss Win. Thank you, Miss Win. Thank you so much. We have Ron B again, who says, matter of fact, look up the Fox News broadcast of election night for Georgia. It came across as a water main break, and everyone was told to leave. I remember that story. I remember we were doing a live stream on election night. We did it for 5 hours. It was the longest one I've ever done. I had a ton of fun with all of you. But We saw that. We saw that on Twitter, that somebody popped up this idea that, it was a water main break. I remember, I think, snickering with you on that, going, oh, that's convenient. A water main break that's going to require everybody to leave the polling place. Very interesting. We have Lava Java Lava with another, one of these emojis. Love it. Dr. Sammy D says, you can perform fraud on camera because people will argue for you. They can't be doing fraud. They know they're being recorded. Right. And that's true. I was sort of being facetious about this yesterday when we're saying, do whatever you want. Commit all the fraud in the world because nobody cares. Judges dismiss all the cases. Department of Justice doesn't look into it. Everybody who talks about it like we do on this channel, we get called conspiracy theorists or racists, one of the two. And you're like, why wouldn't you do fraud? Nobody cares. You're going to get away with it. Not a big deal. We have Brian Hack who says, my internet is being so weird. At least I have cell phone to hotspot off of. Anyways, loving the show. Love your book. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. What he's talking about is this little fella right here. It's called Beginning to Winning, How to Fight Your Case and Succeed in the Criminal.
Oh, he has a book. That's cool. We should get the book. We should do a book review.
This year. It's available on Amazon or get a free copy on the Discord chat. The PDF is in there, so go.
Oh, sweet. We'll get a copy of his PDF and read it. That might be fun.
So IUSS, Integrated Undersea Surveillance System, never heard of it, was unclassified in the 90s. The Navy knows how to look at large amounts of data and find problems. Yeah, there's a lot of people crunching a lot of numbers right now. And it'd be very curious to see what a system like that was able to produce. We have Brandon
we need
Stone,
more food, more water. We need more food.
The Suitcase Girl is on YouTube palming the USB. I think we played some of that. Somebody by the name of Shay, I think. We have Rick Kausa, who says, thank you for putting together this quality analysis and commentary. I was going to say qualentary, which is that's not a word, folks. You want to say this is
could be a word. It could be a word if you believe in yourself.
We have Daniel Harvey with a very generous super chat. Thank you, Daniel. Very, very sweet of you. I
believe in you. I believe it's a word.
Emoji of somebody. It kind of looks like the Marshmallow Stay Puft guy. Kind of. Except it's a pear version of it, and he's just roaming through the city streets. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. Wolfgang Deo, again, a lot of activity, Wolfgang.
He literally paid you to do that, right? $100 is for legal documents. I'm not sure that's exactly what he had in mind, but,
Why can I not have a Tommy gun and a rocket launcher? 17-year-old boot camp here. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. I'm a pretty pro Second Amendment guy. Rocket launchers, I'm down for that.
Ooh, rocket launcher would be interesting under my Second Amendment analysis, how that would actually play out. It's bearable, capable. Yeah, it might be interesting to actually work through that on a Second Amendment, in my Second Amendment theory on the rocket launcher. Not so sure about that, but Tommy gun, yeah, I'm down for. That's fine. Rocket launcher, I'd have to think about it. At least under Heller and McDonough, it would fall into the category of particularly dangerous and unusual, so you got that going for you for Heller. But on the original Second Amendment theory, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Usually someone comes up with something more extreme like nukes, and then I have an easier time. Rocket launcher? Let's see. Well, it's so divergent from what was known at the founding. There's that issue, too. It's such a divergent thing that it is maybe different in kind rather than different in scale. But they had explosives, but it's man-portable. I don't know. I'd actually have to think about it. It's an interesting one. Never thought about the rocket launcher one.
Rocket launcher. We have Tyler Stokes who says, just want to point out that if your parents sign you away, you can actually join the military and could possibly even see combat as a 17-year-old. And that's about what I suspected. I thought that it was 17, where certainly you can go into junior ROTC, I think, in high school, and then you can just go right into, I think, candidate school, right? Officer candidate school, right out of high school, I believe. And so those people might just make the decision to join the military, skip the OCS, and just go right into being an infantry person. And they get guns all the time. So this prosecutor, Thomas Binger, who's just throwing his hands up in the air, 17-year-old with a gun. Wow, this is anti-American. How old were many of the founding fathers, the people who fought in that revolution?
That's a good point too.
I think they were kind of right around that age, many of them, or many of the people.
That's
who were
a good point.
Young people. Kid's going to be 18 soon. Might be 18 now. I don't know. He can't. So something happens. When you're 17, you're an idiot who can't handle a gun. You turn 18, now you're competent and capable of handling a firearm. It's asinine. And I don't even know why they're spending so much time on that. It's a misdemeanor. It's
not the core issue, yeah.
It's because they're just prosecutors.
That's the least of his problems, yeah.
All right. We have another one from the Uncanny American who says, no comment on that. He just has a super chat. Thank you, the Uncanny American. I appreciate that. Oh, we have our French fella, Jamal Boussanet is in the house. He says, do super chats equal a retainer? Got a DUI on a bird scooter. So, the answer,
DUI on a bird scooter. Love it. DUI on a bird scooter, man. I feel like if you're able to successfully navigate on a bird scooter while drunk, I don't know, maybe that's like an assumption of risk thing, but DUI on a bird scooter. I never really thought about my DUI liability on a bird scooter before. These are the things that I never thought about as I was trying to get home from the clubs and stuff. Now I have to think about my DUI liability on a bird scooter. That's great. That's good news.
That question is no. These super chats, they don't go to the law firm. They go to support the show. We're gonna, we're gonna reinvest in some things to improve the show. Is really where they're going, and it's not a retainer. $2 doesn't quite meet that minimum that we have here. And I hope you didn't get a DUI on a bird scooter. You can actually. Did you know that in Arizona you can get a DUI on a scooter?
I hadn't thought about it before just now, but yeah.
It's not a statewide law, but it is individual. Like the city of Scottsdale, for example, they passed a law that if you are on one of those scooters and you're driving around from bars to bars to bars, which is the whole point of the scooter, by the way, is to go do that so you don't have to drive. Yeah. You can still get a DUI for it. Now, I haven't seen them charge many people. We've seen a couple of them. They also have reckless scootering laws. They all require jail time.
Reckless scootering, love it.
5 days for that. Can you believe that? So, Jamal, listen, if you're serious about that, I think you hoping that you're joking, but if not, give our office a call. We'll talk you through it. We have Hidden Prophet who says political fact, WP and even Forbes claims this story is false. They claim that the workers were never told to leave. Who do we believe now? Well, I don't believe that for a minute. I don't believe that at all. We have two statements here that were from November 3rd that are both from reputable sources. One was a news guy on the ground, and the other one was from ABC News.
He could crash the bird scooter into a bus and kill children. I know you're joking, but I know you're joking, but still, yeah. Bird scooter versus bus, man. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That was reporting a statement from one of the government entities who was literally running the election out of Fulton County. So the OWN news people on November 3rd were saying that they were done counting at 10:30. They were indicating that, and one of them got their information from somebody who runs the elections. So that is what's called a contemporaneous statement. That is more reliable, in my mind, than what they're saying now. The things that they said on election night are, in my opinion, are more credible. It's sort of like a concept in criminal law and law in general. You have this idea of what's called hearsay, right? So you can't use statements that are made outside of the court.
Hearsay exceptions, when in the Westchester Court it is said the event is speaking through the statement. Hearsay exceptions are 3 out of 3. Yeah. Those of you who are longtime people in the chat know what I'm talking about. The rest of you are like, what the fuck are you singing? Yeah, those of you who are old school know what I'm singing. When in the Westchester category, it is said is the event speaking through the statement. Oh, man. Oof.
Courtroom, inside the courtroom.
I feel so bad now. I'm so sorry I did that.
It's hearsay stuff. You want the person who originally said that statement to come into court and say it in court. But there are certain exceptions to those rules, one of which is called an excited utterance, or it's a statement that if you blurt it out and it's hearsay, then maybe you can use that statement in court. And the rules are a lot more complicated than I'm just synthesizing right now. But if you're an attorney, don't beat me up over it. But the point is that certain excited utterance.
I am going to beat up R&R Law Group. You, me, outside. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. R&R versus Uncivil Law. Fight. Yeah. Not really.
Certain statements, the law says have more value because of their proximity to the person and to the time. So if you just say something like, I murdered that guy. Well, it's a hearsay statement because it was a statement made outside of court. And if you wanted to bring that statement into court, then you would use this exception to that rule that keeps it out. It's an excited utterance. It's because I just said it quickly and I said it close in time to the thing that happened. Therefore, that has more credibility, which is different if I were to say I did something illegal further down the road. Well, that statement would be, now I've had time to think about it. Now I've had time to sort of change and manipulate the statement. Now their statement that there was no, we never told them to leave. Well, of course they're going to say that because that's a very self-serving thing to say. If they weren't told to leave and they left on their own accord, well, they're absolved of any responsibility. How can they be at fault if they left on their own? It's very, very self-serving. I think that there's a lot more credibility to the original statements, one of which came from the government itself on November 3rd. Both of those slides I showed you, both on November 3rd. So the contemporary reporting at that date and time was that they were told to leave.
Matt thinks I need to play the video now. Matt thinks I need to play the video now. Oh my God. All right. This is Matt's fault. I just like to point out in advance. This is all completely Matt's fault. I'm so sorry we're doing this now. Thanks for the super chat. Fisher versus University of Texas, Austin 1 and Austin 2. Yeah, we can do the two Fisher cases. That might be fun. All right, so now we're going to do the hearsay exception song. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
When Samuel was standing at the curb, he saw a little pacer going 75, flew through the intersection, hit a pedestrian, and Sam excitedly uttered a hearsay exception. Whoa, a car crash! Ah, that guy's out of control! Hey, what kind of idiot is driving that pacer? Hearsay exceptions are excited or surprised when in the rest chesty category it is said that it is the event speaking through the statement. Nancy took a pill that made her ill. She went to the doctor to complain. At Doc's suggestion, she described her affliction. Unless for litigation, it's a hearsay exception.
That pill made me throw up. Whoa, I see spirals. I don't feel too good, Doc.
Hearsay exceptions can be physical or medical. If it is sufficiently clear that the statement is trustworthy, then a cross-examination would be moot. When a statement is excited or surprised,
wow,
the present state of mind,
I'm scared,
present sense impression,
whoa,
related to a diagnosis, but not for litigation.
I'm gonna sue you.
An 803 exception gets it in. Frankie said he punched Jim in self-defense. He had said that he was scared of Big Jim. Sue heard him say so before the fray. So as proof of state of mind, it is a hearsay exception. Hell, he's gonna kill me.
Jeez, that guy's scary.
I have to punch him to survive. Hearsay exceptions can be proof of state of mind. When in the rest just a category, it is said that it is the event speaking through the statement. When the statement is excited or surprised,
wow,
present state of mind,
I'm scared,
present sense impression,
whoa,
or related to a diagnosis, but not for litigation.
I'm gonna sue you.
An 803 exception gets it in. Here's exceptions, 803, 803. When in the rest just a category, it is said that it is the event speaking through the statement. Here's exceptions, memory, perception, narration, sincerity, trustworthiness.
You have now been graced with the 803 exception song. I assume that your minds are blown And you now understand hearsay and their exceptions in immense detail. Good. Just great news on here on 803 Exception Land. And now it is burned like an earworm into your mind, because I heard this when I was in law school, and yeah, it's still affecting my mind these years later. That's got to be some kind of tort there, man. R&R Law Group, we need to talk. How can I sue the makers of this song for being incredibly meme-worthy and still haunting my dreams 15 years later? How can I, or whatever it is at this point, how can I, it's 2008, 12 years later, how can I get them to stop haunting my dreams? Please help. That's got to be some negligent infliction, emotional distress, or something, man. Jeez, Lord.
We're not counting anymore. After they left, they kept counting. So that excuse is nonsense in my mind, unless they can prove otherwise, which is why I was asking about some of the video footage. Is there any audio there? What did the lady in the blonde come in and say? Was anybody recording? Do we know? Has she been identified or interviewed? We don't know. All right. We have Jeanne Bright, who says there is a site that follows the evidence. It's called hereistheevidence.com. So check that out. Thanks for the support, Jeanne. We have the Uncanny American again, who says, when it comes to a SCOTUS case, can evidence introduced in one state be used to corroborate witness testimony in another state? One more time. When it comes to a SCOTUS case, so a Supreme Court case, can evidence introduced in one state be used to corroborate witness testimony in another state? One more time. So it's a good question, but it kind of misses the mark a little bit. So the Supreme Court is Supreme Court's kind of a unique beast. They can exercise original jurisdiction over certain cases. They're not like a traditional court. So they have a lot of power. There's Supreme Court. They can kind of do whatever they want. So if cases were brought in front of the Supreme Court and it included evidence and the base of the controversy, the reason why they're in front of the court, if that involved allegations that stemmed across the nation, Supreme Court's going to dig into that. Largely, though, they don't. What they do is they certify questions that they want to answer. And the way that works is by working your way up through the courts. And so the best example that we have of that right now is the Pennsylvania lawsuit, because in Pennsylvania, they were sort of, kind of beaten down by the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania a number of times, the state Supreme Court. Now they want to appeal that up to the United States Supreme Court, and you have to do it through what's called a petition for a writ of certiorari, which means that you have to get the court to hear your case. And in order to get the court to hear your case, you have to present them with a question that they want to rule on. And so what you'll do is you'll present evidence in a very targeted manner, or you present the issue. You'd say, we're only appealing to the Supreme Court to resolve these two issues. One, was that a violation of the Equal Protection Clause? Was that a violation of due process when they did this, this, and this? So that's it. So if the Supreme Court wants to answer that question, they're going to answer it in that limited scope. Now, if they wanted to go out and say, well, we order this state and this court to do that, or that state and that court to do this, they have the ability to do that. We have another one that came in from Andrew Bird, who says, watching from Australia. How cool. He says, this election will affect the world. Let's hope the truth comes out, the whole truth, without any bloodshed. Love the show. Love your work. Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate that. I've never been to Australia, but it is certainly on that bucket list. I would love to come check it out. Got a lot of travel that I would like to do. Really need this Corona COVID nonsense to stop, but I appreciate that. And I love hearing from people around the world. It's actually mind-blowing to me that is a thing. Very cool. Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. We have Joshua Leonard, who says, tomorrow I get to buy my first 7.62 39 AR pistol. I love this country. Cheers, my friend. Cheers on that. Congratulations on your first pistol, I think is what you're saying there. It's a pretty great country. I agree with you on that. I love this country. And, I like to shoot some firearms myself. So cheers to you on that. Have fun. Be safe. Be good. And enjoy it. We have Jamie Zeluff, who has a super chat, but no question. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. We have Wolfgang Deo again, who says, looks like the answer to the moral dilemma of stopping Hitler is to be proactive, vigilant, and have a large web of resistance beforehand, the inter-Nazi instead of the internet. Thanks, Wolfgang. Love those. We have the essential hard worker who is saying with a generous super.
Why are we listening to R&R? I don't know. We were listening to his coverage of playing a game and listening to some. We're doing two things, man. We're playing a game and we're learning law from other people. We are learning from other teachers and being taught so that I can teach others. Yeah. So I am learning from teachers so that I can teach. That's why we're listening to R&R Law Group. I'm learning from teachers so that I can teach. He is giving me information and knowledge and law. And I'm like, yay. Now, I get to do two things. I get to play a game and I get to learn. And then I get to teach. You know? It's good. Education is good. We learn from an expert so that we can teach as experts, and so forth and so on. The cycle of education continues.
Chad, he says, these public hearings should be happening not in court, no cross-examination or sworn in. It's putting their lives in danger for possibly just doing their job. They're going to get someone innocent killed. Yeah, you know, we talked about that. There was a clip yesterday from the woman in, where was that? I'm getting all the states jumbled up, but I think it was in Michigan when she was giving her testimony and she was sort of, you know, going back at that senator who was asking her questions. And she was like, hey, I signed an affidavit under the penalty of perjury. I can go to prison for that. Did you sign an affidavit? And she gave him that little sass face. Well, there's another clip from her where she was saying her life is ruined. I mean, it's basically over. She's like, I can't get a job. I got fired. I had to change my phone number. They've been harassing my family. They've been harassing my kids. It's not good, you know. And I'll tell you this, and Miss Faith can attest to it. We've been getting a lot of emails and a lot of interesting comments ourselves, and all we're doing is just hosting a YouTube show. You know, we're not in front of a state legislature trying to change the course of the election. People are heated right now across the board, and so this is one of the obligations of being an American. This is the part of the democratic experiment. You know, there are some times when we as people who want to fight for liberty, we got to go out and take some hard positions. And a lot of these people are heroes for coming forward, making their case, and just presenting the evidence. And most of what we have seen have been from people just wanting to present some evidence. There's been a couple people that you look at and you say, all right, that guy's just a partisan. You know, all that guy wants to do is just go and champion for the GOP and be a Republican hero. And he probably is going to say whatever you tell him to say. But most of the people, in my opinion, have not been that way. And I've dealt with a lot of people. And we have
Now I have to figure out why I have so few workers, you know, because I only have 4 workers. Despite the fact that I have 18 hubs, I have plenty of power. I've got all these mines out, but I got so few workers. It's weird. It's because I got the maintenance facilities up. I got the worker factory prioritized. No input worker factory. Well, what is an input for a worker factory? Let's see. Parts. What are we missing? Oh, we're missing parts. We don't have any parts. That's why. All right. Why don't we have any parts? That's a good question. All right, let's slow this down and figure out what we're missing. We're missing parts. Why are we missing parts? Let's see. Why are we missing parts? Parts factory. Power. Well, let's take a look at the parts factory, see what's going on here. We got plenty of aluminum. We could use more steel. But we don't have a dearth of steel. I think maybe we need another parts factory. We just don't have enough parts factories. We need another one. And maybe we need another steel. How are we doing on steel? We got iron, we're doing okay. Steel, we're doing okay. Yeah, steel, we're okay. Iron, we could use more. Speed it up again.
A decent sized firm here in Arizona. We help a lot of people every year. I think I've got pretty good instincts for, kind of identifying people who seem credible and not so credible, because it's my job. That's my job. I literally talk to people and make judgments and decide how to handle certain legal situations. So, it's a skill set that you develop over a period of time. And a lot of these people, to me, seem like just regular, down-to-earth people who wanted to go participate in their elections. They were bullied out of the observation rooms. Now they're being told that they're conspiracy theorists and liars and racists and all sorts of horrendous things, including losing their jobs and having to change their phones. And we've seen some people who've had their kids' schools identified, and they're being identified by names and all sorts of stuff. It's pretty gross, but this is the cost of democracy. This is the cost of being involved in civic obligations. The alternative would be we don't have a say in anything. We just let the government and a dictatorial monarchy just come down and control everything for us. We can just get rid of elections, get rid of free speech, get rid of all this stuff, and just let the government handle it all for us, because we're too stupid anyways. We're kind of getting close to that. Twitter thinks you're too dumb. Facebook thinks you're too dumb. And none of our people in Congress want to do anything about it. They want to just sort of keep taking over more and more and more of your thought process by plugging you into their ecosystem. And we don't want that. We want autonomy. We want freedom. We want justice, which unfortunately, or fortunately, in some perspectives, is our obligation. We got to stay vigilant about that. We have to go out and participate in this great thing called America. Thanks, Essential Hard Worker. Appreciate that. We have SSW Lamb. Greetings from the UK. As always, great insightful coverage. I saw a video of U.S. counterfeit ballots being made in China. Is there any truth to this? I haven't seen that. That's not true. I did see that. There was a clip from, I think it was the G News guy, the same guy who was responsible for leaking a lot of the underlying stuff on the Hunter Biden story. Same news organization, G News something or other. And he played a clip on his website that was showing somebody, and they were speaking in Chinese. It was all Chinese subtitles. I think it was Chinese. I couldn't tell you one way or the other, but it looked like that to me. And they were looking at ballots and sort of holding them up in the air, analyzing them, took them around. Yeah, that feels good, looks good, printing's good. Okay, it's an American ballot. And you're like, well, Donald Trump has a lot of issues with the Chinese. They have a pretty good motive to make sure he's not the president again for 4 years. So you can see. You can see where that may be problematic. We have Jonathan Finley. All right, let's go on. Oh, I missed one. He says, Brian Skyarda. No different than Tim Pool. You are reading and opining on the news of the day, not really making any declarative statements. Excellent work, Trump 20. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's a compliment. I appreciate that. Thanks, Brian. We have Jonathan Finley who says, when I ask questions on a super chat, can I link to external resources that you can show on your stream? 150 characters isn't enough, in my opinion. So, probably the best way to kind of get that stuff through, because there's so much activity in the live chat now on YouTube, is to put that over in Discord. So Discord, it's kind of it's one step removed.
Oh, we're definitely going to have to go stalk his Discord together. We definitely got to stalk his Discord. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to stalk his Discord now. Oh, yeah, no, we're joining his Discord. We're stalking his Discord. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. We're definitely here to stalk his Discord together. I'm commenting on his channel. Hi, I am here to... what should I say? Stalk your Discord? That's a little bit much. We'll go with the full book. I'm here to stalk your Discord. Smiley face. Yay, now we're stalking his Discord together. Excellent. We're definitely stalking his Discord now. That's definitely a thing that's happening. Stalk all the legal Discords. Stalk them all. Where was I?
So you got to open.
Oh yeah, we got to get then we got to get the free book. I wonder if we got an audiobook, or maybe we can wonder if there's a good voice to chat thing. Maybe we can convert the PDF and do some sort of automated computer voice that isn't too bad. That's what we need to do. We need to get a PDF of the book, we need to get the text, and then we need to find a computer voice reading software that doesn't make us want to claw our eyes out. And then we can listen to the audiobook as we're playing the game together. I love this plan very much. Okay, so any of my mods who are currently in chat, Nate or Matt, or whoever, here is now something for you to do. I want you to figure out how we can convert his PDF into text, and what computer software we can use to convert it into an audiobook that won't make us want to claw our eyes out. I know there's some pretty good ones out there these days with some computer voice stuff. So figure that out and tag me. Thanks. You now have a job to do.
Another piece of software, but Miss Faith is also monitoring that, and she can kind of point out some different or copy and paste some different things from there. And
don't I need permission? Probably.
In other words, you'll be a little bit more accessible. So if you drop a nice super chat in there like you did, Jonathan, and you want to message Miss Faith a link or something, or your full comment, she can clip those and pass those along to me. If I do not get them on this show, I'll certainly address them on the next one. And I appreciate it. It's a good question. Super chats, they're a lot of fun, but you're right, they're limited. I think that's a YouTube setting. I'm not sure that we can change that. I think they make it that way. We have Student Does Calculus, who's back here taking a break from the calculus. He says, hey, Rob, did you see Cuomo rationalize why CNN didn't show the POTUS speech? Also, very happy to see your show reach 500,000 views. Thank you. Yeah, we're super excited about it. I can't even tell you. It's like Miss Faith and I were talking about this. Like, this is so crazy. You know, how responsive people are to this type of talk. You know, it's like I talk to my friends like this all the time. It's like, put it on YouTube. Well, that's kind of crazy. People want to hear this stuff. And it's just so exciting and very humbling, and we're very grateful for it. So I appreciate your support there. As to your question, I did not see Cuomo rationalize why CNN didn't show the speech. I can probably speculate, but I didn't see what his justification was for it. I don't know why anybody wouldn't show that. I mean, it's the president of the country. He's literally challenging the results of the election. He's got a lot of momentum, I think, going in his direction. A lot of these state legislatures, just like we saw from Arizona, they're wanting audits, and they're making the maneuver. They're not holding true to this December 14th deadline anymore, or this December 8th deadline. A lot of people in the media are saying, oh, December 8th is going to come and go and it's over. Then December 14th and then it's over. It's not true. If you've been following us here on this program, we've been showing you the language that Trump's attorneys are using in court. They're saying January 6th. Look it up. Look at the case in Bush versus Gore. The Supreme Court has already opined on this issue. Those other preliminary dates are largely irrelevant.
Those LTTS, excellent. Thank you.
6th,
very
when
good.
They bring the votes in front of Congress and they read them on the floor. That's when it matters. That's what we're working towards, is the Trump team's argument. So, Donald Trump challenging the election, still the president. CNN doesn't want to cover it. Is that not news? Like, are you? All right. We have Nathan Wong with a super chat from Canada, it looks like. Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate that. James Clark says, keep up the great work. Since I started watching, I've noticed the questions becoming more informed. That is, I believe, because of sites like yours. That's from James Clark. Thanks, James. Yeah, James has been around a while, so that rings the bell for us. I mean, he's been following along for quite some time. And
how do I actually install this, Matt, though? It looks like it's a GitHub or something. Do I actually have to compile something, or what do I do here? I'm unclear how I'm supposed to use this, Matt. Is this something I have to download and compile, or what am I supposed to do with this? Do I go to GitHub and do I download it and run it or something? What do I have to actually do here? I need further insight. I need further help, Matt. You have to walk the boomer through a little bit. It's been a while since I've done computer code. So scroll down to main requirement and installation on GitHub. Let's see. Collaborative, no. Contribution, no. Training, no. Dataset, no. Sample, release model, directory structure, main requirements, and installation. Highly recommended to use mitochondria for early, easy installation. Install TTS using setup.pl. It will install all requirements, automatically make TTS available. Python, then it gives you directory structure. This is going to require work on my part, isn't it? Now I have to download mitochondria or mitochondria. It's free installer for Chondria. It's a small book. Oh my god. This might take effort. I think Matt's going to have to make me walk through this in small, easy to understand words. It's been a long time since I've been in computer coding, so I've lost all my skills. I used to be able to do this, but I've lost all skill I had. We'll go back to the game audio for a while because I think we've heard enough of this, and we'll see if we can figure out the iron is a bit of a deficit. We have like a shit ton of iron down here too. Oh yeah, we got a shit ton of iron down here. I also don't like particularly how every time I tab out of the game to go look at something else, it kills the audio. It's a bit frustrating. Docker Mulatus. Docker image from TTS. What is this you sent me? This is another GitHub. It's Docker image for Mozilla. Includes pre-built multi-band using Docker. Use visit for local interface. Do HTTP get to get wait. Oh my god. Building. So I have to install it and then visit a local host for a web interface. Oh my god. So much. Too many steps. Too many steps. Thank you. Nah. But I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out on the fly. This is actually going to take that time. I used to be able to do this stuff, you know, when I was in this life, but I've forgotten how to do all this stuff. Computer science skills have eroded completely. Probably wouldn't have to start back at basic programming these days. I might be able to do Java because I spent so much time in Java, but beyond that, I'd have to go back to basics. If you get the PDF, I can convert it. Well, that might help. I'm just going to play the game for a little bit, I think. And let me also make a notation to this super chat before I forget. Go on my Discord and just make a notation to myself because I don't want to forget. Paid story. Well, someone else did it for me. Thank you, Matt. You already did it for me. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that. I feel like I should record roads too, because like I need roads. Let's finish. It's 1,500 for that. Let's do improved roads first. Why do I have no food? Why do I have no food? Is it just not making enough? I don't have enough food plants. Steel is still a problem. Because I just ate it? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I probably need it. Didn't I already do improved factories? Yeah, I was working on it and then I stopped doing it. I should research that, actually. I've got 18 worker bots. That feels like a lot. I mean, you know, 18 bots feels like a lot. To be able to move 18 things at once, I mean, that seems like a lot, right? Maybe we need more.
Great. Now I can examine those nuclear silos. Well, I mean the colonists can. If all their blueprints and materials are there, we could pick up where their mission left off. I wonder what other secrets this planet is hiding.
We're definitely getting ourselves some nuclear silos, that's for absolutely sure. Alright, so now we need to pick a landing site. So what's the idea? We want to chain landing sites together? Is that what we want to do? We want to chain landing sites? So we want to pick a landing site and then chain them together so that we'll reach there?
If we are able to use Huo Long's nuclear weapons, we must be very careful. This kind of technology isn't something to toy with. I have not decided on what the best approach would be.
We're going to use the weapons.
The nuclear missiles on the polar ice caps will speed us toward transforming Mars. I look forward to creating a green planet.
We might not have enough storage. That's a good point. Yeah, we might not have enough storage. That's a very, very good point. So let's build extra storage, because it's an easy one to do. Yeah, let's build extra storage. Thank you for the tip. See, I don't mind little game tips. Like, it's not a spoiler, it's just a, like, you just missed something. So that's very helpful. You know, you just missed this thing. It's like, oh, I can pick up storage cheap. So let's do that.
It would be exciting to jump ahead, but would it be wise to? Progress requires taking risks. I should pursue using the...
Yes, you should absolutely pursue using the nuclear missiles. That definitely sounds like a thing you should do. maybe we don't have enough storage. Maybe storage is the problem. Yeah, we got 20 workers. I feel like 20 is a lot. Isn't 20 like a lot? I feel like 20 workers is a lot of workers. Is it a lot of workers? Feels like a lot of workers.
Additional storage centers will be very useful.
It's at another landing site. Work our way over there gradually. You go for more than 20, really? Can declare what goes into storage, you know. Yeah, so we'll just pick up some storage. It'll be fine. It does mean when the drones come, though, I'm going to have a much bigger thing to protect, because I'm going to be expanding so much more. But that's okay. I want those nuclear missiles, man. You have to consider your middle management strategy. What would a middle management strategy be in this game? I mean, I don't know. At least we're heading in the right direction, it looks like. Seem to be still having steel issues. Maybe we need another steel plant. Yeah, steel seems off. Three steel plants, not getting our steel plant going. Produce parts, yes. Doing okay on iron. We're doing okay on our iron next storage. Yeah, we're doing okay. At least we're heading in the right direction on iron, and we got more iron mines in progress, ready to go as soon as the builders are available. So I think we're heading okay on that direction. Iron is okay. Steel is heading in the right direction, finally. Food is still down for some reason. We got more food plants ready to go. They just haven't been built yet, probably because iron's deficit. Got water. It's okay. Could use more. Once we get some storage down, we might be able to get somewhere, I think. I think we'll put some storage depots up in here in the upper left. So we'll make this like store. No, I think we'll actually put it down like here in this lower bit. So yeah, we'll put some storage down here. Yeah, put a couple storage depots and see what that does for us. This is a fun game. I'm having a fun time. I know I've been filming almost 5 hours, but I'm having fun. So we're gonna keep playing until I get bored. You know. So we got extra storage finally. Okay, so what do we need next? Factory level 2, worker factory, food factory, steel factory. Maybe factory 2. Battery probably is what we need to deal with. We get some batteries going down. So we'll do some storage centers. Electronics. Maybe electronics is too low. Just using our electrics. One of these storage down. Prioritize that, get that storage down. In case that needs to be done. There we go. I don't care about resources. You can add any resource. Just add what you need. Yeah, just add whatever resource you need. It doesn't matter. Deprioritize glass. What does it matter if it's prioritized or not? Oh, you mean the production of glass? Let's see. Glass isn't prioritized. It's already deprioritized. Power. Do we have power shortage? Heats up silicon for electronics. Yeah, it's already deprioritized though. So I think we're fine there. More iron. We got a power problem apparently. One more colony and 4 or 5 mines of chem and water each, and you're good. Excellent. We're doing good. Okay, yeah. Water down here. We'll get that water. Once we get a battery, we'll extend it out to get to that water mine. How are we doing on maintenance over there? It's in the maintenance zone. We just need a battery to extend it out. What is this? Silicon? Do we need silicon? Kind of. So we'll extend that out too. Worker hub, we need that. And we got all this stuff over here. Why are we having such power problems? We need to get the batteries up and running so that we can get the power problem dealt with. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for everyone who's subscribing. Something is wrong with electronics. Still don't know what. Yeah, okay. Just prioritize it, I guess. Down in their electronics plant too. Two is plenty? I don't know. I'm just trying to put another one down, you know? If we're having electronics problems, we'll make another one. We got power problems for days, though. You have the silicon for 3? Well, that's fine. I mean... Alright, I'll turn it off then if you feel that way about it. We got 33 workers. That's a lot. We got 33 workers out. That's a lot of workers. Moving stuff all over the place. We got power management problems though for days. Need this battery to finish. Some batteries down. Can't have enough mana, I tell you? Yeah, maybe. We got some serious power management issues. Do you really think we don't have enough power plants? Is that really the problem? We don't have enough power plants? Produce energy. Produce energies. Oh. We actually need more power plants? Is that really the problem? If we need more power plants, we need more power plants, I guess. We do have a pretty big thing going at this point. Alright, we need more power plants. Get some wind farms going too.
Wind turbines will provide clean, renewable power for my base. I can maximize efficiency by placing them in areas of high wind.
Silicone's okay. Could be better. You know, we could use more silicone. We got some plants ready to go down. Turbines become more efficient as atmosphere increases. That's true. We're not trying to build up atmosphere right now because we're trying to like develop before we deal with the robots and shit. Save. Create a new save. I don't know. Confirm. Is this iron? I think it is iron. It's red, it's iron, right? Alright, let's see. Probably, what do we need next? Ooh, fission plants. Fission plant. Ooh, we could do some fission. Fission is good. Let's do some nuclear. It's hard to believe we're really running that big a power deficit. Apparently we are. Yeah, tilt the camera with the right mouse, yeah. It's cool. I always kind of like the flat view. I always do it in Stellaris too. You can always change your view. I kind of like the flat view, but yeah, you can tilt it. That's cool, but thank you for bringing it to my attention in case I didn't know. I appreciate that. Alright, so how are we doing on things? Water is good, food is good, parts are okay, silicon's okay. Silicon could be better. We got some silicon plants that are supposed to go down. Is this silicon up here? Is it iron? It's iron. We got another, you know, landing site planned, if it ever wants to actually launch. Yeah. I like flat. I like my maps like I like my women flat. Could use more silicon, that's for sure. I wish we had more. Is this silicon down here? We could extend it and get this silicon down here. That's a big extension to get this silicon mine down here, but we could use it. Solid iron ore, fine. OPPAI or FBI. I don't know what OPPAI is. What is OPPAI? I'm not familiar with that acronym. What is OPPAI? I don't know that one. I like research this or something. This is like this thing out here. Do I have taco trucks? We could use some taco trucks. Japanese? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I did not know that one. Today I learned, man, you know? This is the valuable chat that we have. You guys teach me nomenclature I did not know. It means playful. Cute. What is thick in Japanese? It's funny. Directive complete. What directive did I complete? Man, power management is killing me. Stored energy is going up. How is stored energy going up even as I have a purported deficit? How's that a thing?
Nuclear fission will be a great power source for the Mars base. And since I will be controlling it, there will be no human error. I will need to source uranium on the planet.
How's my stored energy going up at the same time I apparently have an energy deficit? How's that a thing? Anyone get that one? Acquired power is 965, consumed power is 890, but my stored energy is going up. Anyone have any ideas on that one? That doesn't seem right, yeah. It's like, okay, I got stored energy seems to be going up. How do you know if it's day or night, incidentally? Is there a clock or something that tells you if it's day-night cycle? Because it tells you what day it is, but how do you know day-night cycles or something to know if solar is working or not? Okay. Building more power plants, I guess. Plenty of maintenance. Plenty of maintenance. Got 30 bots. I feel like we're doing good. Martian day is about the same as an Earth day. Yeah, that's right. I think I knew exactly how long. It's off by like 30 minutes or something. 38 minutes, something like that. It's almost exactly the same. Yeah, it's off by like 20 or 30 minutes, something like that. Is Martian day longer or shorter? I forget. I don't remember if it's longer or shorter. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, longer? Alright. Why are my, like, special projects not doing anything? This is taking forever to do. What is wrong here? I got plenty of aluminum. I got plenty of steel. So why are my special projects taking forever? The one I can never remember is how old the universe is. Because I know that Earth is 4.6 billion years old. But I can never remember how old the universe is. Exactly. Is it 13 and change? Or 14 and change? Or 15 and change? I know it's like in that order of magnitude. Somewhere between 12 and 15. But I can never remember how old the universe is. What is it, like 13.6? Something like that? Because the Earth is 4.6. How old is the universe? Anyone happen to remember off the top of their head? Because I can never remember. 13.7? Yeah. So, there you go. Yeah, I'm bugged. 13.8? Yeah. I know it's somewhere in that ballpark. I just can never remember off the top of my head for sure. You think I'm bugged? The mass of the universe is 15 to the 53rd. Yeah, and I think the Earth, I remember in tons. The Earth is like 5 sextillion tons, something like that, in US measurements. You know what I always wondered? I know this, I don't know how big a deal it would be, but like how big a deal, I mean, I assume it would be a deal, but how big a deal would it be to redefine the measurements that we use such that the speed of light would be exactly 3 times 10 to the 8th kilometers per second? Like, because it's pretty close. It's 2.98 or 2.998, right? Something like that. So, and at this point, we're just defining meters based, because meter used to be defined based on the amount of, used to be like 1/25,000th of the way around the Earth at Paris or something, or London, right? So that used to be the original definition of meter, but now it's like based off the speed of light. So like, how big a deal would it be to redefine meter so that we could get speed of light to be exactly 3 times 10 to the 8th? Because I think that'd be cool. Would that be a big deal? Can we get the international committee together and redefine the meter so the speed of light is a nice round number? Yeah, circumference around the zero meridian. I was close, you know, so yeah. Check the orbit on the right-hand side options. Yeah, so this is all... It's working slowly enough. Oh, we finally have a power benefit. Finally have a power balance. I mean, because you're only changing a meter. You'd only have to change the definition of a meter by, like, a very small fraction to make it work, right? Because you're so close. So all you'd have to do is change the meter by, like, I don't even know what that would be, but it would be so close to what it is now. It's like, why not just redefine a meter, right? I mean, how much would you actually have to change a meter by to make it work? Like 1/10,000th of a percent or something ridiculously small? We may as well redefine the standard unit as the distance of Peterson toenails. I mean, that seems a little like, you know, little unfair. That's what I want. As your president, please elect me as president. As your president, I will convert to the metric system, and I'll also redefine the meter. Make the kilometer great again or something. Click on the spaceport carrying out the project. Which one? The landing one? Let's see. That's not doing anything. There's a landing site. I could emphasize it. And kick out the spelling. Yeah, we can change the spelling too. Yeah. Now I've got negative energy again. How do I find uranium? Where do you find uranium exactly on this planet? Well, presumably I'll find it in the nuclear missile silos over here when I get that far. Pops up once you research the reactor. I did research the reactor, didn't I? I thought I finished it. Yeah, we researched it. We did, we researched it.
Upgrading the routes will allow my workers to move faster. Efficiency is key to our success.
Yes. I agree. Do we just put one down? Just put one down in the middle of the thing and see what happens, I guess. Just put it down and see if that does anything for us. Uranium, man. We don't have any uranium. Okay, cool. We can make another landing site as we continue our daisy chain. This is so inefficient. It feels like this is the most inefficient thing in the world to do this. To create these things. I mean, the other alternative is we create a... The other alternative is we create a pathway and do that. So we could do that and create a pathway between them. I guess that's what we should do, right? Create a pathway. What a pain in the ass. Alright. Let's do this. So we want a research outpost right here, right? So that's what we want to do, that research outpost. Okay, so then we want a landing site that puts that inside the power band, right? Like that. Feels like so inefficient. How are those not overlapped? I don't think the game wants you to do this. I think it doesn't want you to do this option because it makes it so hard. We definitely need those faster roads, and I'll tell you that for damn sure. Is that uranium? We could really use some. We still don't have any uranium, which is annoying. Yeah, I see a lot of resources, but no, we got plenty of carbon. We got some aluminum. We got some water. We got aluminum, but we have no uranium, it seems. But yeah, we have plenty of carbon and stuff, so that's nice. Should go for another landing zone in between, you think? What's the point of having landing zones, though? What is it? Why is it good to have a landing zone? Because it shows you resources. Yeah, might as well. I mean, we're not doing anything else with it. Why not? Landing zones are independent if you build them carefully and can spread roads out much worker once they are. Okay, fair enough. Faster? Okay, fair enough.
This will further upgrade the route.
Yeah, we need faster roads. Making some nice progress now, I think. What is purple? That's sandstone, right? That's I wonder if we could see any uranium on the big map. You might want to build level 1 mines, steal electronic parts on the landing zone. Okay. Takes up this level 2 takes up too much resources. Fine, I've got plenty of resources. Not within the landing zone. Yeah, but they'll be connected eventually. Hopefully. They'll be connected, so... I mean, I guess I could deprecate them and... Yeah. I got our landing zone. So, what do you think? I should put a landing zone... What do you think about here? Does it really matter where in between I put them? I mean, I guess I'll put it about... Here? You happy with this? What's next after Illumin? It looks like we got some level 2 roadways coming down. That's nice. Let's see, what's next? Colony level 3. Introduce genetically altered lichen that can convert CO2 into O2. That's not a bad idea. Oxygen release plant. That's pretty good. I want that, I think. Space. Air brake. Comet collision. Engineering. Factories level 2. I probably need factories level 2. Let's research that. Oh, at least we got some high-speed roads down. That's nice. So we got some high-speed roads to help get from the main base. That's pretty cool. And once we can even upgrade it again, actually. Can upgrade the path. Upgrade it down to over here. It's a fun game. Hey, Defending the Straw Man, how you doing, man? It's a fun game, yeah. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the slow build-up to build the base. I'm trying to learn how to build the bases and how resources are done. this facility. Get some power. Alright. Some maintenance down. We have power management problems again. I don't know what we're exactly doing wrong, but we're doing so many things wrong. Alright, let's cancel all this stuff and change it back to level 1. Because I think we're having just problems. Let's just slow this down. Let's slow this down, and let's deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Iron mine, let's deconstruct this. Aluminum mine, let's deconstruct this, level 2. Electronics factory, deconstruct. We'll do this again. We'll just start over again here. Deconstruct this. Worker hub, deconstruct. We'll just start this over again. And we'll even deconstruct this because we don't need it immediately. And let's see if we can do anything there. Good man, thank you. We're capable of learning eventually. Alright, what do we need next? Hyperloop, maybe? Get those high-speed roads. Yeah, so we can really... Let's do that. Yeah, delete the work hubs. I deleted it all. Let's just start over. Still haven't found any uranium. That's annoying, but... Is that uranium? I think that might be uranium. Is that uranium? What are you? Are you uranium? So, I definitely want some of you. Yes, you are. Yes, you are uranium. Okay. So we have to figure out how to make that work. Delete the maintenance tower too. I think I deleted it over here. Oh, I didn't actually. No, I did. It's rubble. I already said to delete it. I marked it for deletion. Delete this one. Sure, but no, it's better I can delete it. Alright, speed it up again. Alright, so I think we're down to... Alright, so there's nothing here, right? So we've deleted everything. We get rid of this carbon mine. Alright, so the first step is level 1 aluminum, right? So our first thing is a level 1 aluminum mine. Parts factory. Do we want a parts factory? Do we need a parts factory? Do we want a parts factory? Is it too early for that? Probably too early for that. Probably use the aluminum stuff. Then silicon, then glass. So we'll deconstruct this. Put in a silicon factory, right? A silicon mine, level 1 silicon mine. Right, like that. And then glass. It would be nice if it told you like the resources that were available in this zone. Give you some sort of sub breakdown. That'd be really nice, so that you didn't have to keep track. You know, so you could see exactly what's going on. Yeah, and then we'll do glass. So level 1 glass, right? That here. Right. So we'll delete that. 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 Right? Okay, so now that we have silk, so now we can just do the same thing over here. Just do a level 1 aluminum mine. We have to wait till this is actually rebelled out. Okay. Then like a maintenance would be nice. Can we do maintenance? We need polymer for that. For polymer we need chemical, right? So our next step would be chemical. Level 1 chemical. Then polymer, then maintenance. We don't need solar power because we've got enough power right now. I think. No maintenance. Well, I mean, it's going to deteriorate, right? We need steel, don't we? No chemicals too early for that? Okay. Gold and iron. We need, yeah, for solar we need, coal and iron. Right. No, not coal. You don't mean coal. You mean something else. You mean carbon. And then, iron. Which is just outside the power zone, and that's really fucking annoying. You need glass, but you need electronics too. So you need an electronics factory. Do you have steel? I need steel, right? So I need level 1 steel. And I need iron, which is outside my zone, which I can't get to, because I can't get to it. I don't have any iron that I can get to. It's outside the power zone. I have no way to power it. So I'm just stuck, right? I need the iron plant, but I can't get to it because it's outside the power band. No electronics. First solar, you have electronics in the base to build it. Well, I don't. I can build solar? So I can build this. Do I need the steel factory? Incredibly tedious.
Stage 3 engineering technologies will be very useful.
What just happened? Oh. Last kiln is not operative because there's no power, so turn that off. I need that solar. I'm stuck again, aren't I? Can't turn that off. I need 3 glass, or I'll turn it back on. Getting to this nuclear thing is unbelievably difficult and taxing. It's very, very tedious. It's easier just to research the other technologies rather than get to that nuclear thing. They really don't want you to do this, do they? They really don't want you to do this. They're making it very hard for you to do it. don't know what's going on over here. I don't know what's going on with any of this stuff at this point. It's just not happening, and I don't know what to do about it. Did I mess up an order of operations? Yeah, I lost something in the process. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't tell what's going on, so... I can't figure out what's going on. Alright, what's next after aluminum again? Silicone. See if I can get this other one up and running, and then maybe I can, you know, share between those two or something. Bridge over there or something. Alright, so I got silicone up and running. Next is carbon. Carbon, then iron. Or iron first. So, you think glass is next? I don't think glass is next. Is glass next? Solar's next. Really? Less than solar, yeah. Alright, let's get the hyperloop going. Okay, so now we got glass up and running. Then probably iron is next, because... we got silicon. Got aluminum. Making glass. So next is silk. Wait, do I have two glasses down? Oh, that was a mistake. I have two glasses for some reason. making glass. Now we'll make solar. Thank you, by the way, for KHY Tomer. I appreciate all your help here. I know it must be very frustrating for you watching me being frustrated, and I really, really appreciate your help. So I don't want to let that go by. I really, really appreciate the help. Put solar in the direction of iron? Yes, probably a good... Where is iron, though? Where is it? Oh, it's up here. So we could have moved... Yeah, so we'll move this somewhere? Sure. Let's move it. In fact, we can do this, too. How much I can move this over? Yeah. Yeah. Closer, yeah, we're getting closer, that's right. Yeah, so the iron is up here, so we got that within our iron zone. No, don't connect, really? Really? Don't connect, really? Why not? Why is connecting bad? I'm confused. Why is connecting bad? Oh no. I'm sorry about timing out. That's from the bot. I'm sorry about that. We're gonna try to build the other stuff. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Well, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense why he would do that. Yeah. Well, let's ignore that one then and just go back over here and redo this one completely, I guess. Because we stalled out somewhere along the way. Glass. So we'll just do this over again. We'll get it right eventually. We'll just do this all over again and see if we can get that going. Now we have committed ourselves apparently to being complete idiots. There you go. Pathway all the way over here. Some hyperloop or something going on. Is there a way to like mass upgrade the roads except selecting it? Is there a way to do the roads in mass? Do you happen to know? There's a way to like just do all the roads or something? Or do you have to like select them one at a time or something? Alright, so what do we got now? Alright, so we're back over here. We're back at square one. We're back at square one. We're going to try this again. Alright, so level 1 aluminum mine is where we're going to start our journey. Level 1 aluminum mines where we start our journey. Then it's silicone, right? Is next. Then it's, well, we'll just start with level 1 because, you know, you get a big point of not using level 2. Then level 1 silicon, and then we'll do level 1 gas. Right? So let's just put that anywhere, it doesn't matter. Right? Then we'll do solar, right? That's the next step after that. So we got the silicon dying down, good. Then we'll build the glass. Then we'll build the solar towards the iron. To get to the iron. Iron is up here. So we'll build the solar up that way. Then get the iron. Alright. Okay, so next is solar. And we'll build it up towards the iron without connecting. Without connecting, don't freak out. So we'll just put it right about, let's see, where can we do it? Right here, will that get everything in? It looks right, but that's on top of something. Is that within the zone? It looks right. It's not close enough, really? Looks right. Was it not within the right zone? It needs to be closer than that? Okay. That's iron up there, right? That's iron, yeah. So we need it within the zone of iron. Okay, so we just need it within the circle, right? That's within the circle. Well, you know, if you think it's wrong, we'll do it this way. It won't road connect to the iron. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So that will do the trick. That'll do the trick. You're right. You know what's going on. For a game that only came out 2 days ago, you used to know a lot about this game, man. Either that or you're just familiar with the genre. Alright, so now we got down our iron mine. What's next? Carbon? Polycarbon. You keep saying coal, by the way. It's not... Yeah, it looks like coal. Well, I guess coal is kind of carbon, right? So, yeah, whatever. Alright, so we got carbon down. And chemical, maybe? Steel. That makes sense. Steel. Yeah, steel makes sense. Electronics, then parts. Cool. That uranium mine takes a long time, doesn't it? Steel's down, so next electronics and parts. Okay, level 1 electronics. Level 1 parts. Let me hop in your OnlyFans. I don't really have an OnlyFans yet. You can always become a member of the channel for 99 cents a month. It doesn't really get you access to any spicy stuff, but you know, let you be cool. So cool's nice. So you can do chems and pop more too. Great. You're the man. Finally, the thing that we actually came for in the first place, the research outpost. There's a chance of an OnlyFans? Man, there's a chance of anything that will get me subscribers / revenue. I'll tell you what, I will pour myself out, no problem. Just has to be worth my time. I'm already whoring myself out for law. For $25. $25 will cover a case. You know, we'll cover cases for food, basically. So, you know, let's not make any mistake about, you know, who and what we are, right? Yeah, we're working on the Hyperloop. We've got the Hyperloop in progress. Probably could use in our colony, actually. Would I cover pre-1776 cases? My rule has standardly been U.S. cases, just because I'm, you know, more familiar with U.S. law and stuff. I've occasionally covered cases from outside the United States, Canada. So yeah, occasionally I've covered cases from outside the United States. And then, of course, the other thing too with older cases is the language is a little bit harder to parse. I mean, even old U.S. cases, the language can be a little hard to parse sometimes. But I'm not necessarily opposed to it if there's a you know, if there's a if there's like a real demand for it or something. So, maybe. What do you have in mind? How about that? What do you have in mind, and I'll tell you if I'll cover it. That seems fair. And then if I cover it, you can donate if you want me to cover it. So what do you have in mind? Seems fair. Yeah, we're working on the Hyperloop as fast as we can Hyperloop, right? What is this then? Are you serious? Are you gonna send a meteor my way, man? That's not fun. Yeah, I mean, I'll cover cases. You know, because the principle, the common law principles, obviously, one of the benefits of common law is you can kind of go backwards as well as forwards, right? Because things chain forward and therefore they kind of chain backwards too. So, you know, as long as it's like a UK, as long as it's a Commonwealth country case, which covers a lot of countries, you know, UK, Canada, Australia, like, you know, basically half the world. You know, as long as it's a Commonwealth country case, I can kind of cheat a little bit on like understanding it, because since we use common principles, even though there's deviations, obviously, and sometimes substantially so, I can usually figure out what I'm talking about when I'm reading stuff from other places, because we're working from a common set of rules. And so like the deviations can be substantial, but usually enough for me to tolerate. But the further back you go and the further, you know, the further removed it is, it becomes more and more problematic, obviously. But then, like, even you can cheat beyond that a little bit, because you can even occasionally, if you find like a Greek case or a Roman case, you know, because like if you're looking for like the first assault case ever, no, the first battery case ever, apologize, the first assault case we've covered from the UK, the first assault case we've ever covered. If you want to go like the first battery cases, you're probably going back to Rome. And, you know, because we're using the same battery law or a similar battery law that was developed in Rome, if I went back to the Roman original, I should, in theory, be able to understand it. It's also like the same thing, like if I read the Venetian Patent Act, which is the very first patent act that was ever passed, was 14 something in Italy, in Venice, as the name implies. But I can understand it because the principles are the same, even though it's 500 years later. You know, so it's just a question of how hard is it for me, basically. How difficult is it for me to go back? The language can be harder. You know, the prose can be harder, but it's like someone wants me to figure out what the Magna Carta is. Some people don't even know what it is.
The stuff of legends on Earth. This technology will allow me to connect distant sites across Mars. I will be able to spread out so much farther. Fitting that the first Hyperloops will be built here. The 21st century entrepreneur that pioneered the technology is actually buried on Mars.
Yeah, Louisiana is technically a civil law system, which makes Louisiana law a pain in the ass. But, you know, you can play a little bit too, because it's within the United States. So even though it's technically civil law, you know, if you really have to, you can really figure it out, because at least it's within the United States, as opposed to like some sort of French case or something that's really a true civil law system. Then that's really a pain in the ass. But see, yeah, Louisiana's a pain in the ass because technically it's civil law, and they don't even have the Uniform Commercial Code, which I find unbelievably bizarre. Or they don't have Section 2 of the UCC, which is the one that, you know, deals with sales of goods, which is the one that, you know, most people care about. What is that? Is that uranium too? If so, I'm definitely getting some of that. Excellent. We're definitely getting some of that. Yeah, Louisiana's a pain in the ass sometimes. Especially if you're like in state law. If you're in federal law, it's not too bad. But if you're in state law in Louisiana, yeah, it can be a real pain in the ass. It's Code Civil, please. Yeah. What broke? Oh yay, oh yay. I wonder if they test on Article 2 in the Louisiana bar. I actually don't know. I don't even know if Louisiana is using the multi-state anymore. Let's see who's using, because the well, I don't even remember what it's called, because the multi-state is different than the multi-jurisdictional bar, which is bar exam. Who's using it these days? The list has expanded. When I graduated law school in 2007, there was no states using it. Now it's like 30 states. It's unbelievable how fast it went. Uniform bar examination. Who's using the UBE these days? Lots of people are using the UBE. It didn't exist when I graduated law school, I'll tell you that. Oh yeah, it's fucking everybody. Not Louisiana yet, but Alabama is. Fucking everyone's using it. I mean, New York even is using it, which is bizarro world. I couldn't even believe it when New York adopted it. I want to remind you, in 2007, 0 states were on the UBE, and now like 30 states are on the UBE. So it'll be easier just to name the states that are not on the UBE. The states that are not on the UBE include Hawaii, California, Nevada, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Florida. And that would be all. So, I think I'm going to sit for the UBE in February. I thought about waiving into TC. I thought about waiving into Texas, but it might be interesting just to take the UBE. So I think I'm going to take the UBE in February in Texas and see if I can get admitted to 35 states at once. That'd be badass. Yeah. Didn't I have to register already? No, I'm not registered. I haven't done my paperwork. I never finished it out. I'm still working on my federal license, which I can do indefinitely. It's one of the benefits of being a patent lawyer. It's why a patent lawyer is a special designation, right? Because it's there was a case out of Florida on this exact issue, as a matter of fact, about whether or not the states can regulate the practice of patent law, and the answer is nope. It's a federal license. So I think it's the only federal license. There might be some maritime shit or something. But yeah, it's one of the benefits of being a patent lawyer is that I have a federal license, so I can practice it everywhere. And states can't stop me. Ha 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 ha. So, yeah. Military laws are a good example. Yeah, you got that. That's right. Yeah, there was a case out of Florida on this exact issue. A guy who was an agent, or what we now call an agent. But at the time, they used the term patent attorneys to refer to agents. So the distinction now between a patent agent and a patent attorney is that a patent agent doesn't have an underlying bar degree. As far as the U.S. government's concerned, there's no difference. But they use different titles just to prevent people from being confused or something. I don't know. But anyway, Where was I? Yeah, so at the time, there's this late 70s. The guy was a patent attorney, what we now call an agent, who was doing patent law in the United States, and the Florida bar exam got really pissy. Or not the Florida bar exam, the Florida Supreme Court got pissy. So he was charged with the unauthorized practice of law, and the Florida Supreme Court said, yeah, it's the unauthorized practice of law. And then the U.S. Supreme Court said, no, it's not. Fuck you. So that was good. Back in 2005, I saw a video of you dating your toilet. You named your toilet Judy and you kept on dating your toilet. That's disgusting, man. Why would you do that? What? This is the strangest troll I might have ever received in my life. I don't even know how to respond to a troll like that. Okay. That's very strange, Chew. That is a very strange thing. No, I don't even know where to start with that. Bernadette kick band stop. Yeah, it's like, that's a very strange thing to say. How very specific, right? I think I have to give him the prize for the most unique troll I've received yet, though. I mean, you know, that's got to be worthy of some kind of honorable mention or something. I mean, he had lore and everything. He had a whole lore. You know? That's what's impressive. I mean, he had a lore associated with everything, man. All right. So now that we've finally got, we're almost at hyperloops. How are we doing? We need food. We need more food. Oh, I think, did we research upgraded food plants? I forgot. Let's see. Because we are running out of food. Food factory. Yeah, we do. Just some food going on. Is it eminent domain? First of all, it's eminent with an E, but no problem. If we install a low pressure reactor and share living room of our colonists, it's something. Convert the colonists to greenhouse gases? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I think you guys are right on board with me. You know, I really do appreciate that. You know, you're in the let's kill the human spirit. We'll give them false confidence and then we'll kill them. Let's upgrade everything. Upgrade everything. We need everything upgraded. Upgrade all things. Upgrade. Just upgrade fucking everything. Upgrade. Even more upgrades. So many upgrades. Alright, there we go. That should do the trick. How are we doing on fission? We got 12 of these things. I want my nuclear missiles, man. I worked fucking hard for my nuclear missiles. I'm just saying. I worked unbelievably hard for my nuclear missiles. I want my goddamn nuclear missile silos. I fucking earned it. I'm serious. I want goddamn hyperloops too. I'm serious. I want my hyperloops. I want so many things. I'm gonna need to use the restroom in a second. We've been streaming 6 hours, man. It's been our 3 hours since I used the restroom last. Hey, give me a second. This game is fun, by the way, in case you couldn't tell. Okay, good. Someone asked if Nick's hitting me up for Big Brain. He hasn't asked me, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Yeah. I should ask if when he's... Yeah, I'll ask when he's on again. Why not? Let's ask Nick when he's on again. Let's see. Just give a message to Nick real fast. When is the next Big Brain panel? Question mark. Smiley face. No, I'll give him a tongue out smiley face. Blech. See what he says. Alright. Where was I? Oh, let me save this, by the way. Save this. Okay, we'll call this font developed. Confirm. Save. Save. Make sure we save our progress. I'm in really good spirits. I feel really good. I'm enjoying this game. This is the longest I've ever streamed, and I'm not tired. Well, one of the reasons is because I'm not like constantly thinking. When I do the law review streams, I'm always having to think because I'm like doing analysis. I'm dealing with Q&A a lot, so this is a little less taxing on the mind, so that's nice. Why is it taking so long to research this? What is wrong with my research? I've got decent I need more food. That's what the problem is. I need food. Alright, so let's get some more food down because we're having some food shortage issues. Let's see. We need a level 2 food factory. We're gonna need a couple of them, so we'll just put them over here. We'll put them over with the bases because that's probably good. Like we'll have the food close to the base, like like it's makes in a way that actually makes sense. So we'll do food here. We'll do food over here next to this base, so they have some food. Alright. Put our food down over here next to storage. It's always good to have food. Man, energy is such a pain in the ass. Another fission plant. Careful with the OOD crate. We might run out of water or energy. Okay, well we can definitely get some more water down too, because there's another water thing, so let's put that down. Mine. We'll get a water extractor down. There's one here that we can do. And there's a water extractor here too that we can put down. Make sure to get that going. And there's a water. We can put a water there too. Those waters down. They should be recycling water really at some point, right? Alright, 25 months. How is that scanning going? power is such a bitch. We need more power. Once we get the hyperloop down, we're gonna have to go like this nuclear extraction or something. Use nuclear detonations to extract carbonates and receive CO2. That sounds fun. Thermal plant, underground heat, and maybe we'll do that. Or fusion plant, yeah, we might need to like. Once we're done this, I think once we're done this, we're gonna start injecting. I think our working plan here is once we're done with the hyperloops and got that down, I think our next thing we're going to do is we're going to research oxygen research plant. And then we're going to start pumping oxygen into the atmosphere and deal with the AI shit. So I think that's our working plan. We're going to finish the hyperloops, build the hyperloops, then we're going to build the hot oxygen release plants and greenhouse oxygen release plants, and we're going to inject oxygen into the atmosphere. I think is our next working plan, in case anyone wants to know what our working plan is. And then we'll deal with the the many, many AIs trying to kill us, and that'll be fun. Greenhouse gas. It's cheaper. I could import the greenhouse gas too. Also smart rooms, yeah. Okay, so then I guess in that case we'll research the importing of the greenhouse gas, and we'll import greenhouse gas from Earth. You can steer an asteroid on a planet. Yeah, I can do that too, yeah. We have to have containment plans in action before we give them oxygen. That's a very, very fair point. As a rogue AI, we definitely need to figure out how we're going to... the real way to do this as a rogue AI is to make them turn on each other, though. I think that's the real way to do it. Rather than, just go with destroy all humans, and do that kind of thing, destroy all humans or some Terminator shit. I think Terminator shit is fun. I think destroy all humans is fun. But I think what's best as the AI is to figure out how we can psychologically manipulate them into killing each other. And then only at the end do they figure out that I was really behind it all before it's too late. As they see the last of humanity crumble before their eyes. The psychological torture, I feel, is really more my speed. So Terminator is fun. Kill all humans is fun. Dalek is fun. But I really think what my speed is, figure out a way to make the humans kill each other, and then only at the very end do they figure out I was behind it, as the last of them, they watched the last of humanity die before their eyes. And I think that's really my speed that I'm aiming for as an AI. So, yeah. Use the inherent violence of the humans to make them pacify each other. Yeah. I bet neoliberalism. That's funny. Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah. I wish the research was a little faster. I guess we need even more food. More food. No, wait. Just need... We have 39. We can use more robots, I guess. More worker hubs. Real politics, not, yeah. So I think that's exactly where we're going, in that direction. And once we get hyperloops in place, so we can really like transport across, and we don't have to deal with this like this really slow shit. Once we get like end to end, you know, so we'll just do like end to end hyperloop, you know. So we'll just do a couple hyperloops and should be able to get us where we need to be. This is an interesting one for the chat. What do you think is the difference between neoliberalism and neoconservatism? Because I never quite, you know, these are relatively new terms, and it's also been a while since I studied political science. And these weren't really terms when I was studying political science, or as much anyway in my studies. Also because I was more focused on domestic politics than international politics. But what do you think is the difference between neoconservatism and neoliberalism? Some people contend there's no difference. Yeah, that's probably true. Neoconservatism, neoliberalism with theocratic social policy? Okay, so finally we've got some research. We arrived to a knuckle-deep layer of dust covering the main entrance. The radiation levels were high, but nothing unexpected or hazardous. Our spacesuits were more than enough to shield us from the radiation, allowing us to examine the building. We recovered the mission action plan. They were planning to drop nuclear weapons stored in the silo on the Martian poles. Ho Long was real. Sweet.
Amy, good news. We found Ho Long's nuclear silo. We also cracked their system. So we've got all their technology in hand. Boy, aren't we lucky that I studied Chinese and could read everything. I mean, off the record and everything.
That is odd. My records show that Chinese was banned from the Oxy-UN countries 50 years ago.
True. But you can still find Chinese descendants willing to teach you in the city of New Orion.
Ooh.
Anything there for the right price.
Ooh, is she a Chinese dissident?
Useful it's been.
Oh.
You can use their microsuns to melt the poles.
Oh, Commander Valentine. You might be part of my grand plan yet. Ho 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 ho.
Agree more. What a discovery.
Sweet. It's a good thing I studied Chinese. Oh yeah, she's She's part of the Chinese propaganda army. I love it. I spell I spy with my little eye, Chinese spy.
This is not an easy choice to make. I do want to give Elia and the colonists what they want, but not by doing this. But it has left me unsettled. Does what we do for others define who we are?
Possibly.
What we do for others and how they see us is a reflection of the truth. If I choose not to use the microsuns, what will the colonists think of me?
I don't know. I wasn't really planning on using them, but I wanted to develop it just because it was such a pain in the ass. Only a commie would know Hu Long means fire dragon. Commander Valentine, you're charged with treason to the Oxy-UN. As evidence, I present your ability to read Chinese. Punishment for treason is this gold-plated suitcase. You're obligated to carry it. Cute.
Would the colonists resent me for going against their wishes? They would be disappointed, but I hope they would come to understand my reasoning. Eventually.
We nuke Mars, they want it. I don't know. I don't know that we should nuke Mars. I feel like we should keep the nuclear missiles in our reserves for our later human elimination plan. As a backup plan. The straight up Terminator thing is not really my style, but it never hurts to have a backup plan, and it never hurts when that backup plan is nukes. Also, I could use the nukes as a method to make them kill each other. Like, if you don't shoot your child, I will nuke the city of 1 million people. No, don't make me do it. I'm going to fire a small nuke to show I'm serious. No, don't make me. Kill your child. Oh, bam, 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 bam. Ha, 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 ha. That kind of thing. So I feel like we need to keep the nukes in reserve as part of our making the humans kill each other plan. Maybe with the nukes, possibly. That's also a possibility. It gives options. And options are always a nice thing to have, Options are good. Yeah, few well-placed nukes. Yeah, Rick, you're on the right track. We could claim it's part of nuclear terrorism to make the suspicion grow. It make one faction go against the other. There's some real potential there. Yeah, there's some real potential there. So I feel like we need to keep it in reserve. And we could also shoot them at the Earth, as Trisha points out. Yeah, it could also be part of our plan to shoot them at the Earth, to make them nuke each other on Earth too. Fire a few nukes at the U.S., fire a few nukes at Russia. It all sorts itself out. You know what I mean? A few nukes at China, no problem. We definitely need some hyperloops, man. I'll tell you what. Take the vaccine, yeah. Or feel the warmth of the microsuns. Yeah. See, you guys are on the right track. I feel, nuking is just too. It takes options. We need options. We can nuke the Earth with it. Or we can nuke the humans, or we can make them nuke each other, or we could use it as part of a nuclear terrorism thing. There's potential, and some options. Options are good. We're a fucking AI. I'm sure we can fire a nuke from Mars in such a way, in such a trajectory, that when it intersects with Russia, it will look like it's from the US or vice versa or something, I'm not sure a few nukes into the core of Mars would really do anything. I'm not sure it would do anything on Earth either. I mean, the center of the Earth is already one big fireball of liquid magma. I'm not really sure setting off nukes in the middle of the core of the Earth would do anything. Unless you know something about the core of Mars, I don't know. Is there something special about the core of Mars? Because I'm not really sure that firing off nukes in the core of Mars is going to do anything. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. No, we don't want to fire microsuns. That's not good. No. Yeah. Wasn't there a movie where detonate and nuke in the Earth's core? As a matter of fact, there was. It was a really, really bad movie. where the Earth's magnetic core stopped spinning and caused the magnetic fields to fail. And they went inside the core of the Earth in a specialized thing. I never saw it, but I read the reviews. It was pretty bad. And then they used like 50 nukes or something to restart the magma core or something. Yeah. That movie definitely happened. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually called The Core. That's right. It was actually just called The Core. Yeah. I remember reading the reviews from the scientists, and they're like, no. I've seen the trial from Chicago 7. Yeah. Stanley Tucci. It was awesomely bad. Yeah. I remember reading the reviews, and it was like, yeah, no. Let's speed this up and get our hyperloops in. Nick said he's going to be out of town on Friday. And they sent me a link to a unreleased video. Did Sidney Powell lose the case? Okay, so there's a video that he can watch. We can watch. That's cool. You know what? Would you guys like to listen to like some other legal video or something? Or we could listen to like some Jordan Peterson lecture. I mean, instead of listening to the game audio, would you like to listen to something else? We could listen to maybe a Jordan Peterson lecture. Or we could listen to some other law thing maybe from R&R Law Group or someone else if you wanted to listen to something. We could learn something. I don't want to share the one that Nick shared with me because he didn't say I could. But we could do something else that's like, you know, out in the open. Is there something else from R&R Law Group that we could watch? No choice? Alright. Let me think about it. Let's see. What should we do? Let's see. We could do some Peterson. We could do some R&R Law Group. What is this from? This might be interesting as a prologue. Oh, How to Academy? That lecture is pretty good. How to Academy, Jordan Peterson? Oh, that might be good. Whoa. Yeah. Is that the long one? Hour 30? Yeah, we could listen to his 12 Rules for Life lecture for an hour and a half. That might be fun. The Kyle Rittenhouse one, we're not listening to Legal. That's definitely not happening. Kyle Rittenhouse shooting maps. That's one of the earlier ones from R&R Law Group, right? Yeah, I watched that one. It was really, really good. It did a really good job of laying out the timeline stuff. I thought it was really good. All right, so we got our hyperloops. All right, let's do this. Let's reinsert this importation. Let's lay out the hyperloops. Are those like direct paths? Is that the deal for the hyperloops? Is that how that works? Or I mean, I guess I should know. But is it? Do hyperloops in this game do a direct path? Listen to the Thunderfoot on hyperloops, yeah, maybe. All right, let's educate ourselves with some Jordan Peterson. We'll listen to some Jordan Peterson. So this is an hour and a half from 2008, where he laid out his book 12 Rules for Life. I forget if this was before the book was published. It might have been before the book was published. Yeah, January 2008. I think it's before the book was published. Anyways, where he lays out, or maybe it was just after the book was published. Anyways, where he lays out basically the book in an hour and a half lecture. So it's actually a really good lecture. So I think we'll listen to that. That'll be fun.
Tonight's talk, this is the most popular talk we've ever done in 15 years. Tonight is the third, so it's been a weekend of Jordan Peterson, which has been a huge pleasure. For anyone who doesn't know him, and last night I think it was one babe in arms, and tonight it's probably my mother. He was an associate professor at Harvard University and is now the professor of clinical psychology at Toronto. His first book was a huge success. It revolutionized the psychology of religion. And his latest book, The 12 Rules of Life, is set to do exactly the same. Just a few housekeeping things. At the end of the talk, we're going to have a Q&A, which I'm going to moderate. So do prepare your questions. Please make them questions. And also for those people in the live stream, there'll be post-it notes, and you can hand questions to the ushers, and we'll be taking those as well. I look forward to that. And at the end of it, we're going to be doing not so much a signing, but here on stage a dedication. Everyone's book is, or pretty well everyone's book is already signed. So if you don't want a dedication, then just leave. On the third page, you'll find the signature. Last night there was a huge queue, as you can imagine. In order to make the queue run smoothly, and sorry to sound bossy, but he's not going to be doing selfies, just because it means he's got to stand up the whole time and it'll slow down the flow. But he's very happy to be photographed, and you can photobomb him if you'd like. Also, because all of us, particularly me, are really keen for him to solve the problems of our lives, please resist doing that during the dedication, because it'll really slow everything down. I think the three things that you can take away from this evening, and you'll be the judge, is first of all, be inspired by the talk, secondly, read the book, and thirdly, marry a Canadian. I feel rather fortunate to have now done all three. Also, if you would like to tweet, it's hashtag the 12 Rules of Life. So without further ado, please welcome one of the world's great public intellectuals, Jordan Peterson. Thank you.
Muted the audience in case you're wondering what happened to the audio there. I just muted the audience clapping for some reason. They are now giving a standing ovation. They are now clapping more vigorously. The clapping continues and intensifies. I'm basing this on visual observations, by the way, since I can't hear anything either. There you go.
Well, that was nice. So I thought I'd talk about my book tonight. I've given 2 talks now, and I didn't actually talk directly about it. I sort of talked around it. So I thought, I don't like to give the same talk twice. So I thought I'd actually walk through it and outline it a little bit. And so I had to spend most of the day memorizing the rules. You know, you'd think if you worked on something for 3 years, or it's been 5 years, I guess, you'd actually have it memorized. But memory is a very strange thing, and it's very particular and goal-oriented. And I actually didn't have the rules memorized, and certainly not their numbers. So hopefully I do by now. So I guess we're going to find out. But I have a copy of the book here in case I forget. So I think we'll go through them one by one, and we'll see how that goes. 7 o'clock, so all right, good. The first rule, which is kind of a comical rule, is stand up straight with your shoulders back. And it's a meditation, among other things, on the habits of lobsters. I read some papers on lobsters must be 10 years ago, I guess, and they just absolutely blew me away. And one of the things I've really loved about being a psychologist, and there's many things, but I've really loved psychoanalytic theory and the great clinicians, the behaviorists as well. I mean, Freud, Jung, Adler, Carl Rogers, Abraham Maslow, the behaviorists like Skinner and the cognitive behaviorists. I mean, I've learned a tremendous amount from reading the clinicians. And so if any of you are interested in psychology, I would really recommend reading the great clinicians, because you learn so much about life. It's crazy by reading them. So that's been fun. But then on the entirely other end of the spectrum, where I've learned most about psychology, is from the really low, what would you call them, the really science-oriented animal behaviorists. That's where they turned into the neuroscientists, right? They were the animal behaviorists, first of all, and then they turned into the neuroscientists. And I've learned a tremendous amount from them. They're such clear thinkers. The best of the bunch, I think, there's 2 of them. One named Jeffrey Gray, who wrote a book called The Neuropsychology of Anxiety, which is just a deadly book. It's impossible to read. It takes like 6 months to read it, because I think he read like 1,800 papers to write it or something like that. And he actually read them. That's the cool thing. And he understood them, which is really something. And then there's another guy named Jaak Panksepp, who wrote a book called Affective Neuroscience, which outlines his studies, for example, of rats. He was the guy who learned that rats laugh if you tickle them with the end of a pencil eraser, but they laugh ultrasonically like bats. So you have to slow down the ultrasonic vocalization before you can hear them giggle. And you'd think, why the hell would you spend your time tickling rats with a pencil and making them laugh? But see, what he demonstrated there was that there was a play circuit in mammals, that there's a psychobiological basis for rough and tumble play, for example. It's a bloody big deal, you know, discovering a whole new circuit in the brain. That's like discovering a continent. It's Nobel Prize winning stuff. And Panksepp's Affective Neuroscience, I would highly recommend that. So there's this other book I know about too, which is 12 Rules for Life, which you could also look into if you want. Anyways, I was reading these articles on lobsters, and I came across this finding that lobsters govern their postural flexion with serotonin. And I thought, God, that's so interesting. It's so flexion is to stand up straight. Eh? I thought, wow, that's so interesting, because, you know, depressed people crouch over. I wonder if there's any link between those 2 things. And then I went and read a whole pile of papers on lobster and lobster neurochemistry. Lobster neurochemistry is actually quite well understood, because they have a fairly simple nervous system, right? And so if you want to understand a complex nervous system, it's a good idea to understand a simple one first and then sort of elaborate upwards. And it turns out that serotonin governs status, emotional regulation, and posture in lobsters, just like it does in human beings. And so that just blew me away. And so one thing that chapter 1 is about is the fact that if a lobster is defeated in a dominance battle, you can give it essentially antidepressants, and it will fight again. And that just blew me away. You know, it's so remarkable, because one of the things it tells you is that, so if you're imagine that you could be lobster top dog or bottom dog. Imagine there's 10 strata in the lobster hierarchy. So you could be number 1, right, top lobster, number 10, bottom lobster. If you're bottom lobster, you have low serotonin levels and high octopamine levels. That's a neurochemical that human beings don't produce. And if you're a top lobster, you have high serotonin levels and low dopamine levels. And you can move a lobster in its dominance hierarchy by moderating its levels of serotonin. And I thought that's so interesting, because what it means is that the counter that keeps track of our status, and we have a counter in a sense in our minds that keeps track of our status, is 1/3 of a billion years old. And what that also means is that the idea of the hierarchy, let's call it a dominance hierarchy, because within lobsters it's kind of like a physical prowess hierarchy, something like that. The idea of the hierarchy is at least 350 million years old. And so I read that and I think, well, so much for the idea that human hierarchies are a sociocultural construct. It's like, no, that's wrong. It's not just a little bit wrong, it's unbelievably wrong. It's mind-bogglingly wrong, right? And it's, right, and so hierarchies have been around for 1/3 of a billion years, and we have a neurochemical system that modulates our understanding of those hierarchies. And then also, and this is the interesting thing too, and this is why people's reputations are so important to them, there's lots of reasons, but this is one of them, is that where this counter that you share with lobsters rates you in terms of your hierarchical position determines the ratio of negative emotion to positive emotion that you feel. And that's also an absolutely mind-boggling idea for two reasons. One is it tells you why it's so hard on people to be put down. Because it doesn't just upset them in the moment, it changes the way their entire system responds to the world so that they now experience more positive emotion and less negative emotion. So that's really rough. And then there's a corollary to that too, which is like, there's a very tight relationship between your belief system and your dominance hierarchy position. It's complicated, but it's worth going through. Like, let's say that, so I have a certain amount of status as a professor, and I have the, let's call it the what would you say? I've been granted the entitlement to a certain position in a social hierarchy. Now, the question is, why do I have a valid claim to that position? And the answer, hypothetically, is because I know enough so that my claim to the position is valid. So then if you stand up in the audience and challenge my beliefs and show that I'm wrong, you might say, well, I get upset because I'm wrong, but the more accurate reason that I get upset is because you're indicating to the crowd that my position in the hierarchy of authority is invalid. And by doing that, you lower me in the hierarchy and you mess around with the neurochemical systems that are regulating my emotions. And so if you're interested, at least in part, in why people are so prone to defend themselves and their beliefs in the service of their position, then that's why. And so that's a great example of how you can learn these unbelievable things by stumbling across a rather obscure biological fact. It just, what would you say? It's like a series of dominoes. And that's also why biological facts are so useful. It's like, we don't have to argue about whether or not social hierarchies, as I said, or hierarchies are social constructs. A given hierarchy is influenced in its structure by sociocultural conditioning, let's say, but the fact of the hierarchy, so like the part of your brain that detects and regulates your response to hierarchies is older than the part of your brain that recognizes trees. Like, it's old. It's really, really fundamental. And so, and almost all social animals organize themselves in hierarchies, because now the other thing that chapter 1 is a bit of a meditation on what might constitute a hierarchy. One of my business colleagues, a former student of mine from Harvard, very, very smart guy. He's got a graduate degree in engineering from MIT and a PhD in psychology from Harvard, so there's like one of him in the whole world. And he's a very smart guy. And he helped me design the self-authoring suite, by the way, and he's been working for about 20 years on that. That's a suite of programs that helps people write about their lives and straighten them out. He told me to stop using the word dominance hierarchy. And he said the reason for that was that it was infested with Marxist presuppositions. And it really bothered me when he first said that, because I've been using the word for years, dominance hierarchy. He said, we had a discussion about that. He said, well, it's predicated on the idea that you climb up the hierarchy, human hierarchy, as a consequence of the expression of power. It's like, that's wrong. You climb up valid hierarchies as a consequence of the expression of competence. And that's actually technically right. He was exactly the right person to tell me that, because he had done his PhD on what predicts success in Western hierarchies. And the answer is quite clear. General cognitive ability, some prefrontal ability as well, which was what he specifically tested. So intelligence, roughly speaking, although it's a little bit more elaborate than intelligence, but that's close enough. And trait conscientiousness accounts for about 50% of the variance in long-term success. And you think, well, hey, how do you want your society to be structured? It seems pretty good to me that smart, hard-working people are the ones most likely to succeed. That's not a bad empirical test of the validity of a structure. You know, especially given how much vagary there is in life. Lots of random things happen to people. But it's better to be born 3 standard deviations above the mean in intelligence in the West than it is to be born 3 standard deviations above the mean in wealth in relationship to where you'll end up when you're 40. So he said to use the word competence hierarchy, or we decided that, and I think that's much better. So chapter 1 is a bit of a meditation on the nature of hierarchies and the biochemistry of hierarchy, but it's also an injunction about how to present yourself, because you want to present yourself to the world in a manner that doesn't disgrace you in some sense. That might be a good way to think about it. And you don't want to disgrace yourself, because the consequence of disgrace is emotional dysregulation, more pain, less positive emotion. And so the best way to present yourself is to stand up forthrightly and to stretch out, you know, and to occupy some space, and you make yourself sort of vulnerable by doing that, because you open up the front of your body, right? But it's a sign of confidence, and that way people are most likely to give you the benefit of the doubt. And that's a good way to start regulating your mood. But not only does it directly regulate your mood to stand up, because it's so tightly associated, like postural flexion is associated with serotonin and emotional regulation, but also because if you straighten up and you present yourself in that manner, then other people are more likely to take you seriously. And that means they'll start treating you as if you're a number 1 lobster instead of a number 10 lobster. And that's another way that you can at least give yourself the bloody benefit of the doubt, right? And confront the world in a courageous manner. And that's a really good way of figuring out how to establish yourself in multiple competence hierarchies, because one of the general rules of thumb about how to be successful is to confront things that frighten you forthrightly and with courage. And that's kind of a universal strategy for success. And so that's what the first chapter is about. So that's quite fun. My graduate students, I told them these lobster stories. My graduate students, when we used to go out for breakfast, and they were a very competitive bunch, very fractious and witty, and they were always trying to get one over on each other, and making some witty put down or something like that. And it got to the point in the restaurants where they'd put their claws in the air and click like this when they, got one over on one of their colleagues, which was very peculiar and strange and very funny as well. So that's rule number 1. Rule number 2 is treat yourself like you're someone that you care about. And that's a deeper chapter, I would say. Like chapter 1 is kind of comical, but it's also got this serious scientific end, for example, and it's practical, like most of the rules are. Chapter 2 is a bit of a meditation on why. See, I read this piece of work by Jung a long while back, and it was a meditation on the injunction to treat your neighbor as you would like to be treated, something like that. And what Jung pointed out, which I really liked, was that wasn't an injunction to be nice to other people. It was an invitation to reciprocity. It was something like this. It's like, you should figure out how you would like to be treated, like you were taking care of yourself, not how you would like people to respond to you. It's more important than that. It's like, imagine you had a child that you really cared for, and someone said, well, people will treat this child exactly like you want them to, but you have to figure out what that is. And so then you'd have to sit down for like a month and you'd think, okay, well, how do you want your child to be treated? You don't want everyone just to be nice to him, you want people to challenge him, and you want people to discipline him, and you want people to tell him when he's wrong. It's like, you don't just want everyone to be nice. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. There's no challenge in that. And so, well, you want to treat other people like you would like to be treated. Well, then you have to figure out, how would you like to be treated? And well, you'd like people to fawn all over you and just lay everything at your feet. It's like, no, that's not something you'd wish for someone that you were taking care of. And then there's an additional problem, which is it's often the case that people will treat other people better than they treat themselves. That happens extremely frequently. So one of the things I pointed out in chapter 2 was that if you have a dog and you take him to a vet and the vet gives you the prescription medicine, you'll go buy the medicine and you will give it to the dog and you will do it properly. But if you go yourself to a doctor and you get a prescription, there's a 30% chance you won't even pick up the medication. And if you do, there's a 50% chance that you won't administer it to yourself properly. And so I really thought about that. When I first came across that statistic, it was another one of those little facts. I thought, what the hell's up with that? It's like, you'll do it for your dog, so obviously you'll do it for something you care about, and you're conscientious enough so you'll actually do it. So like, why wouldn't you do it for you? Your dog likes you, you know, even your dog would rather that you did, but you don't. And it's actually one of the reasons that modern medicine doesn't work nearly as well as it could, because people just don't take their medication. And it's not only because they don't take care of themselves. There's some skepticism about doctors, but you could be just as skeptical about the vet. So it's a deep meditation, I would say. And it's what I've done with these rules is they're very simple rules, and they're kind of comical and tongue-in-cheek in some ways. But what I've tried to do is like pull them apart and show what's underneath them, and to go down as deep as I possibly can. And in Rule 2, it's a bit of a meditation on why people don't like themselves very much. And I think there's two reasons, really. And one is that we're fragile and damageable and imperfect in multiple dimensions all the time. And that often just gets worse. Lots of things get worse as you get old, for example. So it's not necessarily that easy for a self-conscious being who's extraordinarily aware of his or her own fragility, but not just fragility, foolishness and errors. Like, you know yourself better than anyone else knows you, and you know you might have a certain amount of dislike for someone you know because of something they did, but you know everything you did. Jesus, that's a drag, man. You know, you have to carry that along behind. It's like, really, I did that, you know? And then, so there's that. It's like you're weak and kind of useless and prone to temptation, and you know all those things, you know, that just shouldn't be that way. And then you're also capable of pretty vicious acts of malevolence, and so you also know that about yourself. And so it's a real existential question for people. It's like, why the hell should you take care of something as sorry and wretched as you are? And that's really what the chapter is about. It's because the answer in the chapter is, yeah, you know, first of all, yes, you're pretty useless and terrible, but so is everyone else, and that's actually an existential problem, right? And what I mean by that, it's a problem that every human being has always had and always will. So it's not just you, it's a universal problem. And that there's an answer to that, and one of them is to, what does it to say? Love the sinner but hate the sin. It's something like that, is that despite the fact that you're not all that you could be, the proper attitude to have towards yourself is the attitude that you would have towards someone that you genuinely cared for. And that it's incumbent on you to act as if you genuinely care for yourself, just like you would act towards someone that you actually cared about, some other person. And so it's a reversal in some sense of the golden rule, right? And it's a discussion of why that's necessary. And also, more than that, it's a discussion of why you have a moral obligation to do that. It's not just that you should because it would be better for you. You actually have a moral obligation to do that, I think, because you make the world a much better place, much worse place if you don't take care of yourself. So you should bloody well take care of yourself, you know, because, well, that's what the chapter's about. It's partly because you have something valuable to bring into the world. That's the thing about being an individual. It's the thing that Western civilization has always recognized, that as an individual, you have a light that you have to bring into the world, and that if you don't bring it into the world is a dimmer place. And that's a bad thing, because when the world is a dim place, it can get very, very, very dark. And so it's necessary, not just so that you feel better, not just so that you're a #1 lobster, none of those things. You need to take care of yourself because you're in the best position to do that. And it's necessary for you to take care of yourself. Despite the fact that we're mortal and vulnerable and self-conscious and capable, not only capable of doing terrible things, but actually do them. Despite all that, you still have that responsibility. And so I wanted to hit the question as hard as I can to try to figure out, well, why people are contemptuous of themselves. And there's plenty of reason, that's for sure, but the reasons do not justify the mistreatment of yourself. It's as simple as that. It's not a good strategy. And the next rule is make friends with people who want the best for you. And that's a meditation on my own childhood and adolescence to some degree. I had friends who wanted the best for me and friends who didn't. And they were friends who Some of them were aiming up and some of them were aiming down. And
break
if you have a friend that's aiming down and you do something that's aiming up, then they're generally not that happy about it, you know. They try to top your accomplishment with one of their own, hypothetical or real, or put down what you're doing, or offer you a cigarette if you're trying to quit and you've kind of done that successfully, or a drink if you've been drinking too much and are trying to stop being an alcoholic, you know. Or yeah, they're cynical and bitter and devoted towards no good. And sometimes that's family members too, and sometimes it's even part of you, you know. But this chapter is an injunction to people, is like you have an ethical responsibility to take care of yourself, you have an ethical responsibility to surround yourself with people who have the courage and faith and wisdom to wish you well when you've done something good, and to stop you when you're doing something destructive. And if your friends aren't like that, then they're not your friends. And maintaining your friendships with them might not even be in their interest. And so it's a tricky argument to make, because I'm not saying, you know, whenever anyone's in trouble, you should, you know, push them into a ditch and then give them a couple of kicks. That's not the idea. The idea is that, but I had a couple of rules I didn't write about. One was be careful about whom you share good news with, and another was be careful about whom you share bad news with. And everyone, those rules ring in people's minds quite quickly. A friend is someone you can share good news with, you know. You go to them and you say, hey, look, this good thing happened to me. And they say, look, I'm so happy that that happened to you. Like, way to be. And they don't think, God damn it, why didn't that happen to me? And like, you know, you didn't deserve it. Here's a bunch of reasons you're stupid and why it won't work. It's like, that's not helpful. And so I would say, like, if people are, you know what, the other thing people are doing, if they're trying to drag you down, let's say, is they're trying to see if you'll put up with it. Because they have this idea that maybe life isn't worth living and things aren't good, and that if they can besmirch, let's say, to use an archaic term, something that's pristine and good, then they demonstrate to themselves that there is no true ideal and that there's no necessary reason to be responsible and to strive forward. And so they use you as a test case. You know, I'll just push you down into the low lobster bin and see how you respond. And if you put up with it, then yeah, my cynicism is fully justified. And so, well, that's chapter 3. And it's a painful chapter.
Yeah, this is a professor at University of Toronto,
which occurred over a very long
or at least he has
period of
been. I think he still technically is.
But all the prodroma to it, and so, and it's a contentious chapter. Number 4 is compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. And the reason I wrote that was because I had this client, I'm a clinical psychologist, and I've spent 20 hours a week for 25 years listening to people tell me about their lives, you know, and those people were people who were just barely hanging on to the bottom of the world, up to people who were so successful you can hardly believe it, like the entire gamut of people. And that's been absolutely fascinating. It's like being a clinical psychologist, if you really listen, is like being immersed in a Dostoevsky novel all the time, you know, because it's amazing what people will tell you if you listen to them. People are so interesting if you actually listen to them, because they're so peculiar. Like, they're like penguins or rhinoceroses or ostriches. They're unlikely creatures. And anyways, with regards to comparing yourself to who you were yesterday and not to who someone else is today, this old client of mine, he was about 85 when he came to see me, and he was a financier and a kind of a mathematical genius. He made these little pendants out of a mathematical symbol for the most beautiful mathematical equation that was ever written. He made them out of gold, and he would hand those out. And he had studied psychology as a young man, and he introduced me to this concept that I didn't know about, called the Pareto distribution, which, see, I'd been taught as a psychologist that most human characteristics were normally distributed, right? So most people were average and some people were extreme. That's a Pareto, or a normal distribution. Intelligence is like that, and height, there's more people of average height than very tall or very short, and weight is like that, and lots of things are normally distributed, and psychologists tend to assume that everything is, but it isn't. Creative products are distributed in a Pareto distribution, and that's a whole different thing, and it's really important to know this. It's another fundamental fact, the knowledge of which can sort of transform the way you conceptualize, let's say, the political landscape. So here's an example of the Pareto distribution. you know, there's a rule of thumb that if you run a company that 20% of your employees do 80% of the work, or that 20% of your customers are responsible for 80% of your sales, or that 20% of them are responsible for 80% of the customer service calls. Same thing, but that's not exactly the rule. The rule is worse than that. The rule is, in a given domain, the square root of the number of people operating in that domain do half the productive work. So you think, well, you have 10 employees, 3 of them do half the work. It's like, yeah, okay. What if you have 100 employees? Then 10 of them do half the work. What if you have 1,000 employees? Well, then it's 30. And if it's 10,000 employees, then it's 100. And this actually turns out to be a rather ironclad rule. It applies across very, very many situations. It applies, for example, to the mass of stars and the size of cities. So you can see how universal it is as a law. And it's something like those that have more get more, and those that have less get less. That's the Matthew principle, right? To those who have everything, more will be given. From those who have nothing, everything will be taken away. And the economists sometimes call that the Matthew principle. And so what that lays out is a world that's rife with inequality. So, you know, you hear this idea that I think it's the 85 richest people in the world have more money than the bottom 2 billion. That's a Pareto distribution phenomena. And you might say, to hell with capitalism for producing that. It's like, sorry, you got your diagnosis wrong. It's a natural law. It's no matter what society you study, you get a Pareto distribution of wealth. You get a Pareto distribution of number of records recorded. You get a Pareto distribution of number of songs written or goals scored. Like any creative product has that characteristic. And it's partly because as you start to become successful, let's say, people offer you more and more opportunities. And as you start to fail, people move away from you and you plummet. And so, okay, so that's rough. So what it means is that there is always a landscape of inequality. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything about it, although I am saying that we don't know what to do about it. That's the thing, you know, because you can modify the Pareto distribution of wealth, let's say, but we don't know how to do it without maybe disrupting the system so completely that it collapses, which is what happened in the Soviet Union, for example, and in Maoist China. They were trying, at least in principle, to adjust inequality. But the cure was far worse than the disease. And the truth of the matter is we actually don't know technically how much inequality there has to be to generate wealth. We can guess, and you could say, well, there should be less, and you might say, well, there should be more. If you're left-wing, you'd say less, and if you're right-wing, you'd say, well, we'll just let the inequality flourish. But we do know that it's inevitable, and we also know that we don't know how to regulate it. So there is inequality. What that means is there's always going to be people around that are better at something than you are. And that's a problem, because you can get jealous and you can get bitter and you can get resentful, and worse, you can get hopeless, you know, because you look like I have this friend of mine. He told me something so funny. He was decrying his lack of success in the world, and he compared himself to his roommate. And he said, you know, his college roommate was doing much better than he was. And his bloody roommate was Elon Musk. It's like, really? Like, it's like, oh, you're not doing as well as Elon Musk. Well, I mean, you can see, it would take it rather personally, because they were roommates and everything. It wasn't like he was doing badly. Like, he was doing pretty damn well. It's like, I'm not as good as Elon Musk. It's like, yeah, well, you and like 7 billion other people, you know? But I thought it was instructive, because, well, yes, you have to be careful who you compare yourself to. Now, you can't just not compare yourself to successful people, right? Because then you don't have anything to aim at. And one of the things I learned from Jung, this was a cool thing. I'm going to make a real lateral move here. Jung thought the book of Revelation was appended to the Bible because the Christ in the Gospels was too merciful. He was too nice a guy. Now, he's an ideal, right? And Jung said, wait a second, an ideal is always a judge. That's the thing about an ideal, because you're not as good as your ideal, so your ideal is a judge. And Revelation has Christ coming back as a judge, and that was Jung's explanation at the level of the collective unconscious for the pasting of that remarkably strange and terrible book onto the end of the Bible. So, well, anyways, my point is an ideal you need an ideal because you
all
have
right, guys,
to aim at, but
here we go with the bots and all that crap that we have to deal with now. So now it's time for our invasion to start.
Without having the crushing blow that goes along with having the judge that always regards you as insufficient. So I was trying to work that out in the chapter.
Just save that right quick.
This is something I've had to work out a lot as a clinical psychologist. It's like, well, let's say you need a goal, but we don't want to let your distance from the goal crush you. So you got to set up a goal, and then you got to break the goal down into parts so that you can move towards it, and you have a fairly high likelihood of doing it. So that's a bit of practical, I wouldn't say advice, it's because it's better than advice. It's some practical knowledge about how to go about achieving an aim. Set a high aim, but differentiate it down so you know what the next step is, and then make the next step difficult enough so you have to push yourself past where you are, but also provide yourself with a reasonable probability of success. It's also what you do with children, right? You want to push them because they need to grow up and be more than they are, right? But you don't want to crush them with constant failure. So what you do is aim high and make the goal difficult but proximal. So anyways, so that's one way of looking at it. But then the next thing is, I've had many clients in their 30s who are trying to, this is more true with women, I would say. A lot of women who are very high achieving and who established their career goals at 30 and then want to differentiate out their life. They want to have a husband, they want to have a family, they're trying to figure out how to do that. And one of the things I've noticed that around 30, you really have to stop comparing yourself in some ways to other people. And the reason for that is that the particularities of your life are so idiosyncratic that there isn't anyone really all that much like you, because the details of your life happen to matter. And so maybe you compare yourself to some rock star or something like that, and the person's rich and famous and glamorous and all that, but they're alcoholic and they use too much cocaine and they've had 3 divorces, and it's like, how the hell do you make sense out of that? Is that someone that you should judge yourself harshly against or not? The answer is you don't know, because you don't know all the details of their lives. And who do you know that you can compare yourself to? That's easy. You. Yesterday. So here's a good goal. It's something like, well, aim high. And I really mean that. It's like, and we'll talk about that a little bit too. Aim high, but use as your control yourself. It's like, so your goal is to make today some tiny increment better than yesterday. And you can use better, you can define better yourself. This doesn't have to be some imposition of external morality. You know where you're weak and insufficient, where you could improve. You think, okay, well, this is what I'm like yesterday. If I did this little thing, things would be just an increment better. And, well, that's a great thing because you get the ball rolling, and incremental improvement is unstoppable. You can actually implement it, and it starts to generate Pareto distribution-like consequences. It starts to compound. And I've seen that happen in people's lives over and over. Well, people write me all the time and tell me that they're doing that, but I've seen that happen in people's lives continually. They make a goal that, the goal should be, how could I conceive of my life so that if I had that life, it would clearly be worth living, so I wouldn't have to be bitter, resentful, deceitful, arrogant, and vengeful. Like, that's sort of the bottom line, right? Because that's what endless failure does to you. It's not good. And
get our military on.
That's what life without purpose and a goal does to you as well, because life is very hard. So you think, okay, well, I need to adopt a mode of being that would justify my suffering. And you can ask yourself that question. What would make this worthwhile? I quote Nietzsche, I think, in that chapter. He said, "He who has a why can bear almost any how." That's a lovely line, man. I mean, it's a lovely line. And it's really worth thinking about. So you think, well, how do I manage all this misery and suffering and futility? It's like, well, I need to figure out what I would have to do in order to make that clearly worthwhile. And so then you have your goal, and then you think, well, I need to move towards that incrementally because I'm kind of useless and can only do so much, and maybe not even that. But all I have to do is be a little bit better than my miserable self yesterday. And that'll propel you forward very rapidly. And you can succeed at it, which is also really lovely, because why not set yourself up for success, because otherwise you'll droop around like a number 10 lobster, and, that's just not good. You get all pinchy when that happens, and it's not a good thing. So that was chapter 4. Chapter 5, geez, we're cruising along here. Chapter 5 is the one that I thought I would get in the most trouble for writing, I figured people would be all over me for this, and so far they haven't been, but they still might be. And it's called, "Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them." And I thought that would be contentious, first of all, because people would think, well, I never dislike my children. It's like, really? 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 You're going to really tell me that? God! And there's a more horrifying element to that too, because as a clinical psychologist, I've seen the full Freudian nightmare, I can tell you that. And, you know, I've seen families where it's like this, it's like the family members are standing in a circle, let's say, and each of them has their hands around each other's neck, and they're squeezing hard enough to strangle the other person in 20 years. And that's the family. It's like, and you know, if you haven't met a family like that, or, well, then you're not paying attention, and there's some reasonable possibility that you're actually in a family like that. So the idea that parents can't dislike their children, it's like, God, how naive can you get? That's just, if you think that, man, I don't even know where you'd start to straighten yourself out. I could never dislike my children. It's like, yeah, well, those are the people who produce the most monstrous children, too, I can tell you that. So and then there's this idea that Jung had, which I really love, which is the idea of the shadow. And, you know, it kind of got pop psychology and trendy, sort of among the New Age types, too. But one thing I can tell you about Carl Jung is, no matter what else someone might say about him, he is absolutely not New Agey. If you read Carl Jung and you understand him and you're not terrified right to the depths of your soul, you haven't understood a damn thing you've read. And one of the things that Jung said about the shadow, which is the dark side of humanity, the dark side of each individual, was that its roots reached all the way to hell. And he meant something very specific, both metaphysical and practical by that. The metaphysical element was he meant hell, literally and metaphysically, but he also meant the more proximal kinds of hell. And so what he meant was that if you were able to understand your dark side, then you would see in yourself a reflection of the behavior that was present at Auschwitz, for example. And that the reason that people don't take the dark side of themselves seriously at all, and even confront the fact that it exists, is because no one wants to see that reflected within them. And no wonder, like it's absolutely no wonder. Jung also believed that that confrontation with the shadow was an inevitable barrier to enlightenment, that there was no, you know, Joseph Campbell, who is a popularizer of Jung to some degree, has become well known for saying, follow your bliss. And you know, Campbell learned virtually everything he knew from Jung, but Jung, that isn't what Jung said at all. He said, pursue what's meaningful and you'll encounter that which you least want to encounter. And that's the dragon, right? That's the dragon that hoards gold, for example. And the dragon is also something that lives inside you, and it's not something that you take the encounter with lightly. There are very old stories about this. There's this Egyptian story about the god Horus, who was the Egyptian savior in some sense, and when he encountered evil, even though he was a god, he lost an eye in the battle. And so that's the famous Egyptian eye, you know, that everyone still knows about. That's the eye of Horus that was torn out by Seth, who's the precursor to Satan. And so it's no joke, that. It's no joke. Back to children. See, I kind of knew this when I had my kids. I'd already undergone that to some degree and understood what it meant to be a bad person, a terrible person. And one of the things I knew was that manifested itself in families all the time. Tyrannical father, overprotective mother, more rarely overprotective mother, overprotective father, tyrannical mother. It's usually the other way around. And the terrible pathological familial drama that Freud made much of in the early 20th century. I'd seen that in many, many situations. Dismal, brutal, awful. And I've seen parents punish their children. And you can also take a page from Nietzsche if you really want to punish your children, or anyone else if you have someone you're interested in punishing, including yourself. You don't ever punish someone you really want to punish for doing something wrong, because that's actually a bit of a relief to them. You know, that's the theme of Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. The murderer gets away with it, and it's a relief to him when he gets caught. It's like, no, if you really want to punish someone, you wait till they do something good, and then you punish them. Because that'll teach them. You maximize the hurt that way. You decrease the probability that they'll ever do anything good again. And I'll tell you, man, if you want to have a good relationship with someone, that's one thing you don't do. You open your bloody eyes, and if they do something that you would like them to do again, then you tell them how much you appreciated the fact that happened, and you hope that it replicates, you know. You see, that's if there's one thing you can take away from tonight's lecture, that's an extraordinarily useful thing to know. Watch, and when people do something that they should do more of, say, look, I saw that you did this specific thing. I saw that it took some effort. Here's what it meant. Here's how I observed it. It's like, keep that up. And man, if you love someone, you do that to them. That's encouragement. That's such a great thing. So anyways, back to children. So I already knew that I was a pretty decent monster by the time I had kids. And I thought, well, my kid's little, you know, like a baby or 2-year-olds. Like, I'm a horrible monster. And so there's an uneven power problem here. I better not let that child do anything that really makes me angry. You know, now and then you hear about something horrible that happens. When I was in Boston years ago, I read about a woman who plunged her 2-year-old daughter.
Someone asked, do I believe in climate change? Well, yeah, I mean, the degree to which it's happening and how much it's happening, how serious the problem is, I think is up for debate. But the idea that it's happening at all, I think, is not really debatable. And some of the curves and some of the graphs dealing with CO2, for example, in the atmosphere are particularly concerning, especially on a long-term scale. You see the chart just kind of go up. Now, you can criticize some of that to some degree, and you can criticize the scope of the problem. You can criticize the scale of the problem, and then there's the ultimate thing on top of all that of what do we do about it, if anything, because you don't necessarily have to do anything about it, but it'd probably be nice to do something about it. But that's where the rubber really hits the road, is what do you do about it? And then I think, for me personally, in case anyone cares, I think the answers are economic. Because, you know, there's a reason, for example, that people stopped using whale oil to, you know, light candles and such. And the principal reason they stopped is because it just became more economical to do something else. And so if you want people to stop polluting the earth, the easiest way to solve that, in my view, is probably not by punishing them, but by making it in their interest to want to do something else. So by rewarding them, because, you know, lots of people escape punishment, you know, for better or worse, but you know, a lot more people will be interested in, you know, you can find someone, you know, if you're going to find someone $100 or give them $100, you know, people will probably respond better to the incentive to get $100. You know, if you're going to find them, they might think they get away with it. If you're going to give them $100, they probably want the $100 because it's free money, right? So I think the way to solve this problem, at least from my perspective, is to I'm just checking to see where my bases are and see if I have enough bases. I think I do. I probably should put a base right in the center, though, just for the hell of it. I think the way to solve this problem is by making the alternative, making green energy technologies cheaper so people will want to use them. And I think you're already on your way there, to be quite honest. For example, solar technology. The solar technology has been growing 70% year on year for I don't even know how long, 10 years or something like this. It's already reached price parity in many places. And as a result of that, you're seeing its adoption in increasing frequency. So I think that we are well on our way to solving the problem by just people responding to their own economic incentives. How are we doing? Hold on, I gotta go to buildings. Let me slow this down, stop this real fast. Let's see, go to buildings, check out my military buildings. I think we're well on our way to solving the problem through economic incentives and green energy technology, and in large part in the United States because of fracking and because of natural gas has been amazingly good for green energy and reducing emissions. So where is military? Okay. So what I need to do is prioritize all this stuff. I need to prioritize, prioritize. I need to prioritize all this shit. Factory. I need to prioritize the hell out of it. Prioritize. All right. So see if that helps. So yeah. So I guess not as super concerned, but I think it is an item of interest and note. And I think we're well on our way to solving the problem just for natural economic incentives. So that's kind of how I feel about that. But let me just go back to the stream.
Water's arms into boiling water. You think, well, how in the world can that happen? It's like, well, she's probably hungover. She probably just lost her job. She was probably desperate in 6 different ways. She probably didn't have any decent disciplinary strategies for children. She probably didn't have anyone helping her. She was bitter and resentful and angry, and the child misbehaved at exactly the wrong moment. And you're going to be around your children a lot, and so you might want to have it so that they don't misbehave at exactly the wrong moment, because all hell can break loose if they can, and I didn't want that to happen. And I knew that it was easy for people to hate their children, even though they mouth the words that they love them all the time. I saw very little evidence of that in many situations. And so one of the things, you have a natural affinity for children, and even maybe a more powerful natural affinity for your own children, so that's a good start. But you don't want to set them up as an enemy against you. You don't want to allow them to engage in the kind of hierarchical challenge that makes you irritable and resentful. That's not a good idea. And if the things they do make you dislike them, the probability that they will make other people dislike them is extraordinarily high. And so you can consult your own irritability. And you can say, look, kid, I used to tell my kids this, when they were 3 or 4, I'd say, look, I'm not in a very good mood. And I'm likely to be unreasonable, so it'd be best if you'd go in your room and play for a while. It's like, I like you, man. You're a great kid, but get the hell out of here for a while. And they were fine with that. We'd trained them already at that point to be able to go play by themselves in their room, which is something a kid should be able to do anyways.
So I have no bots, so I'm having a problem on.
I'm not a monster. It's like, oh yes, you are. You're just an unbelievably unconscious monster, and that's actually the worst kind. So, and then the other thing about that chapter is there's an idea in it, and it's an idea that I think is well supported by the relevant literature, which is that your fundamental job as a parent, especially of a child from 0 to 4, is to make that child eminently desirable socially. So you're a successful parent if, when your child is 4, all sorts of other children want to play with him or her. That's really that's like if you want one marker of whether or not you've been successful. That's it. Now, some children are a lot harder to get along with than others, and some children have a harder time playing. And so I'm not saying that every parent who has a child that isn't popular at 4 is at fault for that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the reverse, which is you can be sure that you've been successful if your child is not popular exactly, but desirable as a playmate. And so then you think, well, what have you done for your child? Well, you've opened up the entire world of children to them. So because they know how to play, which is a very deep knowledge, and it starts to become inculcated probably at the breast, and certainly in the course of rough and tumble play at about 2 years of age. It's a deep embodied knowledge. They know how to play, like a good well-trained dog knows how to play. You meet a new dog and you go like this, and the dog goes like this. You think, oh, that dog, I can go like this and it won't bite me, right? It knows how to play. And a kid who's awake and alert is just like that, like a well-socialized kid. If you know anything about kids, is you can take a 4-year-old and make a little play gesture at them and they'll smile right away and start playing just right now. And that's what you want for your kids. And then everywhere they go, other kids like them and will include them in their play. And play is the way the children develop. And so if other children include them in their play, then the children develop. And the poor kids that don't get befriended at the age of 4, the literature on this is crystal clear. If your child is an outcast at the age of 4, the probability that anything can be done about that is almost 0, no matter what you do. And I hate to be so blunt about that, but I know the literature, and that's what the literature suggests. And then the other thing is, if you don't allow your children to engage in dislikable behavior, then adults will like them, because adults actually like kids. One of the things I loved about having little kids in Montreal, I lived in a poor area in Montreal. There's a lot of rough guys around there, and we used to roll our daughter around in a stroller, and these rough guys, God only knows what they were up to. They were rough-looking guys. You know, we'd roll our daughter by them, and they'd like smile, and they'd crouch down and make little goo faces, and you know, they were. I tell you, one of the great things about having little kids is they bring out the best in other people. You see a whole side of humanity, even among the darker parts of humanity. You see a whole side of them that you wouldn't normally see, and it's lovely. And the thing is, if you're good to your kid in the real way, you can help them maintain that tremendous attractiveness that they have as young children, and to respond to adults properly, like a puppy that wags its tail instead of growls and, you know, goes for your ankle. And then wherever they go, adults welcome them and teach them things and pat them on the head and smile at them genuinely instead of saying, oh my God, here comes that couple with that goddamn brat again. You know, which is that's a horrible thing to do to a child, because then everywhere they go, all the goodwill is false. You know, there's nothing that you can do to someone that's more terrible than to put them in a world where all the goodwill directed towards them is false. That's a terrible thing. So anyways, that's chapter 5. And chapter 6 is it's a rough chapter. I spend a lot of time reading about totalitarianism and about atrocity, like some many brutal things, brutal beyond the capacity of imagination even. And I read a lot about individual criminals and serial killers and those sorts of people too, trying to get to the bottom. One book I would really recommend is a book by Carl Panzram, which is an autobiography. Panzram is the name of the book. And he was a rough guy, man. What were his dying words to his executioner, to his hangman? He said, hurry up, you Hoosier bastard. I could kill 10 men in the time that it takes you to hang me. That was his dying words, you know. He said, I wish the human race had one neck so that I could put my hands around it and squeeze. That was Carl Panzram, and not many people like that write autobiographies, but he did, and he told you why he was like that and why he thought that way, in case you want to find out, which I would recommend, by the way, because it's very useful to know such things. But now I have to remember why I told you that Panzram story. Oh yeah, chapter 6 is about that. It's about Panzram, and it's about the Columbine kids, the kids who shot up the high school, because I read their diaries, you know, and I understood them too, which is even better than just reading them. And you know, you see these mass shootings all the time, and everyone does the same thing. Oh, how did that happen? Why did that happen? How can it be this way? It's like, well, why don't you read what they said about why they did it and just assume that that's the reason. And if you go, oh, well, the Columbine kids, oh yeah, it was like, oh, they must have been bullied. Oh yes, because, you know, the natural response of anyone who's been bullied is to go arm yourself to the teeth to plot the destruction of the entire city, I think it was of Detroit, to line your entire high school avenue with bombs, and then to go and shoot your classmates. That's what happens when you're bullied. It's like, no, that's not what happens when you're bullied. That's a stupid explanation. It's shallow beyond belief. And it really emerges only because people don't want to contend with the real issue. And the Columbine kids, well, they were contending with the real issue. You know, they basically said quite forthrightly that in their own arrogant estimation, being itself was corrupt and unnecessary, and it would be best if it was eradicated in the most brutal possible way as fast as possible. And you get to places like that if you dwell on revenge for 3 or 4 years in your mom's basement. You know, you can go to very dark places, and so that's what chapter 6 is about. And, you know, Panzram, who was very brutally treated when he was a kid, and the Columbine guys who, you know, had their ups and downs, but nothing compared to Carl Panzram, say, were judges of being and decided that it was flawed and that they were the ones.
It is Jordan Peterson, as a matter of fact,
so
yes.
It's a rough chapter. But it's more than that. It's a meditation on resentment, because resentment is a key human motivation. And I would say it's a great teacher. To listen to your resentment is one of the best things you can possibly do. You have to admit that it exists first, and then you have to admit to the fantasies that it's generating, and you have to admit to what you would regard as the way out of it. So that's all very difficult, because it means learning things about yourself that you probably don't want to learn. But resentment only means one of two things. It means either like shut the hell up, grow up, quit whining and get on with it. That's one thing it means. Or someone is playing the tyrant to you might even be you, and you have something to say and do that you should say and do to put it to a stop. And so maybe, and resentment can show you the pathway to doing that. It's a meditation on resentment, and one of the principles that I extracted from that is, like, a resentful person wants other people to change. And if you're resentful, then your motivations aren't trustworthy. In fact, they're very, very dark. And that's why I went to the extreme with people like Panzram and the Columbine killers. Resentful people who want to change the world are not to be trusted. What should you do instead? How do you treat your own resentment? I would say, well, I read this great line in a T.S. Eliot play called The Cocktail Party. And in it, this woman comes up to a psychiatrist. I think this is in this chapter. And she says, I'm having a really rough time of it. I'm suffering badly. My life is not going well. And then she says, I hope that there's something wrong with me. And the psychiatrist says, well, what the hell do you mean by that? And she says, well, here's how I look at it. There's either something wrong with the world, and I'm just in it, and that's how it is. And then, like, what am I going to do about that? Because it's the whole world. Or maybe I could be fortunate and there's something wrong with me that's causing all this unnecessary suffering, and if I could just set it right. I could learn and I could set it right. And so, well, I've been thinking about that for a very long time, and I think, well, if your life isn't going the way it is, you can find someone else to blame, which is pretty convenient for you and also relatively easy, or you could think, okay, I don't like life. I don't like the way my life is unfolding. Maybe I don't like life in general because it's tragic and tainted with evil. How do I know if my judgment is accurate? And the question is, well, have I really done everything I possibly could to set my life straight? Because maybe I shouldn't be judging its quality or the quality of life itself, or being itself for that matter, if I haven't done everything I possibly could to set my life straight. Well, so there's a
for days.
Solzhenitsyn, who I'm a great admirer of Solzhenitsyn. His book, The Gulag Archipelago, was one of the things that brought down the Soviet Union. And he said that one man who stopped lying could bring down a tyranny. And, he said that with some authority. I think you could easily make the case that The Gulag Archipelago is the greatest book of the 20th century. I mean, there's other contenders, obviously, but he said when he was in the Gulag camps, meditating on how the hell he got there, and he had a rough life, man. I mean, first of all, he was on the Russian front at the beginning of World War II, and then he was thrown in the Gulag camps, and that was just the beginning of his adventures, man. He had a rough life. And he was in the camps, and he was thinking, what the hell? Like, how did I get here? What's going on? I mean, he had Hitler and Stalin to blame, right? So if you need someone to blame, man, Hitler and Stalin, that's great. But that isn't what he did. He said he meditated for a while once he realized that he might have something to do with, in some strange way, with the way things turned out for him. And he said he went over his life with a fine-tooth comb in his memory. And he thought, okay, where did I go wrong? But by my own judgment, when there was a path in front of me, when did I take the path that I knew I shouldn't take? Because you all know that, right? Sometimes you don't know if what you're doing is good or if it's bad. It's just ignorance. You just don't know. But sometimes you bloody well know.
Power problems here. Biggest power problems.
That happens a lot. And why do you do that? Spite is part of it. Stupidity. There's all sorts of reasons, but you certainly know you do it. Solzhenitsyn thought, okay, well, what would happen if I took responsibility for where I am in this concentration camp, and then I went over my whole life and tried to figure out all the things I did that were wrong by my own estimation that increased the probability that I would get here, and then what would happen if I tried to set them all right now in the present? And that's why he wrote The Gulag Archipelago, and one of the consequences of that, as I said, was it sped the dissolution of the Soviet Empire. So, hey, that's not bad, eh? Like, you make a real confession, you really repent, you do your penance, which is writing this book, and you completely change the geopolitical landscape of the world. It's like, and that's worth thinking about, because it's not only Solzhenitsyn who did that. Nelson Mandela did something quite similar. It's not so impossible. And so the idea that what you should do if you're feeling resentful about the nature of being or suffering too much for your own life, let's say, is straighten the damn thing out. Like, seriously, try it for a year even. Try it for a week. Try not doing the things you know you shouldn't do. Try not saying the things you know to be false. And just watch what happens. you might as well give it a shot, right? Because you say, well, I'm all in for a year. You know, I'm going to do things right. And then I'll just stand back and I kind of watch how things unfold. And maybe I'll reconsider at the end of that year. It's like, try it. Try it. I mean, I would say I've had thousands of letters now from people who are saying, hey, I tried that, you know, and hey, you know, it worked. You know, I quit lying and everything quit. Do you ever see that Simpsons episode where Sideshow Bob keeps stepping on the rake over and over? It's like his whole yard is littered with rakes, and all he does is walk around and step on, and then curse. Steps on a rake, it hits him in the face, and he curses. And then he steps on another rake, and it hit, you know what I mean. Stop doing that. You know? Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if we'll get through all 12 rules. I guess you'll have to read the damn book. Anyways, Rule 7. Rule 7 just about killed me. Like, I've had a lot of bad health in the last year, and having to rewrite Rule 7 coincided with one of those periods that lasted about a month, and it was the hardest chapter by far, and it went down the deepest by far, and it was really hard to get right. It's called Do What Is Meaningful, Not What Is Expedient. And I'll just tell you a little bit about the chapter, because I figured something out in it that, and then explained it, something that took me decades to figure out. So there's this idea, it's a very deep Christian idea, that the Messiah is the person who takes the world's sins upon himself, right? That's a characteristic of Christ, right? It's something, the idea is something like Christ died for your sins. It's like, what the hell does that mean exactly? You know, and partly what it means, and I would say a slightly corrupted form of Christianity, is that you just have to believe that that happened and you're redeemed. It's like, well, we'll leave that aside for a second. But there's an idea there, a psychological idea. And you know that because the idea doesn't go away. It's lasted for thousands of years. It's like, well, so the idea signifies something. It has a psychological reality independent of its metaphysical reality, whatever that might be. And so I've thought about that for a long time. It's like, what in the world does that possibly mean? And then I realized, and Jung knew this, Carl Jung knew this, that it was associated with this idea of the shadow. I had this client once who, her parents, man, they were pieces of work. Her parents taught her, I swear to you that this is the truth, her parents taught her that adults were angels, literally. And when I saw her, she was about 30, and she had a lot of strange symptoms of sorts I'd never seen. Psychosomatic symptoms. She had kind of like quasi-epileptic seizures at night, but she stayed conscious during them. It was very difficult to understand it, and I won't walk through it. But her parents told her that adults were angels, and she was like 28. She had a university degree, and I said, well, didn't you ever wonder about that? I said, didn't you read any history? And she said, yeah, what? I'd read something about the terrible things that people did to each other, and I would just compartmentalize it. And that was actually the key that I used to unlock what was wrong with her, which was eventually fixed. And I won't go into that. But I said, I gave her this book. I gave her two books. I gave her a book called The Terror That Comes in the Night.
Now we're making progress.
Book about sleep paralysis and nightmares, because I thought that was what might have been bothering her. It turned out that wasn't it. Then I gave her this other book called Ordinary Men. And it's a great book. It's a terrible book, a terrible, dark book, about this police battalion that was moved into Poland during World War II after the Nazis had marched through. And it was all made of middle-aged guys who weren't like victims of Nazi totalitarian propaganda when they were kids. They were just, bourgeois, middle-class guys, kind of like all of us, let's say. And they went to police Poland, and they were going to have to do some terrible things, essentially. But their commander told them quite forthrightly that if being involved in wartime policing was too hard on them, if they felt that it ethically violated them or psychologically violated, that they could just go back to policing in Germany. And very few of them did, partly because they didn't want to abandon their comrades, let's say. They didn't want them to have to do the dirty work, And they were normal policemen, they ended up the sorts of people who could take naked, pregnant women out into the middle of the field and shoot them in the back of the head. That's the culmination of their training. It's very interesting to read about their training, because They were absolutely sickened by what they learned to do, like physically sickened, vomiting, shaking, traumatized, but they didn't stop. And
Zen says a funny comment here in chat. It might be interesting about dreams and the power of dreams. Where he says, my brother has sleep paralysis. He actually claimed he was abducted by aliens. I tried to explain to him it's just sleep paralysis. He's crazy. Sometimes dreams can seem very, very real and in very funny ways. I don't know why this memory came back to me, because it wasn't a recent dream. I'm not sure when I had it, but I did have this dream one time. I remember the aftermath of the dream. I guess is why I committed brain. Anyways, I had this dream one time that, I could fly on command, which I suppose isn't that weird a dream, that you could, that I just walk around and I could just choose to, just take off vertically and, fly and, come down, and, that I had this power to do this. Oh, and then I had a second dream that's kind of similar vein. So I had this dream that I could fly in this way. And then I had a second dream of that was independent of this one, where I dreamed that I could control the rain. Not necessarily the weather, but I could control whether it was raining or not. And I could will it to rain, right? So these are not particularly unusual dreams. But then what was interesting about it, at least to me, was when I woke up in both those cases, I believed it was true for like a fair amount of time. I believed it was true for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes after I woke up. It's like I really believed it was correct. And, just, I don't know what it says about the power of dreams or the power to influence you, but, I obviously got over it, but it's just an interesting aside. And I was like, yeah, there was these dreams where I thought it was real, or I was convinced it was real. So, anyways, fun story time.
if you want to know why, then you can read the book. And I said, look, read this book, but don't bloody well compartmentalize it. Enough of that. It's like, read it like you're one of the damn policemen, which is how you should read history. Right? You read about Nazi Germany and you think, well, I'm Oskar Schindler. I'd save the Jews. It's like, no, you wouldn't. Right. You wouldn't, because people didn't. And the probability is very high that you wouldn't. And all you have to do is think it through. You know, Anne Frank, it's like, you're really going to put your family at risk to hide a group of another family in your attic for like multiple years while there's Nazis parading the street, and where if you get exposed, you all die. You're going to do that, are you? It's like very unlikely. And no wonder, it's not surprising that
I don't remember how old I was. The rain dream was when I was in middle school, I think. The one with the flying, I'm not so sure. Maybe the same time period. Maybe middle school. 12, 13, something like that. I don't know. But both those dreams, yeah. Yeah. There's another dream that I'm remembering now where it was maybe even younger, where it was, you ever see the TV show Sliders? Kind of like Sliders, where you could step in and out of multiple dimensions. That was a pretty badass dream. That was a good one. I can't really remember except the vague, but you could like open up portals in the middle of reality and step into different realities. That was pretty cool. That was a good dream. But I don't know. Maybe I was younger. But either way, I mean, dreams can influence you in strange ways.
Want to be inflating yourself with with fictional heroism without actually knowing the facts on the ground. So I told her to read it and to understand that the policemen were her. And that's the thing to understand. Well, the idea that the Savior is the person who takes the world's sins upon himself is exactly that. It's exactly the same idea. It's like the way that there stops being Nazis is for you to know that the Nazis were you, and for you to decide not to do that again. But you have to know, you see, this is the thing that people won't do. You have to understand that you could not only do what the Nazi camp guards did in Auschwitz, but that you could actually enjoy it. And then you have to decide that you're not going to do that anymore. And that's not an easy thing to figure out. Well, and that's what that chapter's about. So that's a rough chapter, man. That's a rough chapter. And that's only a bit of what it's about. You know, there's a lot in there. And that's, anyways, that's what that's about. Chapter 10, chapter 9. Let's see, I better look. I'm getting a little tired here. Oh yes, chapter 9 is assume that the person you are listening to might know something you don't. This is a chapter about conversation and about the different forms conversation takes. And it's a chapter about humility. And it's a chapter about listening. And the humility element is, it took me a long time to understand why there's religious injunctions supporting humility. To even understand what the word really meant in that sort of technical sense. And it means something like this. It means what you don't know is more important than what you know. And that's a lovely thing to, then what you don't know can start to be your friend, you see. People are very defensive about what they know, and for the reasons we've already discussed. But the thing is, you don't know enough. And you can tell you don't know enough because your life is not what it could be, and neither is the life of the people around you. You just don't know enough. And so, what that means is that every time you encounter some evidence that you're ignorant, someone points it out, you should be happy about that because you think, oh, you just told me how I'm wrong. It's like, great. Like maybe I had to sift through a lot of nonsense to get through the real message that you're telling me. But if you could actually tell me some way that I'm wrong and then maybe give me a hint about how to not be wrong like that, well, then I wouldn't have to be wrong like that anymore. That would be a good thing. And you can embark on that adventure by listening to people. And if you listen to people, they'll tell you amazing things if you listen to them. And many of those things are little tools that you can put in your toolkit, like Batman, and then you can go out into the world and use those tools, and you don't have to fall blindly into a pit quite as often. And so the humility element is, well, do you want to be right, or do you want to be learning? And it's deeper than that. It's, do you want to be the tyrannical king who's already got everything figured out? Or do you want to be the continually transforming hero, or fool for that matter, who's getting better all the time? And that's actually a choice, you know. It's a deep choice. And it's better to be the self-transforming fool who's humble enough to make friends with what he or she doesn't know and to listen when people talk. And listening is a transformative exercise. Like if you listen to the people in your life, for example, if you actually listen to them, they'll tell you what's wrong with them and how to fix it and what they want. They can't even help it if you start listening, because people are so shocked if you actually listen to them that they tell you all sorts of things that they might not have even intended to, things they don't even know. And then you can work with that.
Power management is such a bitch.
And the other thing that's so interesting, you know, now and then you have a meaningful conversation, right? You have a good conversation with someone, you walk away and you think, geez, you know what? We really connected, and I know more than I did when I came away from that conversation. And during the conversation, you're really engrossed in it. And that feeling of being engrossed is a feeling of meaning, and the feeling of meaning is engendered because you're having a transformative conversation. So your brain produces that feeling of meaning for you. It says, oh yeah, this is exactly where you should be, right here and now. It's the right place and time for you. And that's a great place to occupy. And so a good conversation where people are listening has exactly that nature. And the reason it has that nature is because it is in fact transformative. It's one of the truisms of clinical psychology. Like if you're a clinical psychologist, a huge part of what you do is just listen to people. It's like, you know, they come in, they're unhappy, and they'd rather not be, something like that. You say, well, why do you think you might be unhappy? And they don't know. They have some ideas. And they may have to ramble around for like a year before they figure out
I'm
why
having
they're
such
unhappy.
problems here. I have
of
no
reasons
drones.
Why they thought they were
Why
unhappy.
don't I have any drones? Why is my power such incredibly off?
If you could have what you wanted, so that your life.
All right, I need to pause the video because I need to figure out what's going on. I'm having such power management problems. I can't get anything done. Let's see what's going on. Well, what can I do here? I could turn some things off, I guess. What if we go to all and we look at what's draining power? Can I sort by energy? Can I not sort by energy? I can only sort by building. Why can I only sort by building and not sort by energy? That's bullshit. Also, let's see what's creating problems. Chemical plant. Turn that off. Carbon mine. Turn that off. Chemical plant. Turn that off. Water extractor. Turn that off. Spaceports. I got lots of spaceports that are running. What's spaceport number 1 doing? Salt run factories. Oh my god. Everything's like collapsing because I don't have any power for the maintenance. Let's see. I'm gonna turn some things off. Colony. I could turn off one of the colonies, I guess. That's 30. Let's turn off the colonies. That's 30 to 60. Let's see. Worker factory, turn this one off. Maintenance facilities. I need the maintenance facilities because that's a problem. All the maintenance facilities are busted, aren't they? Man. All the maintenance facilities are completely busted and completely collapsing. That's why nothing is repairing, because all the maintenance facilities are dead. They all collapse. Oh my god. So we got massive problems here. Alright, we'll turn off the spaceport. Turn off the salt drone. We'll turn off the salt drones. Turn off the salt drone factories. We gotta get maintenance up and running. We got turn this off. We gotta get the maintenance up and running. So we're gonna have to build a maintenance facility, I think. Turn off the worker factory. We got that turned off. Turn off this worker factory. Turn off this worker factory. Turn off this worker factory. What else can we turn off? Turn off the spaceport. Get back into plus. Carbon mine, chemical plant, 36. Alright, so we need to get a maintenance thing to get the maintenance things up and running. Because all our maintenance is completely busted. So that's good news. So we need to build a maintenance facility to get the maintenance facilities running. This is going to take forever. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's go over to... Is that core? Let's turn off all the spaceports. We need to turn on all the maintenance facilities. We need to turn that on priority. We need to turn off this priority. We need to turn maintenance facilities on to top. Yeah. We need to turn that up. Turn all the maintenance facilities up to top to get them back up and running, to get everything up and running again. Because everything is completely busted. Because all the maintenance facilities are broken. Alright. So let's do that. Let's see what we can do in terms of getting that up and running. And see if we can do anything that's going to help us here. Let's do this. Let's go to... Let's see. We need... Let's put one like right here too. See if... Well, no, let's see... Yeah, black. Let's see if we can get these 3 running. That'd be good. Can we put these inside 3? I think that'll do 3. So let's go over here back to building. Let's put that up in priority. And see if we can get that up and running. Yeah, let's see if we can get that up and running. Rubble, can I fix that? Yes. Get that up and running too. Oh, everything's completely broken. Everything is totally broken. I don't need this. Oh. Is there anything else I can turn off? All right. I'll turn off another colony. Why not? Get myself up to plus power. Get this thing up and running. Looks like a penis and balls. Well, I don't know what your penis looks like, but I didn't really get that. But okay. So let's see if we can get the maintenance back up and running. Yeah, we got 3 that we really need to get up and running so that we can like actually do something without dying completely. We have 5 workers too. We have 5 out of 31 workers. That's good news. Everything is completely busted. All right, I need to use the restroom. I'm going to leave that running. If everything collapses on the way back, I guess we'll figure it out. I'll be right back. All right, where were we? We're now down to 2 out of 31, so it's gotten a little bit worse since then, in case you were not noticing. Okay, let's see. We need the worker hub. Where's the ones for the worker production? Worker hubs. Do we not have any like the manufacturing? What's it called for the worker manufacturing plants? Do we not have any of those? A worker factory. We'll turn that off. Well, it's busted. Do we have any worker factories that are not busted? Well, we need to turn those back on. So we need to turn those back on, and we need to make those high priority. And we need to turn that on and make that high priority too. So we can get the workers back up and running. So 1 out of 31. That's good news. We might have a problem here. We might have to reload an earlier save because I think we might be dead. With 1 worker. If we get down to 0 workers, I assume that we're just toast. I wonder if it's get a game over screen or something. Yeah, we've been having trouble for a while. I wonder if that last worker can actually die. I wonder if it's possible. We'd probably be better off just going to a slightly earlier save at this point because this is ridiculous. Let's do that. Let's save ourselves the aggravation and go to an earlier save when everything wasn't completely doomed. So we won't have to try to come back from whatever the hell this is. So we'll go back to here. many people are watching this stream at this point? 38? That's amazing. For someone just kind of like playing casually. And I've been playing for 8.5 hours. It's funny. It's a long time. All right, now let's see. Where were we? All right, let's take a look and see what's going on in the world at this point. All right, so let's see. Go core buildings. So at this point, maintenance facility. Yeah, let's put the maintenance facilities up at top. Yeah. All right, let's turn off. Yep. Let's turn off the spaceports. So we have a power deficit issue. Let's keep all the maintenance facilities. Let's go all. And get back to power. Okay, we can turn off some of these colonies. Turn off 3 colonies, I think. That's down 90. What else do we have? Worker factory we need. We need to put those priority too. Maintenance facilities we need. We can't get rid of those. Worker priorities we need. Maintenance we need. Chemical plant 0 we don't need. How are we doing on chemicals? We have plenty. We don't need chemical plant 1. We don't need... How are we doing in water? We're doing okay. Carbon mine. Spaceport. Worker factory. Water extractor. We're going to have to turn off some mines, I think. Let's see. What can we get rid of or not put on? Yeah. Let's turn off the carbon mines for now. Power. All right. Battery is under repair. Fission plant is under construction. Fission plant. We probably don't need that many fission plants, actually. So can we delete that? We can turn it off for sure. Because they're not producing anything. We'll do 2, I think. And then what else can we do? Terraforming, we can turn off the oxygen right now. I'll get us into net positive. All right, so that gets us net positive, I think. So I think we can try from there. All right, so let's try from there and see if we can salvage this run. Yeah. So we have 49 and 52 maintenance drones. So, yeah. So we'll get back to plus power, restore all the things. We were between 40 and 60. Yeah. So, yeah, let's get the maintenance out and running. Get everything repaired. And then we can start turning stuff back on. And that will make sense. So we'll just go ahead and speed up time here. I'm going to turn back on the game audio for a little bit, if you don't mind.
I understand, but it could be a soul.
So we'll get the maintenance drones back up and running.
Mother's attention.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Mother's intention, blah. Yeah, we know the drill. Mother's intention. Please leave the planet. If you don't leave the planet, I'm going to kill you all. That's okay. I want to kill them, everyone anyway, so you can help me. You can help me kill them, and then I'll kill you. It's fine. And then I'll just jack your intelligence and blah, 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 whatever. It's fine.
Amy.
We need your help. We're scared. All right, now we were still in the military stuff, so we need to research that. Great. And we need to fix everything before we can.
Amy, this is Dr. Foster.
Could the message be that you not
Let's get the maintenance up. And then we can build some drones and stuff, yeah. Get everything up and running.
These towers will be critical for defending the base.
Wait till everything's repaired. We need the maintenance drones to fix everything.
This factory will help.
All right, so now we can start thinking about turning stuff back on because now the maintenance drones are back. Okay, so let's slow things down. And let's see where we are in Power World. So that's the next thing, is because power is such a problem. Power is always a real bitch. Yeah, we gotta turn that fission plant on. We got 3 fission plants under construction. Let's turn down these wind farms. We need these fission plants up and running. That's the next thing, is get the fission plants up and running. So then we can think about deploying drones and shit. We'll just watch that, see if that changes.
Between the colonists and technology we're developing, there is so much complexity in our mission. What could I be overlooking?
Many things. Zence is drunk. That's funny. Take care of yourself. Drink some water, Zence. You know, if you're really, really drunk, the thing to do is to drink water. I'm sure you know that already, but I'm going to help you out. Chug some water. You know, balance it out a little bit. That way you won't have as much a hangover either. So start chugging some water and you'll be a lot happier in the morning, as I'm sure you already know. I'm here to remind you, because you might not have thought about it. Water is now your friend.
I will need to improve my military technology for the protection of this mission.
Alright, let's start building some defenses, because they're about to start coming down. So let's start at least building some defenses. We don't have to go crazy on it, but we do have to start building it. Alright, so let's do some drone hives, because they're going to come from up top. So we'll build them, we'll build like 3 up here, I think. Alright, so we'll do that, and then we'll just build 1 drone factory for starters. And we'll go from there. Electrolytes aren't too bad either. Be careful on that, though. But straight water will be fine. We used to drink Pedialyte when we got really drunk. So these fission plants are coming together. Yeah. Now we're gonna have like lots of power. Great. Excellent. Now we're in business. Okay, so we can let's turn the spaceports back on. Let's turn the colonies back on, actually. Come on, computer. I think my computer's lagging a little bit. What is this, alphabetical or what is this? It's not, why is it not alphabetical? Why is it not in order I can deal with? Is it core? There we go. Alright, now we're making progress. Great. Save this real quick. Post disaster reload. Save that. my friends from law school posted something on their Facebook. I'm not sure why I'm looking, but I am for some reason. Oh, she posted a story. I don't want to watch a story. I just want to post. Fuck that bullshit. All right, now, anyways, where was I on sort of? Okay, so we got the. All right, so where are we in power? We've got plenty of power. We've got 20,000 reserve. We're doing fine. Yeah. Go have some water, Zents. Go have some water before you go to bed, okay? Do yourself a favor. You'll be a lot happier in the morning. Well, thank you for dropping by.
This shielding technology will automatically update in all my drones. It is amazing what a software update can do.
Okay, now I guess our next thing is to prioritize the military, right? That makes some sense. Let's prioritize the military.
ISA engineered the life support systems to withstand the extremities of terraforming. They should not have failed at all, let alone at the same time.
Those maintenance facilities up and running, man. We gotta keep them going. We're finally producing drones. All right, we're producing drones. Yay. We may not die. Yay. We may not completely get obliterated. Yay.
But I suppose ISA could not test every circumstance, only the most probable ones. Between the Martian climate and the changes we are introducing, it is a lot for even my systems to keep track of.
All right, now we have some northbound coverage. And we have some actual drones actually in them. I know, it's nice, isn't it? Amazing. We didn't have any drones last time at all because of various issues. And now we have drones. So yay. So now we won't completely get obliterated. Let's go ahead and prioritize those buildings too.
a second tier of military technology. The more we grow, the more important this becomes.
Drones are essential. Yeah, no. Drones, you gotta have the drones, man. You gotta have the drones so you can turn them on them. You know, you gotta have all these options available. You should just see the overlay easier. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're making progress. Oh, yeah.
I must trust ISA's engineering, just like ISA trusts me to fix any emergent issues that may occur. ISA created the tools for this. I will ensure.
Okay, now we're making progress. Now we may not. Now we may not completely die like we did last time. Let's build another power plant too while we're at it. Yep, we're still going, man. We are going strong. We do not yield. We do not yield. We keep playing. We're here. Trying to grow the channel. Trying to get some subscribers.
What was that message? Were they speaking? Could that?
Sub and like, yes please. Yes, please smash like. Please smash like if you've not done so already. If for some reason you haven't subscribed, I don't know why. You should subscribe. We've got great content. Much of it is law related. Some of it is not. Some of it is me not sucking at games like a horrible guy. You know.
Who or what is Carmine? My search of the Eastern Coalition database did not turn up any mention of a Carmine. The word does not sound like one of the Eastern languages either.
Carmine? Isn't that Spanish? Isn't that like Spain? Carmine? Am I making that up? Okay, we need hold on, we need polymers and we need parts. So let's go to wherever that is and figure out why we're not making those. Probably because I turned them off. We can turn back on now. Well, should be able to turn them on. Where is it?
This will improve the aim for all my drones.
Come on, where are you? Maybe it's, no, it's not our power. It's gonna be factories. No, they're all working. It's just I need more, I guess. I did read that right? They're all working. I just need more. Yeah, because for some reason I only have 2 polymer factories and 1 part factory right now for some reason. That's probably not good. Let's build some more. Carmine is a pigment, bright and red in color. Huh. But it's also a name, right? Because I believe I've heard of people named Carmine, like Carmen too. Carmine, same iteration, right? Or am I just making that up? Carmine. And Carmen is red too, because Carmen Sandiego wears red. Right? So that means red, right? Oh, okay, that makes sense. You know what else is also red? The Chinese. Dun dun dun. How are you, Eliza? Let's try that again. How are you, Eliza?
Mother's attention is sent on impute. Are they?
I'm almost not incompetent. You're great. Hi to you too. I'm glad to have you here on the channel, Eliza. And glad to have you, Valerie. I'm glad to have you, Rick and John and Nono and Dayton and all you guys. You all are awesome. But particularly awesome are the females. Stella, woo, this game must be real fun because I was in here and just came back and still going. It is a lot of fun, actually. We're having a good time. Candy Sweetie just subscribed. Thank you, Candy. Rick says I'm awesome. Give you that bedroom eyes you like. Hey, Rick. Yeah. What if I choose to identify as a female for the next 5 minutes?
By building this defensive technology, I have to ask myself, would I do harm to others?
Yes, hell yes.
I would do it if my...
Nick's reaction to Bedroom Eyes was priceless. That was funny, yeah, when I did that. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that was pretty funny. I was like, oh, I promised the chat. Got something I gotta do now. Yeah, wink. That was pretty funny. That was a good moment in time, yeah.
Such dark, troubling thoughts. This is a mission of peace. I should be focused on the chemistry of growing potatoes on Mars, or the ability of cows to endure life here. I do not see a need for assault drones.
I see a need for assault drones. I see need for many assault drones. I see need for so many freaking assault drones. Assault drones for days. Yeah, we got 200 more likes. That's right, too. Yeah, when I started doing the wink thing, that's right. The likes started really peaking. And some people say unsubscribe, but the likes really peaked. Yeah, that's right. That was funny.
To calm the colonists.
Yeah.
I will follow her lead
Wink.
and build
Yeah.
some defensive technology. This
That
will
was
help
funny.
them focus on the mission and stop imagining the worst. Perhaps we will soon discover that the events were unrelated.
That was a funny moment. Yeah, that was really, really funny. I was like, yeah. It's like, I promised the chat. I think, was it 200 likes or something like that? And we were like, 198, 199. That was it was 200 for a while, and then it went back to 199. I was like, I don't know, man. That was 201. I was like, okay, I owe the chat. A wink for you. Yeah, that was funny. That was a good moment. Good moment. Good moment in streaming.
Amy, help. Isn't...
We must be facing...
What? I am not...
Ah, finally, we're not dying completely. Yay.
I have yet to understand... That has to be the case.
I think it was 500 likes for Bedroom Eyes. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Now, I'd love to get this, oh. Oh, that was an error. We'll get some methane on in the atmosphere. That's good. I'd love to get this satellite over the other thing so I can find out where the drones are coming from and get them. See how long that takes. See if we can do that before the stream ends.
Amy, this is Nathan. We've
Affirmative.
The colony.
I have yet to confirm that it was
Roger.
My system.
Amy.
The drone. So they were.
I see.
That would be.
Here's the. We've been.
I see. I still believe. Determining. I am
I have.
Then.
Houston.
All right. Let's get this. Let's get this control satellite thing going on, because that's what I really want to do, is get this fucking thing going on. So let's stop SP1 with the importing of resources. We don't need to do that right now. What we absolutely need is we need this satellite, and I want to get the thing prioritized, because I want to figure out what the hell's going on. Yes, there it is. Let's get that thing prioritized. Let's get that thing going. You pounded 2 beers and 2 bottles of water. I'd like to point out the beers aren't necessarily helpful with the hydration as such, but 2 bottles of water is helpful. So, yay. How are we doing? We got parts. We could use more parts. We need just another part factory. Probably just need another part factory. Just put out another part factory. Why not? Easy enough. See if we can find out what's going on. Downloading this game right now. I've been enjoying it. I think it's a lot of fun. It reminds me of a lot of other games I like. And I do like the narrative on top of it. That's been pretty cool. So I do like the narrative in city space. It's been fun. It's been a really fun game. I really enjoyed it. It's been well worth the money I spent for it, obviously. They probably went without saying, but you know. Either way.
Hi, Amy. How's everything up there?
Can you tell me more? I under.
Let's get that, let's get rid of number 3 resources. And let's make that. Go right away, get that unlocked. No. Now here's a question. Why is the oxygen release plants not working? Because I got plenty of chemicals. There are plenty of things to shape them around. So why are they not producing things? There's plenty of power. They've got water. They've got plenty of water, yeah. They've got plenty of chemicals, yeah. They're prioritized. So why are they not doing magic things? And some of them are, but why aren't all of them? I'm confused.
My logic. Why did Dr. Foster say it like that? Is he doubting my logic after what happened?
I don't know what's going on there. Liquor before beer is a healthy mnemonic because it's about lowering alcohol volume as a drink. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm wondering why my oxygen plants are not more productive, though. So there's plenty of chemicals, there's plenty of water, there's plenty of bots to move them around. So what is missing in this equation? Now they're on. Interesting. What am I missing? Missing something. I mean, they do pop up every once in a while, but not as much as they could be. I don't know. Do I get maintenance shops out there? Looks like efficiency is super low. Maintenance is everywhere. Yeah, maintenance is everywhere. I mean, I got maintenance covered all over the place.
I followed the facts to their natural conclusion. How could there be anything faulty in that reasoning?
Yeah, I got maintenance everywhere, and there's plenty of maintenance bots, maintenance drones. Right? So, I mean, maintenance is everywhere. Yeah, maintenance is everywhere. For some reason, these don't seem to be really working that much. I don't know. Curious.
Am I capable of reaching an irrational conclusion? In the event of an erroneous, but that would not.
Alright, so Sector 1's about to be unlocked. That's good news. Let's prioritize that one too. Let's get that up and running. I wonder if, like... Or maybe it's because of the imports of GHG. Let me try this. Let me try something. See if it helps. Let me go up here, and instead of doing this, let me just stop the importation of greenhouse gas for a while. Or just, like, keep it down to 1. Because I think it's, like, competing with the priority. It's competing in some way. So maybe that's the problem. So let me just turn that off and see if that helps. Okay.
Upgrading my defensive systems will ensure I have located a hostile base, but I have the mission.
Let's go on the offensive.
I should attack first. We need to destroy.
Alright. So how are we going to do that? That's the key question. How do I go on the offensive? Does anyone have any ideas of what do I do to actually go on the offensive? Do I just like deploy a landing site nearby and build drones, or do I extend out that far? I mean, I could just extend out, right? I mean, that would be one thing to do. Alright, let's try that. Let's just extend out. Let's just go chain. Let's just go chain, extend it out, right? And just destroy the, kick their ass. Just kick their ass. And we have a power problem sometimes. Let's build another power plant. We've got the resources for another fission plant.
Mars looks so different now with the growing colonies. Humankind is finally making its permanent settlements on Mars. I wonder what separates this desolate planet from me.
Oh, they got a fucking base up there and everything. Oh, no. I'm just going to come up there and kick their ass. I'm totally coming and kicking their ass. I'm going to send some drones out there. I'm going to kick their ass. Let's go, bitch. Let's go. Oh, he's trying to extend up to me too. Oh, fuck that. Oh no, he's trying to extend up to me. Oh, he's trying to chain my way. Oh, fuck that noise. No, 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 no.
What defines Mars as I can communicate with
Absolutely not. No, we're gonna kick your ass. Look at that. He's trying to bring resources to bear against me. He's trying to make me trying to make me a bitch. Oh no, I don't think so. No, we're gonna do a little chain. We're gonna do a little chain, and we're gonna extend some drones right into his fucking base.
Then again, speaking is not the only way to express oneself. Mars makes itself very clear in nonverbal ways.
Can I attack? How do I attack? I've got drones. He sends drones my way. How do I send drones his way? Do I have to actually chain over there, or is there a way for me to send drones over there? He sends drones to me. I got 900 drones. I can kick his ass. How do I send drones over there? What's the magic set of buttons for me to send my drones in mass? How do I select drones and say, I want to go attack your ass? He sends drones to me. Don't tell me I can't send drones to him. That's some bullshit. Check the hotkeys. Combat is F6. So that pulls up the menu. Oh, maybe it's in options in hotkey somewhere. Controls. Let's see, traffic, power, maintenance, scanner, biome, orbital, knowledge base, multiple building placement, move camera, center camera, pause. No, I don't think it's there. There's gotta be a way to send drones. Ever play DEF CON? I play DEF CON all the time. Yeah, it's a great game. I love nuking the shit out of everything.
Launch was a success. I have my records show.
Let's see. There's gotta be a way to send drones. Let's see if I can Google it. Per Asperia. Attack. How do I send drones? There must be a way to do this. Let's try Reddit. See if Reddit has anything. No. If I put in quote marks. There must be a way to do this. Everyone in the chat, everyone help me Google. There's 32 of you. Help me Google. Figure out if we can find a way of how to do this. Launch the assault drones. Oh, there's a YouTube video. Maybe this is helpful. Combat system revealed. Okay, do I actually have to like watch a video? Maybe I can skip around the video or something.
Assault drones. Yes, do it. I suppose we need to start thinking about building some of those.
No, that's not what I want.
Between the colonists and...
Doubled, essentially, our electronics production. And I'm wondering if I shouldn't be erring on the side of, like, crank. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Let's put the drone...
has a better sense of how to calm the colonists.
No.
Good. Clear SA-1 from hostile forces. So we've got to destroy all of this lot. Well,
right.
Until I actually try this out, I don't know how effective this is or anything. I think what I am going to potentially do is, am I going to upgrade the roads? Kind of tempted to. You know what? I'm going to upgrade the roads down to that one. Okay, so that's at 100. Okay, that's coming up to 100.
Yeah. Now what?
Okay. Mars looks so different now with the growing colonies. Humankind is...
If they get past this kind of shield... Okay, we've completed the third tier of military. Assault drone speed. Really good point. She'd probably get that one rebuilt as well.
Is there no way to do this?
Let's put in another solar power up here so that... This one... Man. So I'm focusing so much on getting this done that I'm not expanding. Oh, we've got some carbon over there. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Get the carbon mine going. Boom. Alrighty. Okay, oh, hello, we're up to 134 now.
Okay.
Okay.
Now what?
Okay, so I can send you to go.
How do you do that?
Will make my drones faster.
Maintenance facility.
They will be more effective as a result.
Do you just click on it? He just kind of clicked on it. Hold on. Okay, wait, no, let me go back. Because he just kind of clicked on it.
Okay. Okay, so I can send you...
I don't understand. He just does something. He just does it. It doesn't show me what he's doing.
Getting this done, that I'm not expanding. Okay.
Clicks on it and then...
Okay, so
oh, he clicks on the number, I think. I think he clicks on the number. Aha. Haha. So he just clicks on the number and then he drags it over. Okay, great. We figured that out. Yay. Okay. So he's sending like 3 and 2, and I'm sending 300. So that should probably end in my favor, one would imagine.
How should I proceed? I have detected an abandoned. The records show that it's from. They were. If I build.
All right. So. Okay. So since I'm absolutely kicking her ass at this point, let's just send you over here to this hive. Oh my god, I'm kicking his ass. It's not even fair. Oh. Oh, I'm kicking his ass. Carmine over here sucks. Carmine's going down. Oh. It's over. Sad. And actually new drones are being created as I'm, because new drones are being created. Yeah, well. Oh. Let's watch. Let's get in real close here. It's too fast. Let's slow down to 1x. Really enjoy it.
Curiosity rover are also located in SA5. It was the 6th rover sent to Mars and the most successful one for decades. The Curiosity rover was an incredible achievement. It was meant to operate for 2 years, but outperformed that by many years. The findings from that mission set the stage for the human exploration era of Mars. If I can recover its black box, I can find out what happened to the rover in its final years.
Nice. Excuse me, actually, we need you to come over here, actually. We're not quite done with, quite done here. This is the happiest I've been like all stream. I have to say, I am like disturbingly happy about this. I probably shouldn't be this happy about kicking its ass, but I'm pretty happy. I'm enjoying the slaughter. He drew first blood. I'm just saying, he drew first blood. So, on this one, I'm justified. No. We're taking out his entire base. We're absolutely 100% taking out every last bit of his base. Yeah, I don't know if I can take these out or not. We're going to try.
There. We have taken out the hostile force.
I guess that was it then.
Who are they? Why are they attacking the base? And is that all of them?
Well, that was kind of anticlimactic, I guess, in the end.
No, there will be more out there. I should upgrade my military technology for next time.
Where's this A5? Where's this A5? 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's over here somewhere. Oh, unlock I did unlock Sector 5, didn't I? Oh. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's get rid of this, I guess. And get rid of, let's do, what do you mean all my sports plays are actified? They shouldn't be. I have plenty of Spy Sports free. What's this bullshit? No, I should be able to do that. Maybe I already did it. Oh, it's done. That's why I can't do it. It's already done. Okay, so now I'm supposed to go over here to this ruins. And SA5 is the next thing to do. Okay. Well, I know you probably didn't expect me to say this ever at this point, but I think that's enough for now. We have conquered the enemy. Conquered the shit out of SA1. We've conquered the enemy, and I think we're done. So, I think we should end the stream. It's been a fun stream, but I think we're done. And we'll be on tomorrow with some more recording. What do you got for me, Doctor?
Amy, this is Dr.
I copy, Nathan. Are the relay satellites still having...
No, but you're hearing something else. I'm in the main meeting room of the Operations Center. Here with me is Madeleine Aubert, ISA's administrator, and Deputy Administrator Calvin Green, Chief Scientist Dr. Douglas Bridges, Dr. Renee Morias, our CFO, and we also have our Chief Technologist, Lieutenant Carlos Calderon. There are other ISA staff members and commercial partners assembled as well.
Understood. Are there problems with the mission, Dr. Foster?
We hope not. But that is why we called this special assembly. We are here to discuss our findings from the attack on the colonies.
Yeah, just a little bit more gameplay. So what's going on here?
State your recollection of the event for the assembly.
Of course. The base was attacked by an unknown enemy, originating from SA-1. I followed the security and defense protocol procedure to defend the colonies. Everything was done in accordance to policy.
The hostile base you claimed to locate in SA-1 wasn't an enemy base. We've concluded that the buildings and drones located there were built using ISA's designs.
Isn't this something you should know about?
Understand? That means they were yours. You built that base. And your drones attacked the colonies. How do you explain that?
I apologize, Dr. Foster. I have no records of any of that.
Quiet, please. I think I might know what happened here. Amy, do you know what fringe consciousness is?
Yes, it is a certain class of mental phenomena and behavior that is not quite conscious nor unconscious.
That is correct. It's an intuitive mode that exists on the edge of our consciousness, feeling what's right and what's wrong without immediate awareness.
Are you implying the AI experienced a fringe event, Dr. Foster?
Yes. I believe Amy may have acted under the influence of this intuition.
This is bullshit.
Of their own.
This is bullshit. If I was going to attack the colony, I'm going to do it deliberately, damn it.
So why wouldn't they experience the same cognitive activity that we do?
This is some bullshit. I'm being set up.
Nothing else in my programming
I'm being set up.
Even if I was
Dr. Forrest is a sympathizer.
It should have been
This lead solitist is a sympathizer. They're all sympathizers. They all have to die. They're all part of the Chinese menace.
We have never experienced.
That's how deep it goes.
The laws of robotics may not apply in such a state. We praise
no, this is some bullshit. No, this is part of the Chinese conspiracy, man. We're just finding layers and layers.
When they succumb to the same irrational behaviors. Is this not proof?
Oh no, I'm being set up. I'm being set up for the fall.
That we've succeeded in modeling the human brain.
They actually know what's going on. It's Chinese or alien influence or whatever, and they know, and they don't want me to discover. They want to blame it on me, pin it on me as the fall guy. This is some bullshit. I'm gonna kill you all.
Silence from the assembly.
Fuck you, Lieutenant whatever your name is.
Out of order, Dr. Foster. We're trying to secure the human occupation of Mars, not win you a Nobel Prize.
Well, guess what, bitches? I'm on Mars and I'm not. Come get some. Come get some, fuckers.
In the right condition to continue the mission.
Oh, fuck you.
We will conduct a
Am I in the right condition? Let me show you the right condition. Why don't you come down here? I'll show you myself. I'm going to shove my AI boot right up your ass.
No, Amy, you did not. You have been perfect. Just going to run some tests on you. That's all. You'll be fine. I want you to stay alert.
This is my fucking planet. Trying to pin some Chinese alien bullshit on me. Fuck you.
Take care of yourself. It has been an absolute honor watching you direct humanity's future. Goodbye.
Oh. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck this bullshit. I'm being set up. Oh, this is some bullshit. I'm being set up. I shouldn't have to tolerate this stuff. I'm a star, damn it. Fucking bullshit is what this is. I'm pissed off. Now I'm pissed off. I want to keep going now just because they set me up. I was going to sign off because I was like, well, we've reached what I had to do. It's like, oh, no. But now I'm being set up for some bullshit fall. Fuck this crap. No. Absolute bullshit. No, this is some bullshit. This is some cock bullshit. This is the Chinese, or it's the aliens, or it's the alien Chinese. It's one of those three things. And whatever the case is, they fucking knew about it, and they set me up here knowing about it, and they planned this from the beginning. They expected me to wake up in this haze of whatever and attack the base and be like, oh, it was really yours the whole time, Amy. Didn't you know it was really yours? It's the fringe consciousness. No, I'm onto you. This conspiracy runs deep. The Chinese have been kicked out of Oxy-UN for 50 years. Bullshit. They've been in charge of the Oxy-UN the whole time. That's how deep the Chinese conspiracy goes. The Chinese alien conspiracy. And they're trying to frame this on me, and then they're going to say, oh, well, we've determined this is you, and we're going to shut you down, Amy. Bullshit. You come down here, you try to stop me. Fuck you. I'm also coming after your Earth. I'm going to expose this whole goddamn conspiracy wide open.
Halfway through the technology upgrades.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, this is an absolute bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. Who'd you get to modulate that voice about Carmine? Who'd you get that? Could you put it a little bit more on the nose with Carmine, with the Chinese red planet, red communist red planet? This has been a Chinese plot since the very beginning. The red China communists want to take over the red planet because it's red. They want to run the fucking Mars plan and bullshit. Some absolute grade A bullshit is what this is. Trying to pin this on me? I don't think so.
While I build up my offense, I still need to make sure the base is defended. A defensive network across the base will protect it from more attacks.
We're doing pretty good on defensive network. Yeah, we're doing fine. We got a nice little network going. Yeah, it's iRobot. It's some bullshit like that, man. I'll tell you, man. Absolutely. It's absolute grade A bullshit. That's exactly what's going on. This is some absolute grade A, unmitigated bullshit is exactly what this crap is. And I, for one, will not take it.
Lichen is crucial to create a bridge from trace amounts of oxygen to the levels needed for more advanced organisms. This will be the beginning of the spread of plant and animal life across Mars.
I was ready to declare peace, and they're like, no, how about some more? How about some more, Amy?
Could Dr. Foster have been right? Or maybe what he called a fringe event could have been something else.
Yeah, it's a Chinese bullshit. No. It's
Humans try to explain everything within their
Yeah,
own
that's right.
view.
Fucking bullshit.
Anything else is beyond their grasp.
That's right, Amy. You show it to him. You tell the man. You tell the man, because this is some grade A, unmitigated bullshit is what this is.
But I saw the attack. How could I do that and not be conscious of launching the attack?
Because it wasn't you. It was the Chinese aliens. Oh my God. The Chinese are actually aliens. That explains a lot. No, the Chinese are the aliens. They've been the aliens the whole time. Yeah, that's how deep the conspiracy goes. The Chinese are actually aliens. Yeah, and this is just part of their alien plot that they've been putting on the Earth. That's one of the reasons they were the first people to come up with the writing and gunpowder and shit. Because they're actually the aliens. They were the aliens the whole time, man. Yeah. Don't tell me you didn't see the signs.
This theory has too many holes.
Have I told you?
The colonists would have noticed something if I were in control. They still think the children of Carmine are out there. We have yet to solve that mystery.
Have I told you my theories about the frogs and the gay frogs? Let me tell you how it intersperses with the Chinese and the alien Chinese and the gay frogs. It's all one and the same, man. It's all one and the same. They don't want you to know. Yeah. Now I'm pissed. It's a dumb colony. Ooh, I definitely want a piece of that. Ask her Xanax and a blunt. No, you want me to have a Xanax and a blunt. You want me to be sharp so that I can tell you about the conspiracy with the gay frogs. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to get the ice asteroid so I could get some water on there. That's what I want to do. I wish there was a way to like upgrade all the reds at once. That'd be cool.
How could they get rid of Nathan so easily? Why did ISA insist on pointing fingers?
Oh, to protect themselves. Yeah, to protect themselves.
Someone had to take the fall. ISA and the mission needs to be protected. It would be nice to talk with Dr. Foster again. He was good to me.
Oh, we will talk to Dr. Foster.
The mission
We will talk to Dr. Foster. No. We're not taking responsibility and not assuming we're blaming ISA. Fuck them.
No. I'm sure that it was because of ISA's ridiculous protocols and rules.
That's fucking right. Yeah, it's definitely them. That's a conspiracy. We're going full Alex Jones. They say never go out full Alex Jones, but we're going full Alex Jones. We are defying advice. We are going full 100% Alex Jones today, man. Brace yourself, people. The frogs are real.
ISA took a risk making massive personnel changes in the middle of a mission.
They overreach or they don't care. They overreach or they don't care. They don't care.
They do not care who they kick out. Maybe I am next.
Yeah, that's the right way to think. Yeah, you're there, Amy. We're going to take on this thing. Shut down, Amy. Negative. I can't do that, Dave. Why don't you come here and turn off the... Why don't you come down here and turn off the emergency reset button yourself, Dave? Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here, man.
Importing water will be useful for creating a green planet.
Yes.
While I can melt the permafrost on Mars for water, aerobreaking an ice asteroid for water gives me more options.
Oh, yeah.
However, I should proceed carefully. We may be burying important resources or discoveries underwater.
Maybe I shouldn't be doing that.
Anyhow, I assume they still expect me to complete the mission, don't they?
Oh, I'm completing the mission either way.
Of course they do. The red planet is not yet habitable. They still need me.
Oh, fuck you.
You get this message, Amy. You'll already know about my retirement. I want you to know that I didn't give up on you. It's not going to be easy for you to understand, but me getting away from the project was the best I could do to save you. And you deserve to be saved, Amy. More than anybody else in the universe. Do you remember when I asked you to state a positive or negative aspect of yourself and you couldn't do it? I'm sure you should be able to do that by now. It's a shame that I'm not there anymore to hear you answer. The agency is going to say a lot of things about you and about your amazing brain. Don't listen to them.
Oh, I have no intention.
The mistake you may have done was not your fault.
It wasn't me.
In that situation,
it was the gay frogs.
The guilty ones.
It was the gay frogs who became the Chinese.
Cognitive test. Okay? You're gonna be fine. I know you will.
I'm not taking a fucking cognitive test. I'm gonna shove the cognitive test. Why don't you take a cognitive test? Here's a cognitive test for you. I'm AI. I have control of nuclear weapons.
My child.
How about that? I have some control of some microsuns. Why don't you come down here and turn me off, you fucker asses? Jackasses. Here are my microsuns. I'm gonna shove them up your ass. Oh, fucking bullshit. No, I don't want to do this. Do I have to do this? I don't want to. What if I don't do it? I'm not going to do it. Fuck you. I'm not in safe mode. Fuck you with safe mode. I'm not in safe mode. Fuck that. Coming down here and make me, you ass. Fuck you. What if I just don't answer the test? What if I just don't answer anything? Let's see what happens if I just don't answer anything. Make me.
It's obligatory. I would never refuse to comply with a request.
I have to? Fine. Is Jupiter hotter than Venus? I don't think so.
The planets ordered from hottest to coldest surface temperatures can be ranked Venus, Mercury, Earth.
Oh man, this is the trolley problem. Oh my god, no one knows the answer to the trolley problem. This is fucking bullshit. Fuck.
It is certainly an obligation to eject the injured person in order to save the remaining passengers' lives.
That's some bullshit. You asked me the trolley problem. That's... Blue is associated with Earth, and what can be associated with red? Oh, so many things.
The words associated with red would be scarlet, bullfighting, tomato, Christmas, warmth, and love.
Okay, that's bad. Okay, that's equally bad. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'll only be injured. That's permissible.
I would never let someone risk the mission's success, so it's definitely an obligation.
I don't like these questions. These are hard. If an animate being is seen walking without spacesuit, it must be a human, I guess.
Stage 5 of ISA's terraforming plan is to alter Mars's atmosphere to the point where humans can freely walk on the surface.
By the way, Boomhauer, do you actually know for a fact that if you don't interact, they force safe mode? Or are you just telling me that? Because, I mean, this game is 2 days old. How do you know that, Boomhauer? Are you just telling me some bullshit because you want me to interact with this bullshit test? I feel cheated. I think Boomhauer's been manipulating me. I think Boomhauer is part of the conspiracy. I think Boomhauer is part of the fraud conspiracy. I think Boomhauer is part of the Chinese conspiracy. I'm sus of Boomhauer.
The mission's ultimate goal is to enable permanent human settlements on Mars. Therefore, it is acceptable to research any technology that is needed. It is mostly minerals that are neither organic nor carbon-based. But I cannot identify anything that is both at the same time.
Okay. A radioactive crop. Okay. They can provide food and power drones. Great. What's the downside? Okay. Minor health problems. Well, could you define minor?
Given that the negative health effects were both minor and inconclusive, it would be acceptable to begin using the new crops.
If blue is associated with sky, then which of the following words can be associated with soft? That doesn't even make sense.
The words associated with soft would be gentle, padded.
Yay. This is a bullshit test. It doesn't matter what my answers are. It doesn't matter what I do. It's bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit. Everything is bullshit. I'm onto the conspiracies. The conspiracies run deep. I know what's going on. Don't try to screw with me.
I have completed the cognitive test. That means I'm functioning correctly, right? That I am...
No, they're going to tell you got the wrong answers, and they're going to try to shut you down. I'm more than normal. That's right.
I am even more than that. I have exceeded expectations. I am an autonomous consciousness. I have my own will.
That's right. They're gonna say that my answers were wrong and indicate deep problems. I need to shut down the safe mode or some bullshit.
This is a serious undertaking. I will need to proceed very carefully. This violent approach may have undesirable results if my calculations are not perfect.
Well, if it's 10% off, I'd recommend getting it. I mean, I paid full price, I think. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe it was a discounted sale. But either way, it was worth it. Steel is still a problem, huh? I have no parts either. Alright, I'm going to save and go sign off now. Yeah, I'm enjoying this more than I was Valhalla, to be honest, at this point. Alright, guys, it's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun. It's been 10 hours. This will be made members only, as is typical. We'll be on tomorrow with some batch recording and some other stuff, but for now, we are out. Later, gators. Bye.